Back to the downside here in the past couple of minutes, being led by, it would appear at this point anyways, crypto. A bit of a move downside not only for Bitcoin, but Coinbase down more than 15% here on a note suggesting the SEC has filed a lawsuit against Coinbase in a New York federal court when it comes to maybe the company being a brokerage and not actually filing or reporting as a brokerage. So we'll touch on Coinbase coming up here. A lot to consider this morning as far as individual movers. GitLab off of earnings, Bradley, looking pretty good. Mobileye, not so much, as Intel is going to cut most of their stake in MBLY. Downside in a pretty big way. More positivity for Tesla as well. We'll talk about Apple, obviously. Day 2 of the WWDC coming up. It is Tuesday, June 6th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Red, pretty much across the board here. 0.14, not huge moves, obviously. 0.05 for the Dow, the S&P 0.13. Brazil trying to hold on to positive territory. A move back down again this morning for crude oil to the tune of 2% after we got that pop yesterday on that OPEC note. So giving most of that back again. Yeah, this needs to be updated. We're actually a little bit more than that, 0.32 right now for Bitcoin. Downside, it's, I mean, we were green on the morning when I sat down here for BTC. So Bitcoin downside, we have Coinbase here. Let me get rid of this and I can show you coin right out of the gate. Ugly. 15% all the way back here to May, beginning of May levels, 48, 49, 50, trying to hold on desperately here. Yeah. SEC going to sue not only Binance now, but Coinbase as well.
Yeah, and on the midday show, I was speculating whether any of the news with respect to Binance was going to filter over to Coinbase. And the market, I guess, knew something I didn't because, lo and behold, this morning, here comes a lawsuit. I got to say, though, personally, I think this is quite disappointing, Brendo. This is a company that reached out to them several times to ask it to define the security. They didn't, and now they're being sued for it. So disappointing.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're essentially saying here that they're operating as an unregistered securities exchange up here, broker and clearing agency without filing appropriately. So I'm sure they'll respond to this. We'll wait and see what happens when they do, but otherwise, busy day to come. We're actually pretty light when it comes to economic releases this morning. I didn't see any times really as far as Fed speak to come as well this week, so we'll touch on anything as it comes, but lots of individual names moving around here to start, guys.
Welcome. There's a lot, yeah, of course there's lots moving around today. You can start it off with coin. It is worth mentioning, like, you know, Bitcoin, it has actually leveled a bit. It's held 25,000 just for reference because, you know, when you see down 15%, it'd be easy to think that the sky is falling. But this is very much related to Coinbase right now. And yeah, it's life comes at you really quick because, you know, yesterday you had one move and today you're already back down to the Alamo. Yesterday I called the Alamo like 56. That's gone. Today's Alamo will be there at the open, which is 47.5, and from there you can see a pretty sizable gap. That's been support several times here throughout the year. Starting, yeah, you know, basically in January you had that 47.5. I don't disagree with Sharif's take on it that at the end of the day, you know, Coinbase had made attempts to try to understand what the regulators and how the regulators viewed them, and you can argue that Europe has been more out in front of it and all that good stuff. But truth be told, you know, the reality in front of us is that they're getting the ding. I feel like it's gone down far enough that there's going to be probably some kind of a bit of a pop here based off the price that we just bounced, and I don't necessarily want to be long. I think it could squeeze up as there'll be a little bit of short sell, short profit taking on this one to start. But you know, the other story, of course, is going to be Apple and then the offshoots from the Apple event yesterday. Unity is still going pretty strong, looking like a pretty solid move out there. Disney's going to be in play. That could be breaking a 92 level. You had earnings in GitLab. I don't know much about I'm not a huge proponent of the company, but I know someone that knows about them and is pretty excited about it with Prad there. So there is plenty of individual movement. Haven't even talked about the chips. They're going to be in play once again today. Looking at some Intel, they sold their stake in Mobileye, and of course NVIDIA making some big moves in the afternoon. Top to bottom, NVIDIA was pretty good in the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm just writing the sticky note right now. Welcome to the show. It's going to be another good one here today. We crushed it. Well, we didn't. Oh, we crushed it, but it was a good day yesterday. We'll see if we can do the same here today. I mean, a lot of names moving around. We're going to be looking at AMD as well, as that's sort of just dripping down right now a little bit as the NASDAQ, like Brendan mentioned, getting off to the downside a little bit here to start the day. AMD trying to hold that 119.50 that we couldn't break through yesterday. We're going to look at that one today. We're also going to look at Disney, which Neil just mentioned there. I really like Disney. We talked about that. I mean, I liked it before all this event, obviously. We talked about buying some before at 98 and then again more at 87, 88. And now we're kind of in the middle here at 92. So let's see if we get any love on Disney right now. It's not doing much today, but it's positive into a negative market. So yeah, a couple good ideas coming through here. We'll wait to see whatever happens with Apple. That's crazy. I mean, I just feel like all this stuff with Gensler and all this stuff here about crypto and the SEC or the FTC, SEC, everybody that's all over these guys, security regulations. It's like if crypto can actually hold its head above water here for a little minute, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if they can sort of calm down and get on the side of crypto, then maybe we can bump. But it seems like every time there's something, it just hits it right back down. So apparently Gary Gensler is going to be on Squawk on the Street, which is another thing here at 9:10, and then again at 10:30 on another station. So crypto is going to be in play today, and especially with Coinbase. So let's just wait for some news on this. And yeah, pretty dramatic hit there for any shareholders of Coinbase. And I've been sort of saying, being negative on that stock for a while, so it's paying out a little bit here today. I'm not shorted or anything, but yeah, down to $50 and looking to break lower here, Coinbase.
Keep those times in mind. Again, 9:10, it looks like on CNBC. This is Gary Gensler, and then 10:30-ish on Bloomberg. So we'll see if any comments make the market move there. As far as Coinbase is concerned, here's how the overall day is kind of setting up here. Everyone's kind of sitting on their hands, I think, ahead of what is to come next week with the Fed meeting. We get CPI Tuesday. We get the Fed decision on Wednesday. Still, I mean, it's a toss-up, a little bit more in favor of a pause at this point, but basically a toss-up on whether or not we get a quarter point going into July at this point. So never mind what's going to happen next week, but before July, we might get a pause. We had a big move yesterday to the upside in oil, back down as we saw there to kick things off this morning to the tune of about 2%. So some of these energy stocks under pressure as well, down about 2% across the board on that OPEC note going into June. They're going to cut output, and then Saudi Arabia doing the same thing. Sorry, OPEC July, Saudi Arabia for June. It was the other way around, but interesting look. Anyway.
Yeah, starting with the overall strength of the market, going back to that jobs number that we got on Friday, where the unemployment rate had actually gone up. I was reading a couple of articles about that on the weekend. It looks like more people from the baby boomer generation are actually leaving the workforce, accounting for this new this increase in the unemployment rate, so that the jobs number actually there wasn't mixed. It's actually still quite tight. So why does this matter? Because we have to factor this in for the Fed funds rate consideration next week. We get a double whammy like Brendan mentioned with CPI on Wednesday, and then the guys coming out Thursday.
You're thinking of Manchin, maybe, or I don't know, whatever.
Shout out Joe Manchin.
Yeah. Meta guys just went red here on the morning as well, down 0.2. I was reading a note this morning that was essentially trying to make the case how this Apple event yesterday was negative for Meta, in the sense that Apple's kind of getting into their arena. But as we were talking about a little bit yesterday morning, I mean, Meta it's been a long time since you heard the word metaverse coming from Meta as a whole, even Mark Zuckerberg. So a little bit of shift as far as talk, anyways, coming from Meta on the metaverse. But here's Meta, guys, if I can say that one more time. Downside so far.
So just a quick thing. I know the search trader banner's on there, so you guys can't see the position board. But at 50, there was a move on Coinbase just now at 50, where there was a wick to the upside. It hit 51, came back down, and as it did, somebody stuck 50,000 on the offer at 50 even. So the short was off that. You can see coin, look how thinly traded it is, but there's a 50,000 order that just sat there wanting everything, and they actually got a small portion of it, so 45,000 left on the offer. Took the short on the way back through, got some 70s. It's bouncing at 49 even. My stop is at 50. If it breaks 50, I want to get out, but obviously Coinbase is going to be in play with that, getting that out of the way. I don't know that things were that bad or good for Meta. Basically, the play that I was looking for was that I thought Meta would go to the downside yesterday at 1 o'clock if for some reason the price was so low on Apple's headset that it blew everybody's minds. And then I think that would be like, reaction downside on Meta, and then you try to pick up the pieces. None of that really ended up happening, so no big moves on Meta. However, there is a level coming in today that matters. I think the 268, it was that previous high. We had the big run up last week and then the gap up, and then that started it started to fall a couple of days in a row and then broke out from that level. And it's not, I don't want to call it the Alamo, because I don't want to be overusing that term, because I feel like that should be like that last dish, like that monster level. But 268 on the dip, that's where I would expect if buyers are going to come in today on Meta, I'd be looking there. And if not there, it's either really obvious, like an even, or wait for it, like 260, allow it to consolidate or something along those lines. The 275 remains big resistance, so I want to respect that if we can get, if it does a $5 bounce even at this point. But it does feel like to start to the day today, you're looking for those levels. There could be a dip. I don't necessarily like the short here at this price. I feel like you're giving it a little bit too far. So I'd have to see something set up to have an opening short on something like a Meta here. But as I said, Coinbase is going to be interesting, drawing our attention. If it doesn't ever get past the current lows, I can see a relief rally. But for now, I just want to keep playing off that 50 level.
Yeah, we're already doing pretty good here with a couple bangers out on Coinbase. We're short now at 60, but we just covered some at 48s. We actually got some really good covers right here. We got 49 flat. I mean, it could go. We got 49 flat and then 48.80. So we've already made the money here on Coinbase, but we are holding against it one more time right now. So I'm going to watch out for that 51 level coming into play. I mean, then upside 52, then 53. So lots of levels to look at here for Coinbase today. And if you look into the 5-minute, then it's really like 51, 50, 52, maybe as a high level there. But yeah, it's moving around, and I definitely want to be all over this name. We talked about it's going to be on CNBC and a couple different things happening for Coinbase. So let's just wait to see what happens here. We're still trying to get short on it, but we don't want to pay too much of a different price here, and we don't want to get too involved early on this name. But we are already, so there it is. We just take another short there at 78 or whatever, and let's just see where we go now on Coinbase. So could blow up. There's not too much liquidity here. Just as much as it goes down, could just pop right back up. So let's just be very, very careful with it. That VWAP is, I don't know if it's any good, but 51.27 right now. So that's a while away. So it's going to be a big hit if it gets going up to there. So yeah, a little bit nervous here, but prepared to battle with this.
All right, a few other interesting notes to consider this morning. Mobileye obviously moving around. There's GitLab to the upside as well. We'll get into both, but maybe we should touch on this Mobileye note before we get to 9 o'clock here. Downside to the tune of about 5.5. It's now grinding back higher here. Intel going to sell $1.5 billion worth of their stake in MBLY.
Yeah, Neil and I talking about this morning, speculating as to what the reason was. Him and I probably came to some sort of consensus with respect to why. Probably they need money because they're building a whole bunch of foundries. So we also talked about, we haven't really heard much in the way of AI coming from Mobileye. You and I have talked about off camera how AI may take self-driving, full self-drive to the next level. So we'll see what comes with this.
Is the better opportunity maybe Intel today, guys, than Mobileye?
Not usually a stock that does a lot of volume or has a lot of liquidity. So in that respect, it might be true. Now, all that said, I do think it catches a bid today. They still hold 88% of their stake in Mobileye. Their voting rights decrease. They still control vast amounts of it. The concern I would have is not newly anointed, but I mean on earnings gave you an opportunity to buy the dip on Mobileye, which I've been waiting to do for quite some time because I was an idiot and didn't buy the IPO. But I think Look, if they're doing this now, Intel, that is, their capital costs are just they're gonna need to probably raise more at some point as well. So I can see this happening where they trim it again next year or somewhere down the line, and that would be that fear where they're just dumping into the market or selling another time this year. All that said, I do think it catches the bid today. I just don't want to be catching a falling knife on a very illiquid stock. The level I looked at, 37. It makes some sense to me when I was sort of zooming it out there and pulling it back and say, okay, you had recent support of this last move into the 37 level. But if that doesn't hold, you could easily be back down to where it settled after earnings down at 35. I don't want to be guessing on it. Let's let it open up and maybe do some volume after that. As far as Intel goes, it was weak yesterday, back beneath the 50-period moving average. Once it's back beneath the 50 period, we're looking flat bottom break yesterday. It broke that 31. It got down to 30. There's another gap fill that would be sizable, and the level's back up to like 30.60. So that 30.60 secondary consolidation on Intel that you had in the afternoon before the next move to the downside, that is also your 50 period on the daily. So, I mean, it stands out 30.50 to 30.60. If it's above that price, I'm probably not really looking for the short. Or at least I should be out of that short and looking for a different price or a different trade. But certainly at that level, I'll be shorting into any pop that goes there. And it might just be a play like yesterday where it breaks the bottom and then you're entering the position on the break to the downside. So I do still like Intel to the downside. Mobileye, you just got to be hands off to the open because liquidity is at a premium on that stock.
Yeah, so I'm still doing the same thing here. I'm looking at Coinbase. I'm not even really looking at anything else. Right now we have 70 cents in the money. We just took some more out at 49 flat there for Coinbase. We've been shorting this whole time. So far so good here on Coin. Right here, going to the downside, take some more at 50. Nice push down. So we're $1 in the, well, we're only 60 cents in the money right now. But let's see if Coinbase can continue to make moves down. Honestly, with Coinbase moving like this, I don't think I'll be looking at Mobileye today at all, but I do think that as far as an investment and things like that, I mean, it's in the right space. I think it's good by Intel. Intel's got to focus on what they're doing. So I don't see any of this as a negative, and probably a good opportunity, like Neil said, to pick up some shares on the cheap right now for Mobileye. But I'm trying to pick up shares on the cheap here with Coinbase and then sell them even cheaper. So that's what I'm doing right now on this name. We've just taken multiple outs at the bottom here. Let's see if it continues to hold or breaks back above this 51.50. So right now, Coinbase looking to hold 49, which is a little bit of a surprise. We have lots of news, obviously, today about this name, down 16+%. It's Coinbase that I'm short right now.
All right, let's bring in Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets. It's been a busy day the past couple of days for Bitcoin. Yesterday on the Binance News, we're back to the downside again this morning. Jeff, good to see you as always. Good opportunities to get exposure to this market if you're looking from the equity side with Grayscale products. We're trying to hold 25,500 right now, but I did notice on the most active yesterday, those Grayscale products back to the top of the list once again.
Brendan, yeah, thank you for the intro there. Yeah, so I have GBTC up right now, so there's not a ton of pre-market action, but yesterday it did close at 13.68, and right now the offer is at 13.50. So looks like it is, right now it's trending lower than yesterday's close price. And so, I think if you kind of loop all of the names in, right? So the one that I was just referring to is GBTC, which is the Bitcoin Grayscale Ethereum Trust. But then also there is the Ethereum one as well too, ETHE. And that looks like it's relatively unchanged in the pre-market from yesterday's close, but probably two definite names to look at. I saw Sean was trading Coinbase in the pre-market. So maybe these names also are something to keep an eye at going into the open.
Active here on this SEC note, as we mentioned, Gary Gensler going to be on a couple of different networks coming up here throughout the morning. So possibly we get some more movement coming into these. Otherwise, some Chinese names, just noting here, back to the top of the list as well. Tencent always providing opportunities for traders on the OTC market. Tons and tons of volume again yesterday.
Yeah, so we have three of those names, right? So we have TCEHY, which is Tencent. right? That always, is a pretty liquid name in this space. And yesterday it was at the top of the most actively traded names in the space. And also we have Luckin Coffee, LKNCY. That was a decent volume day yesterday. And then also Didi, DIDIY as well too. So those three names, along with the Grayscale, are all three pretty active names here on a day-to-day basis. But then now with everything going on with crypto, and also it's still like China a little bit too. Those five names are definitely ones to keep an eye out on. Another one too out of Europe that it's always kind of around the top is Roche, RHHBY. So that's something where it may not be moving around as crazy as or as much as the other names that we mentioned, but it's always a name to kind of keep an eye on. Right, so RHHBY. There was a decent amount of activity in that name as well yesterday.
Yeah, good opportunity in the pre-market for traders to get an early look as to how things are shaping up over in Europe. One thing I did note, Jeff, maybe you can touch on this a little bit, that are mysteriously missing from this list over the past few days, and that is, any of these recent bank failures that we saw, and all of them end up on the OTC exchange. The headline's kind of gone now, behind us, at least for a couple of weeks, as far as anything more in this area coming along. I mean, Silvergate was probably the last one to go down. There's the others that failed as well from the regional bank group, but pretty quiet as far as trading goes.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I was looking at this earlier. So First Republic was probably the name that was most actively traded once it got down to OTC markets, and so it was trading under the ticker FRCB. So that was ticker FRCB, First Republic. So yeah, so it had a ton of trading action, probably like the first week in May there, when it first or maybe April, end of April, first week of May, when it first came down. But then now it's trading in a range. I think it's trading yesterday closed at around 21 cents. So it's not a ton of activity, but I think, like we typically see with a lot of these D lists, it's always something to kind of keep an eye out on, and especially if there's other regional banks that come into the news. But yeah, FRCB is another one of those names where I think if you're going to be looking to day trade, one of the bankruptcies in the regional bank space is probably the one that's most liquid.
Anything else on your radar to kick things off on a Tuesday here?
I see Nintendo has traded a decent amount, NTDOY. So that's another one to kind of keep an eye out. I know, Sean always likes talking about that one, especially because his kids probably he'd probably be able to retire if he didn't have to pay for all the Nintendo games that his kids use.
Great stuff. Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales at OTC Markets. Have a wonderful week, sir.
Thank you.
As always, thank you, Jeff. Hey, man, the Nintendo chart looks pretty darn good. I mean, you talk about, actually, Ethereum actually has bounced a little bit, and we talk about this Bitcoin as well. They're not as low as Coinbase. I think that bears mentioning. So they're not that badly beaten up. But yeah, Nintendo, you can trade over in the OTC. One of the good things about it is all the releases, when you come look at the Asian markets, when it comes to like earnings or whatnot, they always do that like well in the aftermarket hours, so that sometimes you can be trading the reaction for the first time over here in the OTC. But that's a good looking chart on the daily for Nintendo's sake. Let's just show that one, because I know we're pulling up, it's like, okay, you're talking about Luckin Coffee and and SVB and some of the things have gone over there.
Still, so they're not much.
But there were some actual, like ADRs or Asian listed names, which are solid companies, which you can get exposure to. And as you mentioned, the Grayscale products are going to be heavily tradable as well. As Sean said, I mean, there's going to be a lot of trading in Coinbase today. I'm going to suspect that is true. That isn't to dissuade or to negate that if there are bigger moves in crypto, that things like Mara could move and Riot could maybe move. But this is very specific to Coinbase, to a certain extent Binance yesterday. So this is where the bread's going to be buttered, I suppose, in this overall space. And quite frankly, as I say that, I'm going to hopefully this works. Every time I pull my Bennett's chart over, it hates me when I resize it to be bigger. But yeah, you're not getting a huge move. You're holding 25,000 essentially, and ETH is holding up pretty well. So this is very specific. And there was a move to the downside that held 25,000, but the actual catastrophe, if there is one, is happening very specifically in Coinbase here. So yes, you're going to see some movement and some ancillary products out there, but no, this is a Coinbase thing today. And Binance.
Yeah, we just shorted. I mean, let's just go.
Awesome.
We're shorting more Coinbase. I mean, now we're shorted at 70. We just shorted more. We're getting it out. We have an upsized position for pre-market. I like it here. We talked about this over and over again. But as far as Jeff Mendel is concerned, what's up, Jeff? Yeah, look, I think GBTC and stuff like that are great vehicles to trade in. It's not just because he's a friend of mine. I think it's good. You're going to have to watch out for Bitcoin today. We don't really quote it here in the pre-market, but we're going to have to watch out for GBTC. There it is on the daily chart. It's small. It follows pretty smoothly. We're both in position, so I don't know why. I guess we'll show that in a minute. But right there, down to 14, 13. Just watch out for Bitcoin and GBTC. You can definitely trade those two together. There we go. I just got more out at 49 flat right there. So, wow, that was a good one, man. We smoking early. We're dropping down the cash for Coinbase. We just got to fill at 49.02. Right there on Coinbase. So, yeah, you know, my disdain for this company is still there, and today we're making money on that opinion. So here it comes. Let's go, Bitcoin. Straight to the downside. That is now correct. We've got a decent amount of shares here, as I told you. So let's see if this can come down. We're now $1 in the money and looking for a little bit more, as it is bouncing around. So $1 is what it is, and then it could go $1 against you in a heartbeat too, right? So just be very, very careful here. 51 break, and we're gone on this name. But so far, so good here on Bitcoin as we're making our day right here, and it's only 8:56. But this is very, very slippery. We talked about Gensler coming on CNBC very soon. That's going to change.
I would expect moves then.
I would expect moves then, to say the least. So watch out for that. But that's still 15 minutes away.
But there's a hard double bottom right now at 48.50. It's actually ticked down there a couple of times without seeing the actual level. So just respect that. The couple of times that it's moved, there have been big size. In the pre-market, big size has moved the stock, a refresher at 50, a seller at 50. There is some buying at 48.5. There's support at 47.50. This can still squeeze, right? It's down this much. Short sellers might want to take profit at some point, but it is giving you one of those double Huadunk moves. Like, remember, this did not this yesterday, but this was a $66 stock. So the shorts have won like 25-30% in a couple of days. That's the only reason I think there could be a squeeze at the open if it doesn't hold on being 50.
First segment of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV. Get you 10% off. Shout out to our friends over at Surge Trader. Here we go with some analyst moves for you this morning. It's worth noting there's some both directions on Apple. But primarily price target increases to the upside coming off day one in the keynote address, obviously, at the WWDC. There's GitLab. We'll touch on that coming up. More negativity, 3 days in a row here for Dollar General, downside, Airbnb, FedEx, and something called EPAM.
Low of the day already. It's a good thing we saw this one at $50 because sometimes you look at it like 66 and you're not paying attention, and other times that happens. I ignore Dollar General. I was just looking that one up because it's been a dumpster fire for that stock with a downgrade. But Coin hasn't got any downgrades because they haven't been able to react to it yet.
I'm not even paying attention to anything else except for Coinbase. So there it is. Now you're starting to really push down. You have a nice offer there. It's going to take that offer and rip back up. But for right now, we just take another fill at 50. We've already made a third of what we made yesterday, and yesterday was a good day. So here we come now, pushing down to the downside. I told you, this is what I'm trying to do here, telling you guys, like, you know, I said I had an oversized position considering the pre-market. So there it is right there. Yo, what's up, Randy? I just got another coffee, but I do appreciate it. There we go, man. Now $1.80 in the money now for Coinbase. So, you know, that money's coming in, and those were good ideas there early. We tweeted out about 10 minutes ago that we were shorting Coinbase. We talked about shorting Coinbase. There's 830 short, and there it is now to the downside. $1.70 in the money. I just told Brankles Coinbase has a 3 handle on it by the end of the day. I don't think so, but let's wait to see where that goes. Right now, $2 in the money for Coinbase, and see you later. I'm glad we had enough shares on this that we can make some money. So let's go to the down. There we go. Let's go. Break 48 right now. Like normally in the pre-market, we don't have many shares, but this is different beats today as there goes Coinbase down to the downside. Probably reasonable to cover now because that guy just was pushing it down and just got filled. Like we said, as soon as he gets filled, this was going to happen.
Now he's walking it up.
And there's the explosion back up to the upside. So Coinbase, very, very tricky name here today. It just touched 48 flat. Now right back to 49 here, guys.
Reading both the ARK, so the ARKK, and then the rest of the fund. It's number 5 on the main fund, but number 3 as far as waiting on all of Kathy Wood's funds as well. So, yeah, not good as far as coin is concerned. Let's get a quick look at how the overall market's shaping up at 9 o'clock here. Sharif's going to look at the futures.
Yeah, let's have a look at here, guys. This is the ES June contract. Really, basically the same thing as yesterday. Let's go to the screen, guys. 4,300 is the level that we need to overtake. We took it momentarily yesterday and then broke down below it. Same thing as yesterday. I talked to Sean this morning. I'm like, from Friday's close to Monday's close, we were 1 point apart. So the same thing to the downside, 4,250 is the last area of support. Let's see how we do with the pre-market low, though, Brendo, 4,273.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free for you every single morning. Head to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email, and then it just shows up in your inbox, as I mentioned, for free. Day 2 for the WWDC coming through starting today. I don't believe, correct me anyone if you can, I don't believe there's a live stream today. I think it was only for the keynote address yesterday, but we'll still get probably some headlines because there's a ton of media obviously covering this event. Let's be honest, the first day was the big day.
Yeah.
First day we got the headset, everything else that came along with it, software updates for, it seemed like everything is getting a software update. So we'll see if anything comes from Apple day 2.
And they used AI a total of 0 times, really differentiating themselves from every other S&P 500 company that's had events or earnings lately. But they did incorporate a lot of AI into the new iOS 17 coming out in September. There's all these keyboard features and recognition features. Should be interesting to see what Apple does, even though they never said it.
I really like that they were showing when your phone goes to sleep, all the different apps that you can use on it, like a clock, a calendar, that type of stuff is going to be very, very good. What do we think here, guys? WWDC Day 2, a trade?
On Apple, oh, thank you, Randy. On Apple, I want to say there's going to be a trade on Apple, but the problem with Apple, the problem with Apple is it's not going to be as volatile as everything else that you're looking at here. That's just the reality. So we talked about 177 being a bid yesterday just because if you looked at the week, or I guess I should be talking about last week, that's where the support was on Apple. And they sold the news. The anticipation was that you could have a sell the news event. You got to sell the news event. Pretty much at 1 o'clock, it made the 185 high, and then only dip. It stair-step down. The second hump that you see, this bounce was when they announced the VR headset. Right at the end, they announced the VR headset. That was the lower high. If we get a chance, I think it's a fade off of those 2 levels today. If it gets there, that's a big, big if on Apple. Otherwise, that 47 does come into play. The other 2 big things with Apple was Disney. Well, I guess, oh, wait a minute, we're going to talk Unity and Disney independently. So, yeah, Apple, I don't know if it'll be a trade for me today because it probably has to go another few dollars before I'm interested in fading it. I wouldn't want to fade it here. And then I'm not that secure on the bid unless we're back down around 77.
Oh, man. We just reloaded Coinbase at 49. And now it's down to 48 again right now and looking to go lower here on Coinbase. Wow, this is like... I was just bidding 47.05 and pulled it now. So let's see. There's another flush. it just keeps on wiping out and then starts to head back to the upside here. So as long as there's sellers, there's not going to be very many buyers for a very long time. They keep on trying to get this going, gets wiped out, people come back and buy this in again. So right now we're bidding $47.50 in what is the money dance trade of the day. It doesn't even matter. We can get out now and be happy with our net today and walk away from this, but we have more to do, obviously. Traders should never, ever really be satisfied, which is why, I keep coming back every day. Right there, 180. So I think there's going to be a trade on Apple today, and it's actually happening right now, breaking through 180. And I just think that that's going to be another key level to look out for. We just touched on it right now. I mean, we wrote this sticky note an hour ago, and we talked about 180 when it was down here at 178. So if you're long down here right now, I think you want to get something out at 180. And again, I really like Apple today. I think there's 180. We sort of didn't, since we broke it, we never got a chance to go back above. This Coinbase is so good. Anyways, 180 right there. This is a level that I like. Let's see if it can hold these bottoms. It looks like it wants to do that. But yeah, I don't think we rush into anything now. Huge drop yesterday in Apple. We were long. It was my number one stock yesterday. Well, AMD was my number one stock, Apple number two stock yesterday. And looking to make the same play again. Through 180, I like that, but that's what's on my mind here. But again, I'm really just trying to watch out for Coinbase here. See if we see like that flush down moment. I do have some bids at 47.50. We just made a low there of 47.70. So that was, 15 cents away from getting filled. We'll see if we can get another one down here on Coinbase. But $2 in the money right now. It's a banger, but we need to take it out. It's not profitable until you take it out. But we've been getting out. So we still have about half of our total position right now on Coinbase. So could be disastrous. Let's wait a couple more minutes until he's on CNBC to talk more about Coinbase.
Offer at 48.50 now. The offer that was at 50,
Yeah.
It came down beneath 49. It's now at 48.50. I think that's a trailing stop situation. And someone asked in the chat, can a stock be halted if it's in the pre-market? The answer is on news, yes. For volatility, no. Circuit breakers and that kind of stuff does not apply until the market opens up.
All right, speaking of AMD, let's talk about an upgrade here coming through this morning. I mean, it's a maintain, but it's a maintain at overweight. The note that was attached to this from Piper Sandler was actually very positive, essentially saying nobody should forget about AMD and all of this chip hype.
Yeah, in the midst of all the GPU hype, we've forgotten about the importance and still the need for CPUs. Lisa Su and her crew, they've been killing it there, beating Intel as the leader in market cap now in chip making for American companies.
150 on the price target from 110 for Piper, guys, on AMD.
Okay, I mean, that's 110 was under. I mean, so 150, that's obviously going to be a good thing. So yesterday, most of the chip names were hanging out pretty much at their lows all day. AMD bounced off of 115 here. If you look at since it made that gap up, like the 24th, there's that gap move, and then holding the gap, there's your 115 on AMD. So I hate the term the Alamo, but I also love it at the same time because it kind of clarifies things. That's where I think the bid would be. It settled that yesterday, and I want to respect it here today. It was weird because as Intel was on the lows and Micron was weak, Marvell was weak, at the same time NVIDIA was at the bottom, AMD was basically holding the top of the range. It broke VWAP on the Apple event when the M2 chip was announced. I could see it making a run today, but I like that 115 level upside. If the chips start going, there's some other fades that I'm like. I already talked about Intel at 3060, and NVIDIA's got some levels. Both the 95 was good, yesterday's high, and then remember 405. 405 is the $1 trillion mark on NVIDIA. 405 to 406. I forget the exact number. It's between those two. So that's a resistance area because of the 1 trill more than anything else. And you've been seeing a respecting of the range on NVIDIA underneath that. I guess at one time that we cracked up to 417, I think. You've been holding a range between like 405 and 380. So as long as we're inside that range on NVIDIA, I think you play the edge.
All right, so we talked about having an upsized position there in Coinbase. So when it broke 48, I took out just 20% of what we had left there at 48.10. So now we'll wait to see if it can move back down. I canceled that 47.50 because we take a 50-cent hit just to make sure that we get, well, not a hit, but make sure that we get some out. It's $2 in the money, and then there it comes back down. So we did take a piece out when it broke back above 48, and now we're going to hold the rest of this until disaster strikes for Coinbase. So hopefully to the downside. We didn't give up that much, but we did get some out, and here it comes back down to the downside. Look, I think there's a great trade happening on AMD. And if you guys want to look at the sticky note for exact details, trying to do a better job of, not a better job, I think we've been doing a great job. The sticky note is the number one, looked at thing. Oh, I have to change this. Look, I put you there. I have to. Oops, I don't want to embed it. I'm going to have to edit that. But thank you for checking out the sticky note, and please retweet it if you can. Right here, AMD's on here. We talked about why we like it down there. Tried to break long yesterday, didn't. We'll see if we can hold 119.50. If we do, then I really like a 120 break. So let's see what happens there with AMD. Holy shit, we are really getting going now on Coinbase. Down to 47 and change.
The size
right
is
now.
now at 47.50.
Yeah, buddy.
This guy's stuck.
Yeah, we in this right now. Let's go. We're now.
Gensler's on.
Gensler's on, good. So we are, yeah, well, that's what we said, 910. So we talked about this trade as being an upsized trade for us. I hope you guys have this with us. It's Coinbase. We've already made half of what we made yesterday. Let's see if we could do it again here. It's Coinbase. Let's go, baby. We're short this name right now. We love this. And let's just see if we can make the magic happen on Coinbase.
So we have, guys, or am I going to read it? Gensler says Coinbase is alleged failures deprive. I mean, he's on there just basically starting to call them out there, guys. Go ahead.
He's basically saying that the exchanges are operating as brokerages without actually registering to be brokerages, which is what we read this morning. So crypto exchanges are commonly a number of functions. I mean, it's going to be the same old story, but yeah, watch Coinbase, watch Bitcoin as well. I was just reading this story, TIO, Tingo Group, getting called out by Hindenburg here. So heads up on TIO getting crushed there as well. Yeah, you want to?
No, the Hindenburg hit piece here.
Yeah.
So what I was reading to you, we are short Tingo Grove because we believe the company is an exceptionally obvious scam with completely fabricated financials. So go do your research if you're interested.
All right, Unity and Disney getting a little bit of follow through here. We mentioned it right off the bat here this morning. Needham, get this, Needham analysts saying Apple should just straight up buy Disney. What are they waiting for? So Unity and Disney, possible follow through to come here today.
I mean, look, I don't think the current FTC chair, Lena Khan, is going to let something like this go through. But from a practical perspective, we were discussing it off camera this morning. The cost of acquisition for some of these sports franchises now, Brendo, they're getting ridiculous. I know in Canada, DAZN outbid some of our, the oligopolies we have here with Bell and Rogers. They were outbid. So who's got oligarch money in North America? Seems like Apple might have.
Get ready to go on a Apple cruise, apparently, according to Needham. Unity downside right now. I mean, the overall market kind of coming off a little bit as well, guys. But still, nice look. 20% here for Unity again.
So that seller just keeps trailing it on. When it breaks, I'm going to get out when that seller breaks. They trailed it to 47.50. 47 is going to be next. I'm going to start Disney first. That deal's not happening for obvious reasons. They can't. The regulators would never let Apple and Disney combine. That's part one. I think a lot of it there's some logical sense, man, especially on the entertainment side. Like, you can really get me on board that you could see a partnership being fantastic, but what in the actual hell would Apple be doing with parks and cruises and all that kind of nonsense? I mean, come on, what are we even talking about there? But it doesn't mean this partnership can't mean good things for Disney stock. It's been beaten up. It's got a flat top break-ish at 92, which is in play here today. So I haven't taken 930 breaks. The problem I think Disney might have today with a top-end break is, well, the eyeballs aren't here. Like, they're not, like, there's no volume on Disney. The eyeballs are on crypto. The eyeballs seemingly have been on things like Unity's a little more exciting there. I don't know. The break is set up there, but all of a sudden, looking at anything at 930 that isn't Coinbase, which is either going to die or squeeze at the open. Like, I just got out of coin. It just retook the 47. I want to wait for that. Every time there's been, let me finish the thought on Coinbase, because even thinking about talking about Disney right now, maybe we take a 92 break, maybe we don't. I probably don't take it at 930. But every time I've seen a move like this on a big quadrunk down where it's been stair-stepping and you get like 15, 20% and it happens in the pre-market, generally speaking, a bounce at 915 has not been the best time to re-enter the trade. and I'm going to cancel my offer because if it does squeeze a bit, it's because you're probably getting some actual covering that people aren't trading in the pre-market. They're waiting for the open, and they're looking to maybe short cover. I don't think there's going to be very, very legitimate buyers on the stock other than short covers today. Maybe Kathy Wood is going to still like it. If that's the case, this would be the price area. So I want to resist the pop at the open and wait for that to be a re-entry point. As far as Disney goes, I like that 92. Unity, dip by to 35 makes some sense, but I'll let those things settle themselves out. I don't want to rush into either of those two names at 9:30.
Look, for as far as Disney is concerned, I mean, obviously as a shareholder, we're pretty happy about this move, but we're just going to wait to see if there's any follow through. I don't know. I mean, Apple could buy them, and then, yeah, like Neil said, but that will spike up the stock, and then whether or not it closes or not, who really cares? So right now, Disney 92 long. I feel like that's worth testing. Let's just see. We had a 91 floor yesterday after the announcement, but it's down. Like I haven't actually looked at it because I've been so obsessed with Coinbase. But right there, this is sort of what I was talking. Sort of what I was talking about with that floor yesterday. So here's the announcement. Then it came back. I mean, ultimately the wicks early were down here at 90.60, but I feel pretty confident with this area right here, 90.80. 90.60, things like that. I'm not buying any more Disney, nor am I getting out of the position that I have. This is a wait and see for me on this. I do like it if we take 92 today. Let's just see. Again, the market is kind of dancing around here. I prefer Apple for the long against that. And Apple's already, I mean, we marked down on the sticky note. And please go find it. Yesterday, you guys really bombarded the Instagram account. We have a great Instagram account with Day Trade the World. We have a great Instagram account with Trader TV, and here it is again right now. We're talking about Apple long 180 right now, and that's right where the level that it's at. So we've got Coinbase short right now, as that's rocking in the money, man. So Coinbase, $3 in the money now with that stock, and there goes Apple as well. So I like all this talk, man. There's Coinbase down to $47. Let's go. Let's get this thing lower right now. It's Coinbase. We're short at 50. It's at 47. How low can we go? But we like that Disney. I didn't even look at Unity. I like Unity software. I mean, I've been talking about Unity ever since my kids were playing these random games on the Switch and didn't Unity's not Fortnite, but it's one of them, that the Unity engine. What?
It's the
Fortnite, Unreal Engine is Fortnite, but the Unity engine is a couple of the other ones as well. There's a game, a cooking game that my kids play on Switch. That's pretty fun there. But there it is. Here it keeps going to downside Coinbase. But Unity, if we were just talking about that, there it is right there. Big move up. I think this has a much better chance than Disney just because of where it is and where it's come from. This was a $180 stock. And again, some of these beat up names that are relatively new to the market need that catalyst. And if this is it, then this is it. So let's watch out to see about Unity. 39.50 is the only level I'm interested in on this name today, breaking out the top. But again, I'm way too obsessed with Coinbase. It doesn't matter. The amount of money that you're up or doesn't really matter. Let's just hold this, see what happens. I do have a bid at 46 flat to get out of another piece, and this is what happens. When you take a decent amount of shares, you can start to piece them out. Obviously, looking back, getting out at 48s and 49s, bad idea, but you can only trade what you see, and for right now, I see lower in Coinbase. So let's wait. We are taking out this mark right here, right now. So hey, if it continues to drop, not much support until 40 bucks, if even then, on Coinbase. So you're probably going to get a stop at 45 for sure. I already have a bid. This is now $3 in the money and honestly getting out of hand a bit. So let's go. We're bidding 46 flat on this. Shout out to Max in the back. I know he's killing this as well. So yeah, man, Trader TV Live for the dub today. We're cooking it up. And honestly, man, shout out to DJ Khaled because it's another day and another one here at Trader TV Live.
Let's jump on to the next one. Palantir up, it was 7% at one point when I sat down this morning, back to about 6% here. But I mean, the daily chart tells the story. Right back to the top end of the range. This was this morning. They've launched their foundry for manufacturing on AWS. So yet another day, more positivity for PLTR.
Yeah, not a contract this time around, but a product launch. They call it Foundry, not to be confused with the foundries that make chips. But it's basically going to allow users to merge industrial data, decisions, and operations to fully harness manufacturing data. So that's a look there and a nice move from Palantir.
Just reading more comment here from SEC's Gensler. 6%, guys. We're kind of flirting with this 15.5 again for PLTR.
I mean, I don't know. He's saying there's real value. If there's real value in crypto tokens, and SEC compliance will build trust. But that's the tokens. Like, remember, like it's almost like his words are careful here, because everything he's saying doesn't necessarily shoot crypto in the foot. But the last couple of days, it kind of. And remember, yesterday's note on Binance was equally bad in some ways, because they talked about client funds and misappropriation of them. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Coin's at 45 now. Palantir, I'll get this out of the way quickly. If it's same thing as yesterday. If we see 14.20, we love it. But the new breakout has been 15 even. That's where the long was yesterday. Because quite frankly, there was an issue with the NYSE. We couldn't trade it at the open. You could, but it was very difficult to quote issue at the open. So 15 became the only entry point. I like that for the lower high that you saw yesterday. I like that for a dip buy. If that ends up breaking, that support down there, I'd look back to the 14.20. But Palantir, it's got good volume on it. It's been churning, obviously, but it's no longer the hot chick today. So it's probably not the right term. I mean, out of the long stocks, it actually might still be.
All right, we got some out at 45.88 right there on Coinbase. So, yeah. Good thing it's a catered lunch, or lunch would be on me today. Palantir right here, we have this as 1560 long. Just find out. Again, I'm going to put myself out here on the sticky note every day for everybody. So if you guys want to come over and check it out, please make sure you retweet it right there. Palantir's launch of Foundry for manufacturing on AWS boosts the shares again today. And so again, remember, Foundry's now they're going to try to put this more into the consumer side of things rather than all these big industrial contracts or contracts with, the Fed or anything, immigration. We've talked about sort of their higher end contracts. Now, if they can get Foundry into shipping, supply chain management, all this, it's just a data computation. They figure out, basically inefficiencies and using AI to do that in data, right? So I like it. Here's Palantir. Sorry, I can't. Still obsessed with Coinbase, of course. But there's the 1560 level. We saw that yesterday right there. That's the level that we couldn't break. Obviously, if we do break it, we have another issue up here at 1570. I just think let's go 1560, see if we can break it, get above it, then maybe use that as our base. So right now, I like this 1560 coming on. I see Katrine getting ready, but it's not. I was looking at the time, you scared me there. And we are ready to rock and roll here with Palantir on that short.
I gotta say one
you have
quick
more
thing.
Coinbase news? Or
No. It's on our platform, we're having a bit of an issue with some New York stocks close prices. So the percentages on our chart on the day on some New York symbols might be wrong. That's all. I was just looking at them like, wait a minute. Palantir is showing.
Yeah, it's not up.
It's not up 6%. I just again, that's what shows in the chart. Palantir closed at 15. It was like 15.20. It's up like 20 cents.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I just
Not bad.
because it showed 6, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's not up that much. But
I saw that in our watch list that it was up like 8%. And I was like, yes. And then I was like, wait a second, it's not.
And I think it might be related to the issues the NYSE had yesterday at the open. So some New York stocks might show incorrectly percentages on our platform. The closing price is wrong.
Smash the like button right now, Brendo.
I would if I could. Actually, maybe I can. Let's go on to GitLab. We'll make Pradley happy to start things off. Here's 30.5% for GitLab to start the morning. It's nowhere near, Prad. It's nowhere near. Don't worry. Nice beat right across the board. Forecast looks good as well. Yeah, and hey, wait, one more thing. Show that. There you go.
Oh, you took it from me, Brendo.
Oh, sorry, man.
Come on, now what am I supposed to talk about? No, but like the AI addition is pretty interesting because it makes coding suggestions. So kind of gets what you're trying to do, and then it makes a suggestion to make it better. I kind of like that, but not that I code though. The rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas. As always, real-time scanning alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment. TraderTV20, bottom right corner right now. Use that QR code. TraderTV20 gets you 20% off. Keep in mind right now, $11.11 gets you a 2-week test drive as well. The entire platform, including real-time data, $11.11. What do we think here, guys? GitLab up 30.5%.
Well, the thing is, it's weird, but on the daily chart, it's got room to run. I don't know if it can do it today, but good look for them. It's only 11% short, which I suppose sometimes when you look at a daily chart that looks like this, you get accustomed to that it'll be more. Oh, goodness. There you go. Now you can sort of see up in the 140s. I believe the IPO was 90-something where it opened up. I don't remember the issue price. If you guys remember the issue price, you can throw it in the chat there. But back above the 200 period, there's room past $50 on this move. I just feel like this is getting hard to chase. It's not a lot of pre-market volume. It's better liquidity than Mobileye, but not by a ton. And then when I sat down, I was sort of just looking at the 44 because it was a 200 period moving average and saying that gives you something that if it's going to do the whole gap up and hold that consolidation for a couple of days, I don't want to anticipate the base. Let the stock make the base on the gap up, but that is a 200 period moving average. If it starts supporting that area, I think there's a trade-off of that price. It's just you want to see volume come in at the open. Otherwise, I think you get run over if it starts gap filling. I think you can end up with the risk of punching a high on a break at 47, and I think you're not necessarily wrong until it breaks 44. That's tough to put up $3 worth of risk plus slippage on GitLab. But if it starts basing out at 44, I do like it. I don't feel like it's going to be a trade at 9:30. Just stick to the big guns, and I think you'll be okay. Look, we didn't even mention Tesla today, which is crazy. I know that kind of happens these types of mornings when you get flash news, you get bigger moves all over the place. But Tesla had a big break at the open off of 17. It got to the 20s, was then a short off 20. And Tesla has been screaming to the upside. This is why you always say, never be unwilling to make a trade in either direction, because momentum can change at any moment. So never say, okay, I don't want to go short this, I do want to go long this. You just always have an idea of that you can change thoughts even if you're biased, because Tesla went from a breakout to instantly putting lower highs in and being short the rest of the day. I'm going to like that 220 to 221 if it can get up there, but let's not sleep on the breakout price yesterday. It broke 218 right at the open. You've got a 218 sitting right there, and that's where we close, 217.61 on Tesla. If it does the old pop and fade and does not hold this level, I think that can be shorted into 215 for a quick scalp trade even.
Only 3 minutes till open here. I just want to show you the imbalances because Coinbase did come out a buy of 200,000 shares.
That makes
okay, well,
sense.
it's gone. Oh, there it is right there. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so a little bit of a bump up. Our best out, of course, is 45.80. We talked about that. I'm going to get a piece out if we take 47.20 or so because, yeah, anything can happen here early. Let's just wait to see. We only have 30% left, so it's all good. This was a good out for us. So was the 48 out. So, you know, if we have to take one at 47 in the middle, we'll do that and then try to hold 25% or so. Try to get a 5% here off open. Amazon with a sell as well. And then the interesting one for me here would be AMD because I like the long in AMD. I like the long in AMD, and it just sold off pretty good right there, down to 1840 on that imbalance. So I'm not going to jump into anything yet. Let's just wait to see what this does, down to 118 here on AMD. I might actually put out a feeler for 118 off the open for AMD. But either way, it wouldn't be a very big trade. Now, let's wait. Like, I'm done putting on those little feelers because what happens is I get in trouble when I do that because then all of a sudden I go long, even if it's 50 shares or 100 shares or something at 118. Then when it goes to 117.50, I'm like, okay, this is the spot. Next thing you know, I'm putting on a couple more. And then, you know, once it breaks lower, you're like, oh God, now I have one trade idea and I'm down whatever on the day, right? And so I think it's good to be responsible with your trading here early. So let's just wait on that idea for AMD. Like I put in the sticky note, it has to take 119.50. If it takes 119.50 and we can hold, then fine. And there's another out. We'll do the money dance. It's not as much money that we had down there at 45.80, but we took another fill there at 47.20 like we said. So now even if this thing rips all the way back up, man, we've got a great day for us and we are ready to short more here on Coinbase as we only have a minute and a half until we drop on this Tuesday.
Yes, sir. And there's that Hoth stock. I know a lot of people in the chat were talking about this small capper that is running. It's up 80%. Good mover. It's a little bit cold on the planet Hoth, but this one has been screaming to the upside. So it's definitely heating up there. I had to throw a Star Wars joke in there. Again, it's just who I am. 380, if you look at it on the daily chart, pretty logical place where it made a bit of a curl. There's room if it can break this top at least until 550. This was a consolidation zone for a while before it made another move down. So I'd expect there's going to be some serious, maybe choppers, just some people looking to take profits at 5 if it can get through that top that it just failed at. I double-checked. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I didn't pay for locates, but I double-checked. We have to pay for locates on this. They're free on Coinbase, but on Hoth, we have to pay for some locates. I have not done so. If it can hold this open above $3, I think the shot play to me would be if it can hold the open, try to structure a trade off the 3 area where you're stopping at 285, risk 10%, and then hold that into a break of the high of the day. But I always need to see it hold the open first, and we haven't had a chance for that. So we're going to be watching a little bit of Unity. GitLab, I don't know if I'll be trading that. Disney could make that break at the open. And Coinbase, I'm not saying it will squeeze. It's just that every time I've been in this position, whether it's Robinhood or whatever, at the open, if short covering comes in, just allow it to happen if you like the short.
Yeah.
And then wait for the turn. Like don't step in front of it, it starts going crazy to the upside. Just wait for the turn. Like, you know you want to go short, just let it happen. 50 and 51 are obvious levels if it gets back there. Cat's on the bell. She's locked and loaded in 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
All right, so we're going to watch out for Coinbase right now, up to 48, 48, 49, maybe coming into play. So good couple covers down there. Let's just see the spread is spready a little bit right now, 25 cents or so on that one. So let's be patient and wait. Apple to the downside right now. So again, as patience, look at the market. The market's absolutely tanking right now. So big move down to the downside right now. Coinbase going up, market going down right now. So let's just be patient with all these levels. We know what we want to do. We just have to make sure we execute. So, we're still short Coinbase. We want to wait for that. Short again, 49. We'll watch out for 50 if that comes into play. Right now, Apple making a big move to the downside and right back into some pre-market levels of 178.50.
Oh, that was quick. So looks like Intel broke the bottom there. I don't want to call it a flat bottom break because it hasn't been down here long enough for it to be a flat bottom break, but it broke the low. We talked about a trade if it got a pop to the upside at 30.60, but it breaks the bottom first. I'm going to work into this short, give it to like 29.90, but it's the only thing in town. I'm trying to be patient with Coinbase as it's bouncing here. It's not even at 49 yet. So it's rejecting 49. It's so tempting to be early on this trade, but I don't want to jump the gun yet. Apple could be at 177 right quick, and I don't want to stand in front of that one on the way down. But I am looking to catch a bid on Apple in front of 177. That's for sure.
Okay. So I'm already long Disney right now. I'm in Disney. I was just looking at Disney.
Oh.
That's not doing anything. It's long Apple, sorry, right now. I was thinking about Disney and Apple there. Long Apple at 178.70. Just trying to play this. We're going to wait for 178 to break before we get out. But like I said, really small. We don't want to get into too many things here early. We've already really done well on Coinbase, obviously. So let's just hold out for that. Let's go back over to our sticky note and see what else we have written down. We have Palantir written down. So that's going to be a name that we're going to look at. Palantir, wow. I'm saying wow, but look at the market. The market's puking today. So the fact that some of these names are coming back down, Palantir at 15 looks interesting. Maybe that's a play down there. But Palantir definitely giving some back here down to $15.
Yeah, suddenly I think that was the buying at the open that might be, I don't want to say it's done on Coinbase, but that could be a little bit of it. It just rejected 48 pretty decently. I'm going to try a first look here. VWAP doesn't matter to me all that much at this early in the morning, but it also happens to be that 49 level that was supported that it's in front of. So I'm going to go for that short. I'm in Intel right now, but Palantir, oh, thank goodness it didn't catch a falling sword there. So I like the 15 level for a curl, but it's got to curl first. It's just teetering to the downside. Like, I want it on the back end. Let it bounce first. If it bounces here, great. That's a level I like. Otherwise, wait for 14.20. Only in Intel, as we mentioned. Airbnb making a break of the high. So no breakout on Disney, but Airbnb making a break of the high. Yesterday's high still in play, and it hasn't made that break just yet. 116.60 for all those out there watching that particular name. And some big cap names aren't as bad, but one of them is at the low that we care about, and that would be NVIDIA. Yesterday's bottom was 387. Today's bottom is currently 387. NVIDIA trying to take out the low.
Yeah, we took a 15 bid there and got out as it broke through Palantir. So let's wait to see now if it does want to catch it again. There it is. It's a downside move. So, you know, everything is coming down except for Coinbase for some reason. Right now, we do have an app. There it goes. Apple just broke as well. So giving a little bit back on some of these longs, but nothing too much to worry about. Apple just broke, and then we just went long again. So I'm going to see if this is the bottom. We'll take a little bit more shares here at 178.10 just to see if that is the case. But again, we just got wicked out there at 79. Well, we didn't get 79s, we got O's. But hopefully we can watch out for that as a bottom. This market's downside, so we should be looking for shorts for sure. Coinbase really paying off now as we just bounced off 48. Let's see if it can hold 47 or not before more downside on Coinbase. Palantir doing okay right now, so
it's holding a bit
I think we'll put in, you know, like if we could break above 1503 or something like that, maybe then that would be a nice play. But for right now, Palantir to the downside. Good thing we got out of that one, and we're going to try to watch to see what Apple wants to do down here as well. As I don't know what the market wants to do. I mean, that's really the main thing. You could see the NASDAQ and the ES both heading to the downside right now. NASDAQ trying to catch a base here. So you know, if
But Meta's strong.
Is Meta strong? Okay,
Meta's,
so go ahead. Yeah.
Meta, right at the open, Meta broke 270 downside and then just came right back up. It's flat right now, but with the market heading down, it actually showed a couple signs of strength. I was about to say I was going to fade it if it got up to the high of the day, that 272, 273, but that hasn't happened. I'm very close to pulling the trigger. I think now would be the time on coin. It's starting to resist. I feel like it's almost done. That initial pop that we saw in big volume at the open, there's a big buyer. It's 47.
Yes, sir.
So it's at that whole point. I just got this consolidation. I'm going to give this to like 47.5. I'm getting into Palantir now. It's on the other end of the trade, so it's above that 15 level on PLTR. Brendo?
It's AI with a nice start here. C3 AI back to the upside. Just tested yesterday's high, about 10%.
Okay, so we are actually really banking right now. We have Palantir long at 03. We talked about doing that price. So hopefully some of you are with me on that. Palantir long 03s. We just covered at 10s and 12s right there for PLTR. And then Apple, yeah, buddy. We make that money back on Apple. We still need to make a little bit more, but let's see if it wants to climb to the high side there. I thought we got more through 178. We did not. So we are waiting. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Rob. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for that as we get reloaded right there. As Sharif says, talking juice. But I like it. Coffee is the name of the game. Okay, there's Palantir again, looking to break back lower one more time. So watch out for this 1492 area. But hey, man, if you want to go to the upside, Palantir, you just do that right now. Long at 03 with a decent sized position. It's Palantir. Let's just see where it goes from now. Apple trying to go. Coinbase definitely going to the downside. Man, today is once again, hopefully for everybody as well, another good day.
Yes, sir. And yeah, I'm in Palantir. Got that one off the bid at that 15 level on the other side. But coin just did. It's going to be entry for me off that 47. It sort of set up that wick high. But if it breaks 47 again, there was a big buyer for 100,000 at that price. If I see it come back in there, I probably just take it out and then go back to the 49 level. Still in Intel and Palantir making a good bounce. But got to go over to that C3I and Hoth. Hoth made the break of $4 here. It's now making that move. I think there's room to $5. I'm looking for a little bit of a dip so we can play the consolidation game off of that test at $4. So it held 3. That's only step 1.
Man, we are getting to be so much a better trader. Like, I'm really excited for the future of this market, man. This has been a good couple days, man. And look at Palantir right now. Long at 03s, it's at 20. We still have more than half of this position. What's up, B-Real?
Treatment, guys, a positive Alzheimer's treatment coming back for that. Hoth Therapeutics, if you were wondering. So a nice look for HOTH.
News, because I quite frankly didn't know it.
80 cents in the money right now for Apple as we start cooking up a big-time profit now on that name. Coinbase, Palantir, Apple, let's go, man. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe as we continue to bring it to you every single day. We went long Palantir, we lost 5 cents. Then we got back in, and now we're in the money 17. So that's a good trade there for Coinbase. Obviously, Apple, we still need this to go up. But look at that fill right there. We just got filled at 75. Hopefully, this continues to make a move to the upside. And then I know Neil and I are both obviously on Coinbase right now, rejecting that 48. So I'm just going to hold this until I see a 30-something.
I'm not sure it gets to 30 today, but it's not impossible. If it breaks the low of the day, all things are going to be possible, but I'm not sure it can get quite that far downside. Palantir, I want to see it get to that 1530, 1540 area before we take the next out there. And Disney, that what's made that move. It's going to the upside. We talked about a 92 break. I think a 92 break is going to be incoming any second now on Disney, but I almost don't want to wait it out now. I almost want to play it off of this 91.50 instead of taking the break, get long in front of the break. Oh, that stupid stop warrior still doesn't work.
Okay, so yeah, we talked about it, man. It's written all up on here, man. All on our sticky note today. Disney, I like that call. God, we can look at that at 92. So let's wait. I think that it's going to get excited through 92, but it could also be the top, right? I mean, there's a lot of this whole go broke, woke kind of crap coming through. I mean, whatever your opinion is, fine. But that's been holding Disney down, and maybe it's been for good, maybe it hasn't. But today we have a catalyst here for D-I to the S. That is Disney. So let's wait to see 192 coming through there. I assume that you got out of Coinbase because you were mad about that stop. Yeah,
no,
I don't trust those either. But
I know I shouldn't have used it. It didn't work yesterday either.
There goes Palantir right now to the upside. Man, are we ever banking on this one right now? Thank you so much, Palantir. Long $7-8. We just bought this name. Sold some. I actually was talking with my father. He's pretty much out of everything. He got out 11 and 12 bucks. I still have got some of this. So right now, Palantir, nice move up to the upside as we continue to go, man. Apple's now 50 cents in the money. Palantir's 20. And poor little Coinbase, $1.80 in the money right now.
Yeah, Coinbase, 47 stop. I had to punch out manually when it broke 47. It got like 40s and 50s instead of the evens. It's still heading upside, so I want to wait now for that 50 level. Tesla is getting absolutely shellacked right now.
No,
so it's through 15, continues to head lower. I was kind of, it is what it is. Obviously, I wanted to pop and fade. It's not going to happen. But if we go back, 210 is probably the next level to the downside where it can hold. Intel's at that 30 level, so I got to respect that 30 on INTC. The market is headed down, but Intel catching a bit of a bid. In the short, in the pre-market range, if it takes out that high going into yesterday, I do not get back in until it gets to 50s. Sorry, 30.50 to 30.60. So Disney makes that move, breaking the pre-market high. Sometimes we anchor ourselves to round numbers, but if you look at this, yeah, 92 is a round number, but the high break yesterday is here at 75. And I've been guilty of doing that myself. It's like, no, the breakout is from there, so we're going to get into it off that price. I'm now out of Intel. It's broken that 30 level. I don't mind short in Intel, but it can't be here. It might just have to be at that 30.60 area. So Disney to the upside. Somehow I'm only long right now into a market that is continuing to flush.
Yeah, same thing, man. I mean, I'm long Apple. We've been destroying that. We've been destroying Palantir to the long side, and we just took some more money right there on Coinbase. As we just shorted it and took some more out of it. So, okay, pretty easy trade there today for Coin, but it has been, you had to get into it early, so it's not like, it's been upside. So
the best trade was pre-market.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying early, yeah. So if you got into it early like we did, then you've been really cashing out, and we have a bid down here at 45.70. We just reloaded it. We're not scared of this trade, but we reloaded at 49 against 50, so that for me, we've talked about this the whole time, that's where my out is going to be sitting, and now that I look, I don't even have an out there, so let's just make sure that we can take that out if it does crank back above 50 bucks. I think that's where everybody's going to want to take it out, so we're not going to get everything out. But look at this right now. That was a good idea to reload a little bit there at 49. Like, give me $1. Why don't you? Again, Coinbase to the downside as we're getting pretty damn excited. And I'm just going to wait. We wrote down 92 for a reason there on the sticky note. It looks like it's going to try to push it again right there, so watch out. I'm going to go long through 92 on this one. Let's make the dream happen here on Trader TV Live.
Yes, sir. And oh my goodness, AMD is up 2.3% right now, and making the move to not yesterday's high, the 122 high from Friday.
Oh no, I missed 120 break.
So yeah, it just broke 120. No. It's on the way to that 122. It's not the only chip name moving to the upside. I already showed you guys Intel breaking 30. Nvidia, however, is sort of chilling out here. It bounced off 387 again, and is headed right back up to the top. If it gets to 94, 95, that's the area I want to be shorting it. So big move on AMD there. 122 is resistance. Again, I only find myself long right now. I do not want to rush into any shorts. The market went down first. It's starting to catch a bit of a bid. So I'm going to roll into shorts. I want to see signs of weakness before we jump into those. It could be back into Intel. I will acknowledge that. I made a bit of a top wick there when it broke the high. If it holds this level, I just probably jump right back in to said short. And for those of you watching Hoth, it did the consolidation. This is right when coin was doing its thing, and I got out of Intel and traded Disney. You got to pick and choose where you want to go. Unfortunately, it did the consolidation off that fail break up to the high of the day and showed you 350 here. I think that's where the long is safer, but if you took it on a 4 break, you're still in the money. I much prefer playing it off of this 330 level here. If I get a second chance, I'm hoping to take it.
Oh, man. So I'm obviously upset because of AMD, right? But, you know, we put that on the sticky note as one of our big names. I was just too obsessed with Coinbase. And like Neil said, you got to go over somewhere else. But that's okay because we got it back in again right now. So we'll go and we'll do some smoking right now because we are now 50 cents in the money on this AMD. So let's put an offer there at 66 and take it. And now let's see what happens to the upside. We had to buy 44. Like, I like the 120 so much that I paid 44s for it. Then it came back in and I got something filled at 17 or 18 there. So that was okay, but I should be long like 04, 05, a lot of shares. The problem is I missed it. So that's okay, but you know, we're still here. We're still here and still trading there. Apple dumps it down, so we'll take an L on Apple right there, the last piece. And let's just be careful with AMD because that's definitely screaming to the upside, but the whole market's falling down right now and continuing to go. So let's watch out for this market. Palantir, obviously good outs as well for us there on Palantir into the mid-20s. You saw me do that over and over again. Yeah, other than that, man, everything's all good. And here
Disney
goes,
broke.
Yeah, here goes again another sticky note play of Disney right there at 92. So let's go. We'll see if we can cash out on Disney going long 9 deuces.
Yeah, cashed some in front of it, then took more out on the other side. So I got some out in front of 92 on the 75, yesterday's high break, and now I'm going to take some on the 92 break even. I'm back in a coin for the first time in a bit meaning 5 minutes or 10 minutes ago. So I grabbed that short, but Disney starting to make its run. 2 set upside, I'm back into Intel, so I put a couple more shorts on in this move back into the market, but it's the same 2 that we were trading earlier, which is, I suppose, how it should be. I think that 50 level and 51 are the next 2 places to play that short. Palantir, I took some profit, but it's right back at those highs. If it breaks the high of the day, I'm thinking of places to add to this on the way to 16, as opposed to necessarily taking it off. I think it's a long into at least the high. Brendo?
A little one moving around, guys. Zura, Z-U-R-A, up about 15%. Bit of a reversal right now to 750. 80 million in financing coming through for a little biotech.
All right, and there's the sticky note level right now. Let's spin it right there for Disney. If anyone's on it, welcome to the show. Make sure you go find this. We actually said please retweet this as well. AMD long 119.50. How's that tasting right now? Disney long 92 right there, right? We're going to have to watch out for Palantir. It hasn't hit that level, but we're long Palantir. And then the Apple long right now is out of the money 20 cents, but that's been up to you how you taking that. So please, guys, 92 long right now on Disney. Look where we're at, 92.40 right now. So yes, sir, we're smoking today. It's been a really good day. I hope you enjoy the show. Hit the like and the subscribe if you get an opportunity to do that. We are also into Coinbase again right now as well against 50. So let's see if that one can work out for us. What another great day here. Look at Palantir. One more out at 25, 26 if we can get it. I'm actually waiting for 26s. Hopefully that can go back up to the upside again right now. It's a fruit salad kind of day, so I hope you guys are having that. It's a nice, refreshing breakfast that is fruit salad.
Fruit salad is always good, but
Yeah.
you don't have the fruit salad.
I don't, not today. No, too busy with trading, man.
That's
Too
the thing.
busy
And
with
the
trading.
pre-market was moving.
Look at AMD.
Didn't even get up that time to go to the bathroom before the market opened up. But the problem with Palantir right now is it's rejected this same level twice. If it can get to that high, fantastic. What I'd like to see is it start basing out and trading the pre-market low for the lower high, for the higher low then. Coinbase is making that move. I feel like, that buying at the open, we took that first sign of weakness. It was working down toward the low of the day. Then it stopped out. I had to punch out manually, unfortunately. But now you're back into those pre-market levels. So 50, that 51, those are going to be the levels to watch here. If it gets past that, it could go full squeeze mode. It doesn't mean I want to go long, but I want to respect the fact that above there, it's going to try to fill in said gap. Disney's still making its move. We've got it a couple times here.
Holy
I have
shit.
taken some profit out in front of 92.50.
Dude, you see-
But you go to the daily chart, all the way back up to 94.
AMD.
94
I
level
missed.
is definitely the level on Disney. So I think there's plenty of room for it
I
to
have
continue
it,
going. And
I missed
yes,
the punch.
yes, you're absolutely right. SoFi is
$1.50
making a
in the
move,
money.
Elon. Oh, come on, daily chart. SoFi's still going. It just broke the high of the day
Let's
again.
go SoFi.
But breaking the breakout wasn't very good. This is the same price that it was at yesterday. So I think we get a little bit of more excited if it starts holding above 730. This is the exact area that it rejected. But I'm liking the start that it made today. Just not the first name on my radar. But congrats if you happen to have this one long off 7 even. I think you buy the dips on this as opposed to taking the breaks. But yesterday that was the one exception off the open.
Yeah, no, I'm not on the phone. I'm just talking with the professor over here because we're all about AMD, baby, and we talked about that one on this. The sticky note is just el fuego recently right now. We're going to wait to see. It looks like, unfortunately, Coinbase is going to try to take 50 again right now. But, I mean, we're $1.40 now. Well, I mean, it should have been $1.40 in the money on AMD. It's only $1. Hopefully that can get going as well. Good outs there again on Coinbase. On Coinbase. On Palantirs, we get a third at 27 fill there. You guys saw me do that live. Okay, so we just kind of rejected there off 50 again, but I don't know what Coinbase really wants to do right now. Obviously, we have a decent amount of shares, so I don't want this thing to blow up too hard against me, so I'm going to take out something here at 49, and then hopefully it can continue. There we go. Okay, we got some 04s there. Hopefully this will continue to push down. I'll cancel. I have a 48.55 right now bid. I'm going to put that there just with less shares because we did take something out there at 49 flat just because that's the price we have. So if it does come back down, we're just, honestly, we could talk about our daily goals, but you guys know that's already met right now. So there we go. And shout out to my guy over there because it's another one happening for everybody right now. 4 positions, all 4 bangers. Over to Brendo.
Just seeing a comment here, guys, from Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI. He's not interested in an IPO. PacWest, meanwhile, back to the upside today. Nice pop through 750 there on heavy volume. Not seeing anything. Again, remember there's that Fairfax Financial headline yesterday for PACW.
Yeah, so Coin, the reload, when it tested that above that 49 even, it rejected 50. We kind of waited from 47 till it got above 49. It's back into VWAP. It takes them out in front of VWAP. Let's see if it can make a lower high here. I just want to see another lower high, and then we try digging back into this, rinse and repeat off that 50 level, and maybe we get back down to that 46. Disney's leveling off a little bit, but that's fine. Well in the money. Palantir, a bit of a concern that it's fading. And if you're looking back over, I know you some other names out there. I'm watching that Hoth. I always talked about that. It already broke that 4, did not get the consolidation. Congrats if you did. It's now showing you an entry point above that 380. So if it hangs out above 4 a little bit longer, I'll try to risk 25 pennies on this one at 4. I don't think the $3 out is reasonable up here. That was more off the 330 level, which is come and gone. Disney's starting to pull back in there. But remember, this is a long game. It's a high level. It's a breakout on the higher time frame that has a couple of dollars worth of room, and I want to be able to give it some time to work. So if it dips back in, I like it at that 91.75 breakout price, yesterday's high. I'd love to see a bit of a consolidation there to re-enter the long position or to add back in. I never actually got out.
All right. Yeah. Shoot. Like we missed that 121.50 on AMD, and again, this is another one that's on the sticky note there. We're not going to call it again. So we'll wait to see where it goes. Now I have a 122 offer, just waiting for it. We did the same kind of move there on, and of course, you know, Disney was there as well. Palantir's been a great trade. We've been getting out of that as it goes upside every time up there. It keeps getting stuck, and I don't know. Like, I mean, I'll take a 12 right now. It's only 9 cents, but the more profits we can get, the good for us on that. Right, so there it comes back down for Palantir. Let's just watch out for a lower break. We're going to be green on Palantir today, obviously, so let's just see how green, and hopefully this can bump up just a little bit more than where we are right now. Disney, good trade, backing through 92. We like that one. And then let's just check out what Apple's doing. This is the L for us today. I mean, it was fine. I mean, we got 80 cents there, but you know, averaged it back in and then dropped it out for 30 cents. So we are red on Apple today, and like I said, man, no problem telling you guys what's good on that. What's Docu doing? I mean, there's a couple names that are moving around.
Oh, no, DOC.
Yeah, Docu.
No, DigitalOcean people were talking about.
Yeah. Someone put something. Yeah, DOCN is another one. DocuSign, though, yeah, it's not doing anything. Flat on that. Ford, Roblox. Tesla, again, always well worth to trade as well. 213 and watching out for that. pretty choppy for Tesla this morning. Like, it's a nice move down, but right now just can't really get it all figured out. I'm in love, obviously, with AMD. Don't tell my wife, but this is straight up fire right now to the upside, man. We could wait for 121.70. That's where we are right now, 121.90, sorry. There's the take right there, man. This is $2 in the money from Sticky No Nation. So it's just continuing to climb upside, as is Disney, as is Palantir. Life is good, as always, man. Let's go. Did we just get that AMD? No, we did not. But yes, we did right there. And there it is. Wow. All right, man. Thank you for watching. I'm not exhausted, but out for words right now the way that these trades are working today. So it's been a very, very good one. Thank you, Professor, for that.
Yeah, it's one of those mornings, man. It's been fantastic. You got to say congratulations to all. And you know what? You haven't knocked these over. It's perfect that it's a bear and a bull, because I think the market at the open has gone both ways. Like, you've actually held the bottom. You've got strong names out there, a couple of chip names. Coin is making a bit of a push back to the upside. It's worth noting Bitcoin has bounced. So if you're watching a chart there, I don't know that it matters, but it has been loosely following it. So we bounced off VWAP. I think you're about to retest 50. I don't want to sit in front of 50. I want to see it reject. I got it in the front end last time. I'll try and get on the back next time. That could mean you miss out because it is SSR, short sale restricted. You need an uptick, but it's about to test that 50 level, and Coinbase following Bitcoin just a little bit. I don't want to ignore C3AI and Unity, but when this is at 50, you have to be watching the stock at that moment. Disney just rejected 92.5 again, so the next time it gets up past 40, I'm going to take another leg out. But at this point, it is going to be about that 50 level on Coinbase. It tested this a couple of times. And Palantir back into 15. I'll wait for it to make a bounce, and then we'll jump back into the trade. Lots to watch, but if you're trading Coinbase, this is it's not the Rubicon or the Alamo, but it's getting pretty close for the short.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, it just keeps on coming back here, and we just have the same stuff to talk about, man. I mean, it's honestly, I keep saying it's like one good trade. You don't need many more than that. I mean, and this AMD is an absolute beast. I was mad that we missed it because I didn't put the order in because I was afraid that if we broke 120 in the pre-market that I didn't necessarily want it. We did have a nice imbalance come out all the way down to 118, which quite frankly didn't scare me off. But I told you, I mean, that's the reason why we didn't take this bid. And then we missed the bid completely. So good thing we double bought it at 44. Then it came back into the price that we have right now, 19s, where we bought this name now $2 in the money. And we just took out, we only have 10% left. So we just took out a piece right there at 122. A lot of our outs here at 121 and change. So really happy with that. Let's see if it continues to climb upside right now. We could try one more, Phil, here. I'm going to get out on Coinbase when it takes 50. So as long as that happens, then we're going to be out of the majority of these shares. But with that being said, I mean, we can always put on more at some point. So we'll wait to see where there's a good level to put on some more. It's probably right now.
It just kind of turned
on Coinbase, but
I just saw it touch 49.90 something. I didn't see the actual high. It was in between 90 and in the evens. It didn't get to the evens. So I got some more shares myself as it curled there. I was trying to grab more in the 70s, but I think I actually got a fill at 60s. That's the problem when it's SSR. Yeah. Like you see it at 90, and then by the time you get short, it's already at like 50 or 60. But I'm gonna get another reload. I don't know how many times you go to this well before it runs dry. Disney did get back up to that high. I know I'm looking at Coinbase. So this is 92.5. You're now seeing it 3 times it's tested up there. I think it's going to, if it dips, let's look back to that 91.75, yesterday's high to 92, and then play it back into that area. I don't want coin to be done, but if that's what it is what it is. And we'll have to hunt for another level if it breaks out that 50. C3AI just made a dip. This one up 10%. There's so much moving right now. If you're in this, I love the fact that it's making a higher low. If it retakes the high of the day, there is so much room on C3AI given the last gap that it just had. It was $10 from here to the recent high on C3AI. I think coin might be giving it up though. Like that short, the fun in the short could be over at least in the short run. I do think there's going to be another short, even if it breaks 50 even. You just might have to wait for it. I'm now out.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't want long. Let's get out.
No, you don't. Maybe okay. Anyways, in shocker of the world here, the PGA and LIV are merging. So LIV Golf and PGA now merging. Yep. So I guess that was inevitable. I'd say hunt to that one.
I guess that was inevitable.
So all those guys that signed all those big contracts are the definite winners in all of that.
Hold on a second.
Congratulations to anybody that did that.
With the same money? That can't make any sense.
Well, they've already got the money.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah. All right, so there goes Coinbase. We got out of half of that. I mean, Coinbase is still like so much money today. But let's just wait to see if we can get any more on Coinbase as we hold half of this short here. You know, blows up to 51. That's probably a good little target. That's kind of where we started to go short early was, you know, right here at 50 and change with a 51 out. So that's 51.30 up there to the top side. This happens all the damn time right now. So, you know, we'll wait to see. Hopefully it can break back down and we still do have that trade. I mean, we're cruising on everything else, man. There's Disney to the upside, Palantir. Everything that's on our sticky note we traded today. Apple, AMD, Coinbase, Disney, Palantir, and it's been a good one. Yeah, no, who's merging is Live Golf. PGA Tour agrees to merge with rival Live Golf. So nothing to do as far as trading is concerned or anything like that.
There's nothing tradable there.
No, what I was saying is just that, you know, Brooks Koepka and that got $300 million and Phil Mickelson that got $800 million.
Because they got it up front.
All that. Well, yeah, they got it to join Live. So they're still there. So it's like if Major League Baseball merges with MLS, which would make no sense. But if that were to happen, I mean, you just signed a contract for base. Like, Judge is still getting paid. I mean, it's not, you know. So anyways, we'll wait for more. That's just interesting as a golfing fan that's finally happening. So good job on that. We'll wait to see what does happen with it. Yeah, but let's look for some more trades. It's 10 o'clock, and as per usual, we're always pretty excited here. So, you know, we'll wait.
Very
go
quickly.
ahead. Yeah, go.
I'm back in on coin. Whenever there's a wick out there, you saw me scrambling because I actually didn't want to be long in that position. I accidentally reversed long. That's what those reds are, getting out of that long. It got as high as 50.19 or 20. That would be this wick up here. I want to be short off that level just as a re-entry. If it can hold this, I think you could see VWAP. But again, that's a wick high off that 50 level break. If it breaks that, I'm giving it to that 50-20 level, Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They just unveiled a cutting-edge trading suite optimized with newly upgraded algorithms for unmatched market signal and pattern detection. Use a QR code, bottom of the screen there, guys, when it comes. Chartprime.com/TLive to get an automatic 35% off. Here we go. In the meantime, as far as the market is concerned, a little bit red to kick things off. 0.15, 0.17 there for the NASDAQ and the Dow. That's the composite. Here's the 100 down here, about 0.25% in negative territory. The S&P, meanwhile, 0.1. The Russell, it's the 2,000 on a bounce today. 0.3 to the upside right now. Overall, the NYSE basically flat on the session. Choppiness, again, if you're with us pre-market, we touched on a number of things, including, WWDC set to kick off day 2 today. We'll see if there's any headlines coming out of that. Mobileye downside is Intel going to sell $1.5 billion worth of its stake. Palantir, with launching its foundry for manufacturing on AWS. Mobileye really kind of choppy so far, really up about 50 cents from the open. That's it. Apple downside, day lows, in fact, for Apple right now, full percent, extending declines from yesterday's session, guys. Back over to you.
Mobileye caught a bid.
Yeah, I was debating shorting Apple at some point because, like we said there on the note, and we talked about it earlier on, it's like if it doesn't catch a bid, then you don't want it. You don't need to be in a trade if it doesn't catch something. So stay away from Apple. Obviously, that read was a little wrong earlier on about the long, as it just. I mean, we got out of the. We did what we. You know, what do they say? Do as you preach and stuff like that. So we were long. We took advantage of that. We talked about this being a dip buy early, which was very light shares, but this was a much more serious trade. Then we got stopped out, went long, and then now it's a cup of coffee or a couple lattes out on Apple right there for right now. I just want to give a big shout out to everybody in Quebec. We had Michael Noss on yesterday as well. There's crazy forest fires happening like everywhere right now in Canada. There's East Coast, there's West Coast. There's even in Quebec right now. So my wife's just telling me, we obviously live right here in Toronto, and she's smelling all these forest fires, and there's a advisory out there for air quality right now.
You can't. There's
so
a fire
I
ban
notice,
across the province.
Oh, is there? So even if you're out,
yeah, like you're not even
Good.
here. You're not allowed to do any fires. If you watch,
that used to suck when you go camping because like you're praying with your kids. Like I hope we can do a fire, but obviously we know why.
They got lucky. My brother lives out in Nova Scotia on the East Coast. They got a huge amount of rain, so that actually was a big help for them.
I saw Michael Noss tweeted some rain out there yesterday.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy. You can see it, how hazy the sun is. Even last night, we're looking at the sun. It's like, whoa.
Mother Nature be damned, man. Like she doesn't she not playing.
She don't play.
You know, like and we've pissed off the world over the last 50 years for sure. So I would say hopefully revenge is not a dish best served cold with Mother Nature. It has been lately. So many tragedies out there, loss of life and loss of, possessions. Anyways, it just makes me, it's tough because you don't get to choose. Well, some people get to choose where they live, but a lot of people don't. And it just really sucks when sometimes this does happen. And like you have to You're fired. No, that's okay. But anyways, let's get back to trading. Just well wishes to everybody there. And yeah, your brother and everybody, I know he's safe, so that's good. But yeah, well wishes to everybody that has
he's like
those.
Downtown.
Yeah, I know it's all good, but still, that's what I'm saying. There are people that, you build your house up, you have your whole money, your whole life savings in there. Next thing you know, destruction.
And it's hard to, Intel's now 2%. This is the other level we were waiting for. So we had the short off the bottom. It broke 30. It broke 30.10 as well. This is where the 50 period meets on the daily chart. That's here. That's the 50 period if I get to zoom in because it's been so bad over recently. But that's 30.60. That's going to be the out. I waited for this curl. Now we're going to go grab it. I still have that re-entry into Coinbase off that 50-20 level. So I'm going to go for that little short pop. It's interesting how strong some names are when this is what's happening to the NASDAQ. Like the NASDAQ broke the low, is consolidating underneath. So you have a wick bottom, but you are getting a consolidation underneath. So if anything is setting up to the south side, you have to at least respect it. That's why I'm jumping back into Intel. We waited for the next level. That's what we did with Coinbase as well. Coinbase now testing 49. When it gets them out, when it gets to that 49 level, Disney is back at 92. It has yet to calm down after rejecting 92.50. I just want to see a little bit of sideways action here. Bounce off 92, show me a consolidation, then it's worth a reload. It is a good breakout trade, but if it's going to be something that can be held all day long, then you don't have to rush to get back into it. I'm not even out of it, but to add back into it, I should say.
Yeah, I'm 250 in the money on AMD. Talking with the professor here, he's loving Meta right now, and I think that's what I'm telling him. It's like all of these names, like that's why I said I'm long AMD. Like they're all Disney is coming back in. We only have 20% left of Disney. That's been an oh my god great trade as well through 92. As I said, go woke, go broke, but we're going woke and making money. So I mean, it can go both ways, of course. There's Meta. I'm not making money on the long term. Well, actually, I first started buying Disney at $80, but it doesn't matter. I did dump most of it at 165, and I remember telling you guys that when they missed on that report when streaming was prime, and those guys were getting bad streaming numbers, that was a pretty good indication, but who cares? That's in the past. We work on what's happening right now. There's Meta right now, 274. Meta's saying, okay, you want to do a $3,500 headset? Well, we have a great one for $6 and Meta, nice upside move there today. I have no idea if that's what Meta's saying or not. That's what I'd be saying if I was them, so we'll wait out for the Oculus. And Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, all these guys, Tim Cook, all these engineers that are working for all these companies, they're going to get everything right. And so, I would stay long technology, especially with some of this interest rate talk. We can check out what the interest rates are. I think it was 70% or so for the, okay, let's just double check it right now. For the raise there right here, let's just go over, well, not for the 7% the other way, right? So I just want to check what the raise percentage is right now. So that's exactly what it is still. So coming out next week, June 14th, let's look for a week today. What day is today? 6. So week tomorrow, 76% that we pause right now. So, that's good for names like AMD, Apple, and so on and so forth. So let's just stay long the tech names. I mean, AMD's only $3 in the $250 in the money right now. All good. And then there's that Disney talk that we talked about right there. 92.40, 20, 40, 60, 80%. We are having a problem at 92.50, so we take a 92.40, and now we'll watch to see what happens on the downside. Cannot be a losing trade at this point. And then, of course,
Palantir's back in 15, just let it.
Yeah, good call. Are you going long here?
If it bounces again.
Yeah, we only have 10. We have 15% left. We actually we noticed the same thing, man. When we were under VWAP here, 1, 2, 3 out. So we're very, very light on Palantir, but good look because no matter how light you are, you don't want to lose. So if we can get some out here, probably a good idea.
If it holds 15, that's a higher low. Come to the chart, because look, it wicked the bottom, it broke 15 even. This is on the way back up. A lot of times it'll be on the other candle, but this was on the way back up that I got the 8. And if it can hold 15, that's a good entry point, I do think. And I know it's a downward trending stock, but that gives you an out at the low of the day. Coin does not want to break 49 right now, so I don't know. I've already scalped out of a bunch of this, and you're getting one of those situations where you've quadrunked. You found a liquidity zone from 48 to 50 in the pre-market. You had to move down. It's been all trend up, and now it wants to hold VWAP. Maybe it's just turned into like a dollar scalp trade, 50 to 49. I think that is potentially the case. Disney's starting to make a bit of a bounce here. Palantir just made that move. Literally, as I move my attention from the Palantir screen,
Oh no!
To show you Disney bouncing off VWAP, that's when Palantir goes to the upside. I'm trying to get 5s and 6s on Palantir if I can for the reload. I just got some at 5. I just got some at 6s on Palantir. We'll take some in front of that 15. Give it to the low of the day. But Disney now showing signs of consolidating off of its 92 breakout. I do like that level. Let's see it calm down a bit. I want to make sure that we're massaging our positions. I got that reload on Intel. Well, it's not really a reload because I'm trading it off a different level. That 30-60 on the daily is a 50 period. So I was able to get in once. I've gotten out once. If it puts in a lower high, I'm going to add to this and work this one off of the high of the day over on Intel. NVIS is running. People are saying Apple is starting to make a bit of a move here. It didn't get to 177. That was the level I wanted Apple to get to for a long. But 177.33 or 38, what's that? Actually, it's 41. Check that. That's getting pretty darn close. If we make another test of the low, it was 77 that I wanted to pick this one up for the long trade. And just the only reason for that is just going back to where support was last week. So 177, we're pretty darn close to it. If we test down there again, I should be liking the Apple long down here.
You know, we were, good call on that one, because we were looking for Apple longs at some point today, and it was wanting to wait for it to barcode a little bit. And it seems like it wants to do that. So you know what, man? I think that's, so good
now
call.
It's going.
Yeah, did you get long
it's too
down
late
there?
now.
Yeah, that's okay. So I was looking at, it is too late now.
I want under 78, not over 78.
Oh, man. Unless it just runs. Like, I missed AMD and paid 40 cents higher for it, and now it's $2.50 in the money, so there is a possibility there. Let's take a break of 178.30 and just try it, man, against 178 there on Apple. So I'm going to put that breaker 19 in right now. Do you read? Hello, breaker. Yep, okay, it's good to go. 178. Oh, man, it's right here right now. I mean, this could be just a break right now. 178. Let's go 178.30. I mean, it's going to break right now. So, good look on that one, and we should have it, but we don't. What? I somehow just got long at 30.29s, but here we go. We are now long back into Apple. If we're going to give this to 138, that means 25 cents or so out for a profit. So let's do that right now. We got something out at 40 there. Okay, that was an order from before. Okay, so we're still long there. Let's go Apple. We just bought this one on the reload to the long side. So let's just see if it works. Palantir, unfortunately, like Neil mentioned there, I don't have any more long at 01s. That would have been a nice trade. But here goes Apple. Let's freaking go, man. Back into the 50s would be really nice. We'll get a piece out at 50 there for a 1-to-1, but let's see if Apple can work now. It's never too late to buy a good trade. So, I mean, obviously we'd make more money if you bought it earlier. Let's just see if we can hold out, sit on our hands a little bit here with Apple, at least till it tickles this 21 period, which is down here at 177.80. Thanks, Max.
70. Why Max there? You caught me
That's
off guard.
his 21. So you know how like a lot of
gotcha. No,
I
never
started
mind.
using
Gotcha.
the 50 period, and now and so he's using the 21 period.
The 9 and the 21. We did a.
It's the max million level there.
Yeah, we talked about those levels. They're pretty heavily day traded. Like we're talking about moving averages, simple moving averages on a daily chart or intraday charts. The 9 and the 21 can be pretty popular. That's the Mad Max reference. So I got one last. I couldn't help myself.
Yep.
We took one last reload on Coinbase here. We did take some out in front of 49, so we're gonna go back to that well. Disney made the bounce. I got Palantir. I did not pick up any Disney. It's about to retest VWAP. So if it can bounce off 92, that would be the entry I'm looking for, but I'd like to see it bounce first. We were able to get some Palantir on that last push above 15. VWAP here is only 10 cents, so I think that's what we have to work with. Brendo?
Coinbase guys just responding to this lawsuit right now, coming through with comments saying they'll continue to operate their business as usual. SEC's reliance on enforcement-only approach is hurting America's economic competitiveness and companies. Again, that's from Coinbase.
Oh, if that's what they're going to say. And that's because the European Union was just quicker to actually make some decisions on regulation. But I don't think there's anything in those responses that's ever going to move the needle. They're always pretty standard.
Yeah,
We're doing everything fine. Yeah, it's nothing to do with anything. You knew it was coming. It's not really. The stock was bouncing well before this happened.
No, but they were operating as usual yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and then now today it's down 16%.
Nothing's different.
You might want to change the usual. That might be a good advice on that one. But you know what? It's not. I don't know if it's their fault or not. I mean, I gotta read more into that. We're pretty light in Coinbase. We just did average into it. So as we said, man, here comes Apple right back down. So maybe that VWAP break was not the break that we thought it was going to be for Apple, but look at the market. It did try to go green. Did it go green? I'm not sure it did. But you know, now it's pulling back through VWAP again to take it to the low side of VWAP right now. So we'll try again. I don't remember what we talked about. You don't want to lose. Well, first of all, I never want to lose more than 20 to 30% of my day or my target for my shutdown. If I'm going to shut myself down at $1,000, then I don't want to lose more than like $250, $300 on one given trade. Now, if it's the idea that you have and you're dead certain about it and you want to sort of go to the grave with it, then that's fine. But at least understand that that's kind of like what your mentality is, right? And then if it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, then you're not sort of caught off guard by like, oh my God, like what's going on here? So just make sure that you're focused on your trade. And again, it's how you make your money too. If you make your money on these one-off, two-off trades, then it's fine to lose it that way. But just make sure that you're consistent with what you're doing, and then you can definitely account for where your losses and whatnot are coming from. So that's what we're doing right now. And on that note, I have to watch out for Coinbase because Coinbase is above VWAP. It's cruising. It hasn't actually even really had a red candle here on the 5-minute chart since we've opened up. Well, I mean, that's not true, but since, well, pretty much is, since about 9:15, straight upside fire for Coinbase. So I'd say watch out for that. And then honestly, man, Apple's disappointing. It's funny because we're only red on one name. And what did I do? I was like, I'm taking Apple long again. So again, you know, just be careful with it. The teal's coming into play again right now. Trust the teal on that one. If the teal, you know, doesn't hold and breaks and goes down, then goes ripping up, I'm not trusting that teal no more. 177, I'm just playing around. 177.85 if we're wrong here on Apple, but we just did get a reload.
And speaking of names that are going crazy, by the way, Coinbase at highs 50.25, above that 50 even. That's where I want to give it to. I just took the executions off for a split second to point that out. Then you finished talking, so I put them back on there. There's too many of them to make sense of the chart, so this is kind of what I mean. I'm just going to take the fills off for a split second. It had the wick above. It got to 50.25. I'm short to that stop. Coinbase is making a move to the upside. There's no question about it at this moment. I'll get those back on in a second. Disney is going to be next.
Sucks.
Disney is, it's still pulling back. You can see on the 15-minute, it's still kind of trend down. It's breaking VWAP here. I want this to be a reload, but it doesn't matter what I want. If the stock does not hold up here and give you some sideways consolidation, the market rolls over. We'll just have to hold on to what we have, get out underneath 91.75, which we said earlier. It's kind of unfortunate, but I thought Disney would be stronger. It still has a chance to bounce, but I'm not seeing a lot of strength off this level like we were anticipating. I am back into the Intel short, but I want to be sure that we're getting only good entries here. So as it made another curl, I'm trying to get on the back end of the trade. So makes a high, get in, makes a high, kind of missed the entry there. I'll get back in off the high of the day on that short for Intel. Netflix gets interesting. You talked about stocks that are potentially catching a break. I saw this in the chat a couple of times. Above 404, it's holding, but like with Apple, I don't want to be punching these breakouts. If it bounces and makes a higher low, I think that's a safer entry. And I still like the Apple long. It just has to be off the 170. I want under 178 so I can give it to 177. That's the only difference there.
Yeah, I just got a piece out of Apple at 13 there. I mean, we're long at 23. We took
Coin
a 10
broke.
cent hit there. Yeah, coin is upside right now, breaking through 50. Looking like it, there it is. So we're out of Coinbase right now. 50-50 just tried to break there, and I guess it did break. And then it just went right back to the downside. Let's try one more time. And if this breaks higher, then we're going to get out of this for sure this last time. Just because 50-50 was our spot, so broke it, came back down. We'll try this, see if we can make, the bottom of that was 49, right? 49.50. So we'll see if we can get it back in. But I mean, it's not like we're out. We're out of Coinbase. We talked about how many shares we had there. So for me right now, it's kind of like paper money, but still. And what I mean by that is it's not a huge amount of shares, and there it goes breaking higher again. So we'll just fail that on the last little bit for Coinbase, and like we said, man, the best trades were there in the pre-market. So there it goes, nice downside move, and we just got stopped out of Coinbase, so that kind of sucks. But it is what it is right now. It doesn't suck, but it did take out that high. So one last test there, out 50 cent hit. We're able to hold that, no problem, but Coinbase still sucks to the downside. We did get out of Disney there at 92. I just didn't want... We've already taken the money on it. If it goes back up, that's great. I have way bigger fish to fry, including Apple, which we just got another piece out at. Again, with VWAP coming down. No more outs for Apple until it does hit that teal, and then after that, we'll rock with it. So right now, happy with the trading so far today, but that Coinbase last one did go back to the upside, which kind of sucks. So
if you're long NEO, that sucked all morning. Strong May sales for Geely is the news. I asked Brendan what was going on with NIO, and that's what we came back with. Either way, NEO it rejected 8, and it's headed back to 7. If you remember 7 from last week, that's because it was a pretty darn good level. If I see 7 again, you see a level like that, you just take it. So if we see 7, I'm just going to be long in front of it and give it to the even. I might even, I'm just going to put a bid now, so you can put an alert when it gets down there, or you can just sit on the bid at 2 and 3. So I'm going to get a bid out there. I will just get filled if it gets down to that price. Palantir just recovered, so this one will come back to the upside. Coinbase, unfortunate, kept dancing with the devil at 50 even, and eventually it broke. 15 is now held on Palantir. Whoops, I didn't put fills back on. So we did get the reload when it held 15 even, but it has been unable to break back above 15.40. So I want to see it bust that level. If it can't, I'm just going to get out of this thing and then maybe just trade as a scalp trade. Time to go to Brendan for the small cap recap and see what the heck has been going on with some of these names.
Hey guys, brought to you by Huiz, the stock ticker HUIZ, smart insurance solutions for new generation consumers. Huiz improved cost efficiency, leading to a 20.2% year-over-year reduction in operating expenses and a healthy improvement in gross margin to nearly 40%. Check out their 23 Q1 earnings release. Scan that QR code, bottom of the screen right now, HUIZ. Shout out to our friends over there. Here we go. A number of individual names moving around as far as small caps are concerned. HOTH, we talked about a little bit pre-market, still 112% to the upside. Trying to hold on to $4 currently. Yeah, positive data from an Alzheimer's treatment that came back for HOTH. ZURA, this one up on that 80 million financing note that came through in the pre-market this morning, still 25%, taking out day highs as well for ZURA. Day 2 here for Forza, the electric boat maker. FRZA, FRZA, 1.5 million share float for Forza, guys. Keep that one in mind.
Yes, sir. I mean, Forza definitely a big mover. That Hoth, congrats if you got that one. It was a move right off the open, right? So, that broke to $4 pretty much then. Meta does not have, on my 15-minute, Meta does not have a red candle, but identified that I liked yesterday's high, that 275, for a fade. If we got there, we just got there. The market's putting in. It's a rally in the market. We're not at that pre-market high on the NASDAQ or green on the NASDAQ. If that was the case, I might second guess this. But if it does occur here, like it's broken 75 now, it broke twice in the afternoon and got to 275.60 yesterday. So there's plenty of room within this dollar range to go for the short. It's just a matter of it settling down, showing me the backside of the trade, which would mean calming down, coming down a little bit, giving a consolidation, something along those lines. So I'm going to get that Meta short. It's just a matter of where. Actually, I shouldn't say that. If it never calms down, then I guess I never take the short. I'm now going to get that reload in Disney off that 92 level. But Meta, high of the day, I still love that fade in this range. It's about getting it patiently, waiting for the curl when you're against the grain. Congrats if you got that wipeout bottom, though, to the long side off 70. I wasn't really looking for longs down there when the market looked like it was tanking.
Another one. Another one. Another one.
Apple. You know, I mean, it's another one. I mean, what else are we going to do? Long 178.15 right now, making back what we lost early on Apple. We just had a bid there in the 80s. Didn't go, so we're gonna have to be very, very specific with this trade here on Apple and see if it does exactly want to go to the upside here with Apple. So Apple right now trying to go. We've got another one on for this right now. Nice trade to the upside for Apple. Palantir. I mean, let's just keep the money going. I mean, you know. We've been trading real. I mean, these markets have been pretty good lately. So let's just try to, you know, stay in the zone. Try to trade. Not try. I mean, we're not trying anything. We're actually doing it. You know, make sure that we trade the best names out there and the best ideas that we have, because sometimes you can get sort of carried away with what you're doing. So let's just, you know, stay focused. Palantir was a missed opportunity on that reload there at 15. Even Neil brought it to like all of our attention there, and that was a pretty obvious one. So should have been in that, and I feel kind of silly for missing it. So you know, that one we'll have to figure it out. But Palantir, a good trade. AMD still $2.20 in the money, and trying to hold out for higher on this one. I mean, look at this one. You want to just keep going on it? Let's go. We're here for that. So that's AMD, banger alert for AMD. Good out for me, I feel like, on Disney, but I do understand the reload there. I'm going to stay away from it. We have Apple right now, Apple 65 cents now in the money on Apple. Let's just see if that wants to continue to work to the upside as well for us right now. So Apple working, hopefully can continue to work on that one. And we're waiting at, I am waiting at 85, but that seems fine. Let's just put an offer at 80. See if we can get an out there on Apple at 80. There it is. So, we could have got 85 after all, but there it goes. Nice move up there for Apple. Hey, man, we're almost at the highest spot. Well, despite losing on Coinbase, we're almost at the high spot that we've been at all day. So, you know, good morning there. We have one red name today, and it's Apple. And if I just get out, then it won't be anymore. So Apple, AMD, Coinbase, Disney, Palantir, all nicely traded today, and I hope you guys are having a good time. And hit the like and the subscribe because...
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Yeah, Kat with the great bell today. And what's the spam doing?
This one.
I like that one. I don't really...
It didn't work last time properly.
Yeah, I know, but where did I put it? I don't even know where I put it anymore, but...
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
I knew
yeah, this might even be...
Hola.
Yeah,
like
it's a nightmare. So
that's
we'll
why I
say
didn't hit it, because
I don't like that one. Who cares? We already have it good. So thanks to everybody. Thanks Fabian and Alfredo for doing that one. I feel like too much spamming of that is ridiculous anyways. So I like some of the other ones that we have on board. So let's just keep with those. But good day. I mean, that's all we can say about today. There goes Apple upside right there. Thank you for supporting the show. And let's just keep on rocking and rolling. We talked about getting out of Disney there. It just broke lower, if anything. Maybe a short off VWAP right now, but we're not in that one. And we're just going to watch out for Apple and AMD. We're getting pretty light now, man. It's 10:30 already, Neil. So
there was a tag at 275.99 on Meta there. So that was, I mean, obviously that's the even dollar, 75 and 76. So the second it bounced off of that level, I got into the short to the high, which is obviously the evens. If I see another rejection, that's the only place I would add to it. Risk 25 cents. There it is. Actually just broke the high of the day. So I waited for it to get to any kind of a point where the R&R would make sense. That was about 25 cents worth of risk. I will jump at it again if we hold underneath. I was just in Disney on the reload. Still like it. It's still... Look, I still like it if it could make a bid, but once it didn't hold VWAP, I took one shot at the reload, and then we gave it back to 91.90, that previous low. Ignore that wick up there. It has been rejecting that 92.50 seller that came into play. I'm still down to Intel and Palantir. Those are going to be 2 ones, and I still like the level on Meta. This could be one of those situations where it just has to run some stops a little bit more, but the market is at the high of the day. Outside of Intel, I want something else to short. And if you're still looking at coin, I think it's fallen asleep a bit, but 51 was where this all started if you really think about when it started after we came on the air at 8:30, the 51 level was it. If it breaks that, I don't want to say it's going to start gap fill mode, but that's pretty much the Alamo on the stock. Like 50 was a decent level because it was even. 51 is where it really rejected when the actual volume started coming into this. It's been that 51 level. So I'll give it to that one if you get another shot in it. And Google's breaking higher, everything on the high side if you look at the overall market. However, oh, go ahead. I was going to say
No,
NEO.
I was going to say same thing with Apple. Go ahead with NEO. Yeah, Apple's at 179.
But no, I was going to say NEO's turning back down.
Oh, NEO's the other way. Okay.
Yeah, NEO's turning back down. Not everything has been rosy, especially if you look at some of the Chinese ADRs. NEO flushing, I still like a 7 bid, but that's more of a gimmick trade than anything else. Alibaba's down, but a little bit more strength than Alibaba. It seems like a NEO kind of day, looking pretty ugly. Momo saying I want to short, look at Ford.
Momo always is saying Ford, and there's nothing wrong with that. Stay in your lane.
The only problem, so here's what I'll say. The only problem with Ford is like $13. Like $13 to me is where you'd look for the short trade, and it's at $12.70. I just don't know how you structure a trade on Ford that isn't like 30 cents from here. So I'd be waiting for Ford to get to that bigger level. It's just kind of like Meta, man. Like if you're churning to the upside, wait for it to actually get to the level before taking a shot. If it's going to fail off yesterday's high, then you don't have to short it $1 away from it or 1% away or 0.5% away. You can let it get there. And as a matter of fact, there's Meta giving the overfill, and now 50 could be the entry for me. I'll take pot shots at it, risking 20 to 30 cents each time on Meta, but that's what I want to be doing. Under $1 worth of risk to get $1 pullback is what I'm trying to do on Meta.
Yeah, okay, that's good, man. We have $1 in the money on Apple, $2 in the money on AMD, and trying to make $1 there on Meta, which seems like it should be in the pocket. I mean, that's the thing, right? Trade what you see. Good call there on Meta, up and to the right, as Sharif says there for Meta today. But we just took a piece out on Apple at 178. I mean, again, you know, you guys say, what's the trade? Like, what's the trade, bro? What's the trade, right? And I mean, and that's exactly the trade. We told you guys I was going long, breaking through VWAP, and then averaging in at 178. So, what's up, man? That was the trade. Trust me, bro. I got you. So that's the trade there on Apple. That's the trade on AMD. That's the trade on Disney. That's the trade on Palantir. We've already given you that, and we'll try to get some more and more and more. Was that a call for Brendo? Because if so, then let's roll over to Brendan.
Busy day, guys, for crypto markets. Obviously, back downside right now. Unfortunately, we held on to 25,900 briefly there for BTC. If you missed it this morning, though, the SEC coming through with a lawsuit accusing Coinbase of operating as an unregistered brokerage and clearing firm. In response, Coinbase came out, essentially said they're going to continue operating their business as they see fit. As a result, we're down 20+% for Coin. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, back downside ever so slightly, still trying to hold on to 25,900 right now. For BTC. So a bit of a slow grind after the Binance move yesterday took us through those lows around 26,000 for BTC. But yeah, 25,912 right now, 1831 there for ETH. Pretty red though in crypto land today, guys.
All right, we just talked about crypto taking another leg to the downside here with Coinbase as that just is trying to take 50 again. I mean, that's too bad that the move happened so dramatically there because it changed the level for me to 50-50. It was always at 51. Should have, again, just been trading other stuff. And like I said, it's fine. You can't trade everything. When your net is doing what it's doing what it's doing. So again, little mistake there, I feel like, on Coinbase by not hitting that short again up there near 51. But I mean, AMD is just at the day's high right now. We've had a request to never retire the money, so we won't do that. But I think the word of the day is a nice one as well. We got a couple good ones. 122.60 right now in the money, another like $2.50 again. And if you're joining for the first time, which I think we get new viewers every single day. Make sure that you check it out. I mean, I don't put this work in. Well, I mean, I put it in for everybody, so you guys can go check it out. It's at Trader TV Sean. It's here. It's the sticky note, and this is where we talked about AMD long, Disney 92 break long, which was cash. The Palantir long has been cash, needless to say, and then the Apple long.
Oh my God.
I mean, so we're going to go 4 for 4 here on the sticky note today with the right ideas. So, you know, find it. I'll put it in the chat right now, as will Bears versus Bulls. And it's not like if anybody else has a sticky note or something, tweet it at me as well. I mean, I'm looking for more trade ideas every single day. I mean, I'm just coming up with these myself, but definitely come up with them yourself, send them to me, and I'll repost them as well. So I think that's something that we could do to build community here. Let's go with that. But right now, Coinbase back up to the upside, and look what Palantir is doing right now. You know, 30 cents in the money, right back to day's high for Palantir. We took a piece out right there, 15.30. Let's just see. We want to make sure that we can hold it. We did lose 6 cents early, but then now you can see in the money, every single name we have is a positive name today. That doesn't happen every day, although yesterday I think it was a good one. But, you know, it's 10:30. Market's starting to slow down a little bit here. So for me, just trying to make the right trades, back away from things I don't trust, hold on to winnings, and see where we go from here.
Yeah, I mean, the market it's slowing down, as you said, at that high. Just to come, let's look at the market for a second. We got about 30 minutes until we get to 11 o'clock. I was going to go to NVIDIA, but you did attempt a flat bottom break on the overall market. It held 14.5, which essentially, like, I don't want to call it a support level, but it's a level of interest at 14.5. It's implied support, I guess, 14.45, I think a bigger level. And then you're just getting back up to some of that resistance on the lower high. So we rejected a breakout yesterday on the NASDAQ I'm always talking about here, and you're getting a lower high. I think that sets up the risk to the R&R for some south side. If you can find a name that's at resistance, I was looking at NVIDIA, but it's beneath VWAP. It's not really setting up for an entry on NVIDIA. I'm into Meta because it did that wick high, and I got the 76 short off the fresh high. So we've traded this level a couple of times. We're waiting for it to get there. I don't see a trade on, I'm not really seeing a trade on NVIDIA. I do see a re-entry point if we can maybe gather, and I don't want to rush into this, but I'm on the offer in the 40s on Intel trying to get it off the high. I feel like I was too aggressive underneath, but most of that was because of what happened yesterday. Like if you just simply took the underneath trade in yesterday, it was 4.5% to the downside. So I did get back into that early. We waited for it to get the resistance to jump into that. So it's just Intel and Meta that I'm working with. Palantir is more of a hold than anything else. And I'm not betting on, I don't want NEO to go down. Don't get me wrong about this. Obviously, nobody wants to see stock go down. People invest in these companies, and it's not looking good. But the $7 level was fantastic the last time it was here. I would love to be able to trade off this. I don't believe in it so much that I would short it here. But if it gets down to 7, I am prime. I'm going to be on that bid pretty much regardless of what happens. And C3AI. Let's get this one out of the way. It's at last week's top. The first. It was 37 even. This was the gap high on C3AI, and it's taking it out topside. So congratulations if you've got this one. Obviously, the focus is on Coinbase at the open. And you might have missed out on something like C3I, and that's the opportunity cost. I would not chase it up here. Quite frankly, I'm usually looking for places for that retracement trade once you get multiple breakouts or you're looking for a consolidation lower. To me, that would have been a little bit underneath that 36 level. But if you got it, congratulations to you. SoFi as well.
Yeah, SoFi cracked 750. Yeah, I mean,
SoFi's on one right now.
Good.
As well.
Yeah, good. Tesla looks like it's doing really well here as well, as that still goes straight up to the upside. I'm looking at this AMD. I mean, I want to be able to hold this. I mean, there goes Apple right now. So let's try to go diamond hands on Apple. But AMD, I mean, Apple's just broke. I mean, I say there goes Apple, and I'm talking about diamond hands and all that nonsense, but I mean, let's just wait. It's trying to break 179. It just tried again and again and again. Like, it's been here a couple times, tried to go. Its best out is 179.07. I just tweeted this out. So I think it's important that we keep such a strong community here. I mean, we all think that. So I just want to say thanks again right now to Momo and to DVD for your nice talk. So I just tweeted you guys out. You guys can go find that on Twitter there. And it means a lot, that others are able to, do quite well and make a little bit of money. And again, make sure you trade your own book. We can't say that enough because, the other day it was like, AMD went up 30 cents and then I got out and someone was like, oh my God, I can't believe I went short with you on AMD. AMD then went down about $1.50 off that level. But again, it's take your out. I'm sad when that happens because, I never want to lose on a trade, but sometimes you got to take what the market gives you. And here is, shout out to Day Trade the World, our #1 sponsor here on the show. Top 10 traders from yesterday. New York and NASDAQ, 14,000. Similar markets. Amex, Chicago, NASDAQ, 12,000. Canada, someone destroyed that yesterday, 9,000. Congratulations. Some more trades here, 4,000, 3,000, 3,000, so on and so forth. And then for some reason, like we say this all the time, we put at the bottom here, Singapore futures. What's up to Singapore futures? Someone taking down 3 bills yesterday. That's good. That's good. If it's somebody in Singapore, that's great. I think that's what SGX futures are anyways. But that's Compare Your Profits. Welcome to everybody who is part of Day Trade the World. And yeah, man, we're making money today. It's been a good day. Let's just keep that momentum going, like we said, to the upside. And here we go. I'm going to get out of this, 121.80. I was going to use 50 for AMD, but it's right there, 121.80, the 50 period. We draw these lines for a reason. So we talked about getting out of Apple on the teal. So you know how much of a hit that would have been? 11 cents. We are 10-1 on risk to reward. Just say no 1-1, 10-1, but it's on the last piece. So, wish we would have held the whole thing, but
yeah, that's one of those things about
story of my life.
That's one of those things to consider if you're scalp trading. It's like the easy way is to just look at the mean of your exit points.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it.
Or you know what I mean, just.
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean by that. That's kind of the average. I should have said. I should not have said the mean. The average is what you want to look at because if you take 10 exits, and they're all the same, then whatever the middle was.
Not the mode.
No, not the. Okay, fine.
My kids are doing that right now. Mean, median, and mode.
And that's sort of I actually run into that a lot because my daughter gets interested in weird math things that are past a kindergartner. So she was interested in patterns. I showed her the Fibonacci. She's like, oh my goodness, look, the Fibonacci's. And I'm like, oh, you're way too young for that. So we talk about mean and mode every now and then, and that's a language I speak to her. So that's why I say that. That's my apologies. Meta's still consolidating, so I'm still just sitting in the 76 short. It needs to break the consolidation to get out. And speaking of that average, if I think it's worth the risk to the high, which is about 50 pennies, if you take a third out here at 50 cents and a third out for $1 and a third out for $1.70, then your average out's better than $1. So that's a 2-to-1 trade. However, if it only fills 2 of those, it's not a 2-to-1 trade. So I want if it goes to VWAP, that's a 2-to-1 risk to reward. However, you're not going to take it all out. To me, I'm never going to take it all out at 74. I'm going to expose myself to the idea that it might go halfway and then come back in and I can reload it. That's the scalp side of the trade. So overall, the risk profile can be 2-to-1 or 2.2-to-1, but that doesn't mean you can't scalp it inside. As we go to Brendan for Sector Watch.
A lot more green on this board today, guys. We'll show you. It's still mixed, but it's banks that are leading back to the upside, as we saw early on this morning with that Russell 2000, a lot of the little ones here. Back in positive territory, and then some. Key Corp to the tune of 5%. ZION about the same, almost 5% there, but CMA, MTB, USB, to name a few there. Leading as far as financials are concerned. Insurance companies, financial services, the entire group back to the upside. Starbucks notably weak here, 2% downside. Overall, consumer discretionary stocks are positive, but Starbucks standing out pretty weak there. Some of the other travel names, including Caesars, RCL, Expedia, to name a few, 2.5% to about 2.8%. In positive territory. Retailers a little bit positive as well. Etsy leading 3.5%. There's AMD, nice day, 3.7%. The rest of the semiconductor group following suit outside of First Solar. Remember, it was the opposite yesterday. Some of the clean energy names going in the wrong direction today so far. AVGO as well, 1.7 downside. Industrials, meanwhile, also positive, along with communication stocks down here. Worth noting that Dish on a bounce after a move yesterday as well. MTCH, Meta, Paramount here, EA, all of them nicely positive on the day. T-Mobile, the only one, 2% in negative territory. Pretty much the entire materials group positive, along with energy stocks as well. But enough downside to offset that and then some. Just 0.1, guys, for the S&P.
Yeah, it's a weird one, but I mean, there's stocks. I don't know that 0.1. Sometimes you look at percentages. Like I just put up Caterpillar, it's up 0.3%. But does that even tell you the story? The stock was it was looking relatively like actually our close is a little bit off here because no, never mind. Our percentages on New York stocks are messed up.
Right.
Caterpillar's up nicely. Forget I said that. We have an issue with some of our closes, but yeah, that's a stronger stock. I was like, how can that only be up 0.3% when I look at that chart? But speaking of charts that look up and to the right, I mean, there's a consolidation up on the high on Meta, but if you look at what's happening on Google, there's not a red candle on the 3-minute. I'm not even going to bother counting them. It's got to be at least 10 or 12 up to the upside, and you're right up at that high. You're at yesterday's high. If I wasn't in Meta, I'd probably be trying to scalp this, but Google's been a little bit stronger. So I'll stick to Meta being the consolidation short, but Google ever much as impressive this last $1.50 without a red candle in sight. Jumping back over to C3AI, this one is on an absolute tear. It's starting to make its curl. I would have said 40, but it wants 38 as a curl price. It'll have to do it without me. It has to go a little more parabolic for me to want to get that risk to reward short. I would have thought the level would be 40, but here comes C3I. Could be a place to join the long if it holds out this 36.5 area down here where it broke out from. So I'd be looking to join the long party on this little bit of a pullback. I think 40 would be a more interesting level to short.
So if I'm taking out 750, yeah, I mean, I'm
one day.
pretty happy that Google is the largest holding in my portfolio right now as it just hits 52-week high, joining the rest of these stocks as well with a lot more room to go. This is why, man, when it can't pound the table enough, when Google was sub $100, you guys know, if you've been here for a minute, you know that we were buying Meta down there. I mean, a lot of people were buying those stocks, so congratulations if you joined the party on that one. It's tough to do that, especially in the face of what we were looking at back then, which back then, I mean, it was only a couple months ago. Right there, so Apple, how many times am I gonna see this just keep on resisting 179? So now we only have 10% left. We did have 20%. We got another piece out right there at 91 or 92. What was the price? Yeah, 92. So a good 92 out as that's falling back in a little bit. AMD, this one might be a bad out. We got out there at 121.80. I mean, a bad out for $1.70 is never really the case, but still, we'll wait to see. That could still take out the top as we'll look for some more interesting names. You know, what's not that interesting, to be honest with you, of course, is Microsoft. It's not making really any moves here today, so we may have to just kind of wait on that, see what Microsoft wants to do, but it doesn't really look like it wants to do much. So that's a name that's interesting to me. We have some bad wicks down there, but maybe if we take the bottom of 333, then maybe that would be something right there coming into play. Let's look at a 20-minute. Again, I apologize for all these wicks. It's really making the chart pretty unreadable right now, but 333 could be something there. Yeah, there goes the NASDAQ, going to go green right now. So let's keep pumping this, man. Palantir, 20 cents of the money, and then Apple, $1. So yeah, let's just keep on going to the high side. Need some more break longs, man. Spider's breaking, which is the ES. Tesla's been an absolute beast too. I know you talked about Google, but look at Tesla. I mean, straight up today. TSLA, right to 220.
Oh, here's the market going. We're going to get to your super chat, Ian Rispetto.
Let's go, man. Yeah, go ahead, Rispetto. What was it?
No, look, I got to go to the trade first. Meta, we sat in the consolidation. It just ran the high of the day again without. I was about to say I'm going to get stopped out at the high of the day. Okay, it didn't run my stop. So thank you very much for the super chat, Ian. Do you guys know about the CRM AI Day coming in June 12th? Do you think this could be a short-term boost for the stock price? Obviously, earnings. Earnings were a mixed bag for CRM. I didn't think it was that bad of a quarter, but I think what we were saying about CRM still applies. There's before NVIDIA and after NVIDIA, and when NVIDIA came with hard numbers and that strong guide, that's what made it more difficult for these other trending stocks that have been catching a bit of that craze. I love the trend on the stock. I think it's a great one. This could be the catalyst for it, but what's more important is it did not break the trend. It settled down after pulling back, made a low, and made higher lows on CRM. So I like the stock. I like the fact that it's holding higher lows. Hopefully that 12th can give it a little bit of something to work off of. But I love the fact it's holding that 50 period on the daily. It just needs something to get going. It would be nice if it was on the 12th, that event. because it has calmed down a little bit. I think the longs off 200 are good on this stock.
I may wind up selling some Meta today in my longer term account. I mean, it's an absolute beast to the upside. I even have some in my short term as well. So I don't know, man. We're gonna have to wait to see where that one wants to go. But I mean, Apple, let's go back up to days high pretty much. And we'll say, oh, Canada to everybody. I don't know why we did that, but shout out to everybody here in Canada as we just continue to be pretty happy. Apple just announced a 4-part docuseries. Oh, maybe my guy will like this. Did you see this, Sharif? Lionel Messi docuseries on Apple, as well as his 5 FIFA World Cup appearances. So that should be fun for Apple. We started watching Ted Lasso again, but didn't really. I just finished Barry. Have you seen Barry yet?
I haven't. Good. You know what's interesting?
Bill Hader.
I haven't seen it. I do want to watch it. I do want to watch it.
We've watched all 4 seasons. Pretty good ending. I like the ending there for Barry. I don't know if people will like it, but I thought it was pretty cool. Let me know if you guys like. No spoiler alerts, and people haven't seen it, but let me know if you guys like the ending of Barry. There on HBO Max or whatever it's on. Amazon breaking out. I mean, this is another name that we should be. Yeah. You're an hour and a half late on that one, Sharif. But there goes Amazon. Sharif just telling me about Live Golf and PGA. Check my Twitter timeline an hour ago. Nice move to the upside right now, 126 and change. Still blasting as we go upside right now, 126, 126.20. Amazon still making moves, man, and taking names on this. Every tech name seems to be taking names today. Palantir, 25 cents. Apple going. Only 12 minutes left before we go over to Sharif and the midday show as well. So I'm just going to hold on to Apple, man. We talked about getting long down here, so that's what we are. Let's wait to see if we do take that 180. I want to go long through 180 as well. So big time here. You remember last week we made a lot of money going short, all short, only short? Well, today we're pretty much been only long. AMD, we sprung that trap as well. Unfortunately, we did get out there. I told you that was probably going to be a mistake. Disney, that trap was sprung as well to the upside long. Palantir's obvious. And then the only name that we had short was Coinbase, which is my biggest net day. My net name of the day is Coinbase. We're red on nothing. Apple, AMD, Coin, Disney, Palantir, all greens today. It's been a good day, but the day's not even close to being over.
What the hell? Okay, so somebody was on the bid of NEO for 400,000 shares. When the print went off, a dark pool print for 10 times that just went off. But this is what was happening. No. So it was right here. It was about to break out. I was about to tell you that I'm looking for a breakout on NEO, and then someone just got filled for, it's everything. It was a huge bid, and they took the fill. There was a corresponding dark pool print for even larger the size. I would think if it was going to give somebody dumped that many shares, you tend to think it would go down, but I was about to tell you this is a 40 break on NIO with 10 cents worth of risk. Do I get away from that notion just because I saw someone take a boatload of shares? I don't know that I should get away from it. It is only 10 cents worth of risk. So let's see if they're right. And the dark pool print that went off could easily be a late reporting print. So it could have been somebody filled at 38, and then they just late reported that other print. So I'm going to get into NEO here. I'll give it to the low of the day. This is more relief rally than anything else. If you're looking at some of the other Chinese ADRs, this is the other side of it. Alibaba just went back through 85 and is up 1%. So BABA starting to go again. It's already, BABA could be at the week's high in about 5 minutes or so. So I'm going to take the shot on. I would have liked NEO at 7 even, but this is a consolidation breakout where if it fills in half the gap, your risk to reward is already going to give you 1.5 to 1. So I'll give it to that 30. Meta is doing basically the same battle here at 76, over and over and over again. It just keeps on bouncing off that 76 level without much of a retrace. So it goes up, it's wicked it a couple of times. If it breaks, I'm still looking for that VWAP retrace. I will hold something underneath VWAP just on the off chance it goes any further. But I haven't been out inside of the range. I've only been short inside of it. Apparently we're going to Brendan for some news.
Secretary of State Blinken going to travel to Beijing. So that could be helping the overall market move. Maybe try to smooth over the waters a little bit. Again, Secretary of State Blinken going to travel to Beijing.
I don't know.
Alibaba's ripping on that news.
Yeah, but I'm hoping I didn't just punch along NEO because that news,
that's good news.
It is, no, but it's good news. But right. I don't know how big that is, quite frankly. I don't know.
I think it's pretty big.
No, I think it's like anything that's good for the relations between the United States and China. I think that's going to help any of the ADRs to be sure. But is it enough to reverse? Is enough to reverse trends like these. I think eventually NEO's going to find a bottom, but I think this is a shot play in most people's accounts more than anything solidly making lows here. I would love 7, but as it gets to VWAP, I'm gonna take some out in VWAP because if that's the spike, that was this volume spike and breaking 740. I like it. I thought that was more of a technical thing than reacting to news. So if it is news, I always want to get some out on that first push. Because the technical trade's a little bit different than playing flash news. Now let's go to Money Talks with Brendan.
Seems like on that, we're getting a little bit of a lift once again for the DXY as well as the overall market. So we were actually negative to start this morning on the dollar, but back to the upside to the tune of 0.3, not a huge move, but 0.3%, back above 104. Remember, 104 overall has been that the middle essentially of this range for the past week or so. So a bit of a mixed board here today so far. 0.25% downside for the euro, CAD 0.25% back upside, 74.5 coming into play once again, 124 trying to hold here for the pound, down about 0.25% overall. Nothing monstrous as far as movement is concerned. This is on the 12-hour time frame, but 1.4, 1.7 there for Bitcoin and Ethereum. BTC back above 26, guys.
26,000. It's worth mentioning, remember, at no point during the Quaduk in Coinbase was it ever out of hand in either Bitcoin or Ethereum. So it was a Coinbase thing, man, and it remains that to this moment. Okay, I'm going to adjust. If I'm going to be adding in, here, I'll show you the adjustment here. If I'm going to be adding in on a wick, then I have to trade something out inside of the range because I'm changing the profile of the trade. If I was sitting in the short looking for the bigger move down before, and then I'm saying, no, we're going to add to the position as it wicks the high, well, that's scalping. So I'm going to scalp something inside of the range. So that was before I was not taking anything inside of the range, looking for it to break out and then cover something in meta. But I rang the register inside of the range in that first 30 to 40 cents because I had added to the position inside. And I was not trying to throw shade on the breakout of NEO. It's just more that if that push to the upside corresponded with news, then I always want to take some profit out very quickly on flash news. I'm not saying it is flash news, it's just that's the way I want to play it. So I immediately took something out at VWAP where I don't know that I would have done that before. It's all green candles, we'll give it room to work. I don't think this is a hold till the high of the day thing, however, because NEO's been way too weak for that. So NIO there, I have taken some out at VWAP. Meta needs to get to 75 and then to VWAP, and then we'll get that one out. I have ignored Coinbase, and that actually might be a mistake. Remember that 51 level?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's still,
50, 50.
it touched 51 at
AMD.
1018. It is still resisting that level. So we're shorting 50 when 51 was the actual price. That said, unless you're going to scalp that, understand, it's now trading a $1 range on a stock that has moved $20 in the last couple of days. So treat that, if you want to be aggressive around that $1 range, more power to you. I don't think that's the risk reward I would be looking for on Coinbase. When I was shorting that 50 level, I was getting out at 49 and then holding half for a much bigger move. It obviously never came in there, but I think that's what you want to be trading Coinbase for. There's way too much slippage on that stock to me scalping it for 30 to 40 cents or something like that. So just Meta, Palantir, and NEO for me. As we have 4 minutes to go, then I'll be joining the professor wherever he is at the desk.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this AMD that we got out at 121.80 is now at 123, giving you $3.50 from that 119 long right down here. So that's a 120 long. We talked about 119.50, missed it, had to pay 120. Nice little upside. I'm in this party now with NEO. Again, using decent amount of shares. Let's see if we can get up. My first target's going to be 50. See if we can get a piece out there at 50. We'll get out of a third on that one. And again, I'm just going to, if I can take 4 or 5 pennies on this with the amount of shares, we'll do that. So let's wait to see if that can come in. And then if it wants to go back up to the upside, 760 will be in play for me on NIO. We're long here at 746. So just going to scalp that one out if we are able to do that. Here we go. Let's see if it goes, man. We're gonna be fine on this, I hope. Apple pulling back a little bit, so we have to be very, very nervous about that. Oh, we did finish it off with a 30-cent winner right there on Palantir. Oh, sorry, 25 cents because we got 28s out there on Palantir. So it's right at 27.28 right now. Our long is from here, 03. We just got it out. You know, sloping down 200 period. For me, makes sense. So we'll make sure we take a piece out on that as it's trying to slope that way. So we'll wait to see if that comes through. Other than that, kind of just doing the same thing as we always do here. You know, trying to make a little bit of bank on some of these plays and, you know, just trading a little aggressively and waiting for something to happen. And if it doesn't happen, then fine. It's just like Disney, right? We weren't in that one early. We waited for 92 to break, got it out 92.30, 92.40, then the last 20% for flat. Waiting for something to happen. And I think that that's an important strategy to do in this market. We'll end the day close to our, close to our high spot we've been at all day. Of course, Apple with an unrealized holding still in the money, 50 cents, but we do have 10% left, which could have got it all out at 179. Just tried to hold in case we did pop up there. And then NIO is the last one on. And it's kind of funny. When I said this about AMD, I was like, I'll probably regret getting out of this. Whenever I say that, I should just not get out or get right back in on that one right now. I do like, I know Neil's been trading Intel, but I do like the long through 31 here as it just broke. So let's wait to see if it can hold out some of these highs there.
I was about to short this level
today, yeah. So
if it gets back under, though.
Yeah, well, it's going to get back under, I think. Just a matter of watching it out. It's a big move up for Intel today. I mean, we've been in all this. We've been really trading really well lately, so let's just see if we can hold the fort and keep on trucking with these trades. Thank you once again for watching, and you know, there's Intel above 31. Trade it as you wish.
So Zion just asked, well, what would be my last profit taking on Meta? So if it breaks, and this is an if because it hasn't broken 75, it's only gone 50 cents in the money at this point. So the 75 is this consolidation zone. So that would be the next level that I would like to take. And I would say it's out in front of 273. So I have bids at the evens in front. If if the market starts screaming to the downside, I might pull them, put a trailing stop in there. But I just like to work at the levels that were there before. And obviously the lower high here was at that 73. So that would be the last ditch effort. That would be the last ditch level. Brennan just said nothing major when I had a look at this name, which is all green and at 35, and that's General Motors. A lot of stocks are strong right now, but this one on the 15-minute does not have a red candle just yet. GM, it's actually consolidation breakout off the 50 period. And wow, this could be getting to like a 37. I don't want to chase necessarily at this time of day, but when you see a linear move up, there aren't a whole lot of bad entry points when it consolidates, because when it does so in such a tight range that you're risking 5 or 10 cents on every leg up. And that's very similar setup. This is a long off the bottom. I'm going to get over with Sharif in a second. I'll leave you with this. It's similar to NIO in terms of trying to risk 10 cents
You're ready?
On that GM. But General Motors, I'm going to look for a dip and a consolidation long. That is a great trending stock. I just noticed that one a little bit late here. Neil gives up VWAP. I'll only reload off that 730 bottom that currently has here. But I'm going to be heading over to join Sharif in a second, so I'm just going to log out and then head on over to Sharif.
All right, yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll here. Sharif is already ready, so it should be a good one coming through for the midday show here. And yeah, we are excited. There you go, Sharif. Check your personal one there. And you'll be able to get that as we go. So yes, very, very excited to go trading. Hey, what did I say about Intel long through 31? Let's go. It's 31.17 right now. Some of these names, man, are just going crazy today. I'm feeling disappointed in myself for getting rid of AMD, but someone that I'm never disappointed in is Sharif, and he's ready to rock and roll for the midday show. So I want to thank everybody for watching here today. It's been a good one. I may or may not be back on at some point today. I'll definitely be back on at 2 o'clock. But for right now, it is Sharif. It is the midday show, and he's going to kill you with kindness. Let's go, Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute, and the chips are going. Yes, Intel, AMD, rocketing to the high side. We'll get to my trades in a quick minute, but first and foremost, let's look at our friend Intel. You know, Sean was embroiled in this trade all morning. out, I believe, at 22s, but it had other ideas and is now up over 4.5%. If you're just joining us, the catalyst on this one is, you guessed it, there's an upgrade. I think I can actually show you over here if you can see this hodgepodge of, where is it here? Upgrades, upgrades. Okay, it's not showing up. Do better, IBKR. You guys suck. But anyway, the whole idea is, it's been up. Let's have a look at the chart real quick. The only area for me personally, I mean, unless you were taking this off yesterday's close at 118, you know, you could have been obviously doing that with the catalyst. You could have been sitting there. That would have been the first entry point. The second entry point, I believe, is in this consolidation area at 122-ish area. You would have had to have an appetite of at least 50 pennies of risk if you were in and around that 122, but you're rewarded as now we have 123.59 high side, excellent move. By the same token, Intel has looked much the same. We had a long-winded discussion, Max, I think it was Sean and I yesterday, about, you know, the potential foundry play here for a long-term or, you know, intermediate-term trade on Intel. If you're looking, you know, 5, 6 years, 7 years down the road, some people that's long-term. Anyway, it's been a bit of a good mover today. In sympathy, you have to assume. With AMD, I don't see any Intel-specific stocks. Let me just double-check that real quick. Check my blotter. Nope, not see anything. Only connection is Mobileye, possibly. They had that headline coming in this morning with respect to raising capital, selling some of their shares, giving up some of their voting rights on Mobileye. The self-driving, the play that was spun off late last year. Anyway, from a trade perspective, again, you had to look initially somewhere at yesterday's close. On my chart, that comes in at 29.86. You had that consolidation area much in the same way that you had at AMD around, you know, between 330 and 350. If you picked up anywhere around there, it's been an absolute rocket up and to the right, looking to touch 31.25. There's 31.23. Oh baby, Intel be rocking. I think you must be happy a little bit. Neil's setting up. He's going to take his time. Take your time. I have no idea why that computer does what it does. But anyway, big move up on Intel. Now, let's get to my trades. So I've had 3. 2 winners, 1 loser. The Tesla was the loser. I should have had a winner on this one. I had the right idea. I just got shook out. But we'll start with the loser. Why don't we do that? Here is the trade on Stresla. Mind you, there is a bit of a wick here that's distorting. So, you know, it might not be as clear as possible. The idea here was initially for a 214 defend. Okay, I like that 214 level and how it had traded around it. I look for a possible defend of that area. I gave it 50 pennies worth of risk. It broke down. Then I started watching how it traded at 213 and 213.5. That seemed to me to be the better level. My mistake here was the stop was not placed right. I was way too close. I should have been giving it way more range just based on the range of each 1 minute or 5 minute candle, however you're basing it, right? I was basing it off the 5. The range on the 5 minute candle here was almost 75 cents to $1 per 5 minute candle, going within about a half an hour range. So that was a mistake on my part. Ended up being a 213 hold, even though wick down here, and then you had a nice bounce back up with the general market looking to touch the close yesterday, which was 217.62. We have a 217.75 high, so we're not really able to go green on the day, now down 0.4% on Tesla. So that was the loser. The winner was on our friend Microsoft. Now, albeit this was probably the wrong selection of a stock. Now, the idea here was to try and take the ES and the SPY, and the NQ long through an equity. Except I chose the wrong name. But I was rewarded because my entry was primo on this one. So let's get to that one. Wow, another wicking candle here. Brutal. Okay, so we'll have to look at this. Basically, it was much the same idea on Tesla. I was looking for a VWAP reclaim with the market on Microsoft. The idea was to defend 334. I did. I ended up getting about $1. 335. So 2 entries here. So this ended up being a big winner for me. Microsoft put me green. And then the one I'm most proud of, last but not least, is the SPY. So here, the idea here was to trade the SPY, but off the chart of the ES. So what we did was we had, that wicking, we went red to green on the day. We had that wick bottom down to 42.68, and then we went green on the day when we reclaimed 42.80. My intention was to see how we traded at 42.80, whether we held it or we rejected it immediately. No, we kept wicking and getting bought back up. So I said, excellent. All right, this is exactly what I'm looking for. We reclaim yesterday's close. We go green on the ES. This looks bullish. I look at banks are up, energy's up. I'm like, great. So we're not getting pulled down from anything. So I punch in here, 427, 30, get out, 428.10 on the SPY based on, an 8-point move on the ES. So those were my trades on the day. 2 for 3, pumped. And I heard someone saying AMD in my ear. That was Sean. And so we're going to have to look at that again. Oh, baby. We're knocking on the door 124.
124 to the upside. Oh, wait a minute. These are Sean. I'll hit that one because it's his trade. But I didn't change my stream deck over. So until I get over to that one, I'll keep them on this. Just one quick note here. The first thing I did when I logged back in was I thought I had an offer above 50. I did not on NEO. It got to 50. Thankfully, when it curled, I just took it out there at 51. That probably should have been at 50, but I thought I had an order. I did not. I'm going to get out in front of 60 as well. Position board. Oh, it's still okay. Yeah, so I saw mine up there. I'm like, okay, it's already set. But it's still showing Sean's there, so it's not showing Sharif. Next level out will be the 60s. We took that 40 long. The other position, the market's making a bit of a curl here. So this is the NASDAQ. I know you were just talking about the futures, but it just wicked 14.6 and has started to come back under. If this is red, this would be that zone. I'm only in the meta short right now, obviously, and that one has been pulling back. But that's another reason to take some profits out of some of your longs. If you're going to make a curl here, it makes sense to take some profit.
I think I just want to segue into this because you brought it up. The NQ is the NQ is doing the same thing that the ES did at 42.80. The NQ now is doing at 14.6, which is yesterday's close is 14.588. It's consolidating at that level and it's getting bought up. So this is exactly the same setup I was looking for on the ES. Now a possible similar one is brewing here at yesterday's close on the NQ between that 45, 14, what am I saying, 45? 14,590 to 14,600. Sorry, Neil. I just wanted to make that point.
Oh, no worries. Actually, there's a couple of things I had to finish setting up my layout that weren't quite done yet, just so that's all good. Big move here in a lot of names. I saw someone saying there's a meeting going on in Fisker.
Oh.
And all I would say is be really careful. This one is, my dailies are doing that thing. This one has been a dog, but is starting to catch a bit of a bid. I would have said $6 would be the Rubicon, or I don't know, like that last line in the sand. It's down 5%, but wipe out bottoms and then breakouts has been the story. I'm not sure this is a breakout on the higher time frame to break 6. I'm only mentioning that because it was said in the chat there might be a meeting going on. As I said, I have that meta to the downside. I want to go back over to, because right when I logged out, this is what was happening in Intel. It did break that 3060. We traded the 2 levels that mattered. It's now up at the top, which is yesterday's high, 31.40, and starting to pull back in there. So 31 was the breakdown of yesterday's price. There was no move. There was no curl at 31. Like, this is all green. Now off of yesterday's high. Yeah, that's kind of frustrating because it did just get to that resistance point from yesterday and make that turn as I was setting up. Cannot chase a move like this. That's way too far to chase it. You got to have the short at the 30 level and give it to that high of the day. You always want to trade only at the key prices. That would have been pre-market high for me, 30.60, and then yesterday's high at 31.40. It's now a short, but I'm not chasing it all the way down to 31. It can give you another entry on the next little bit of a pop to the upside.
Oh, somebody asking, D-Tech, did I miss an update about Palantir? Well, if you didn't join us in the morning, there was news. They're releasing a new platform called Foundry. Essentially, it's supposed to work for like industrial and large commercial spaces. It's to kind of integrate everything. It's supposed to be, look, not that I understand the space, but yeah, moving off that. But obviously, it goes without saying, it's been already strong since earnings, you know that. It's been an absolute beast. We danced with it at 15 multiple times on this show. So let's have a look and see what else is moving.
That's been a bit of a level on that stock.
Yes, sir. No question about that.
A little bit of a level.
BIG, Neil, Mr. Big. BIG.
Big lots, you mean?
Big lots. On the
Mr.
NYSE,
Big.
guys.
I'm going to get you, sucker. The bad guy is Mr. Big.
There you go. So we're going to put BIG.NY, and so you guys can see the ticker there. There we go. Okay, so this is the daily. Goes without saying, we're looking at a long-term downtrend. Has not been able to reclaim the 50, let alone the 200. So making a second observation here, there have been days where it's had good ranges. So it is a former runner of sorts. It's not the classical one where you have huge wicking candles. With respect to float, we're talking about 28.1 million. So we're talking about a small float, not micro like we've been seeing lately with 500,000 and 5 million and etc. So that's the deets on that so far. Quickly, we'll check the short float using trade ideas. Shout out to Big. The short float, get ready for this one. 40 points, Neil.
40%?
40% short float, 39.34% according to trade ideas on our friend Mr. Big. Did you have something different than that? You seem very shocked.
No, I'm just going to double check it.
Yeah, okay. Let's have a look.
Again, this is not to say, I'm just going to go to flow checker because
Neil's
sometimes
screen.
when you get big numbers like that, I just want to confirm it.
Oh, we're up in the 20s there.
Big lots. No, that was.
Oh, that was, yeah. There we go. It's Big Boy.
Actually,
be
Yahoo and Morningstar have set 68. But I'm going to trust if you see 40 on trade ideas and then I see 38, 38, 39 as 3 of the 5 on flow checker. It's high.
It's high.
It's
high.
alert,
alert. That's what I'll be doing here.
There was a super chat there. I don't know if you got to this.
I didn't. No, sorry. Let me have a look.
Okay.
Let's have a look here. Shout out to Long This. I like that name. That's great. $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Speaking of NVIDIA again, AI and chip companies are flying today, but someone has a thumb on NVIDIA. Thoughts? I mean, I don't know if they have a thumb on it. It's just really run up. Like, I mean, look at the chart. It's the #1 name on the NQ. Yeah, absolutely. No, here, I'll bring it up in a second. I love looking at this chart. It reminds me of all the times that I could have got in and didn't, which feels great, Neil, right? You know what I mean? So here is the chart on
dollar
NVIDIA.
Cost average. If you dollar cost average into things when they're weak, you don't have to worry about picking the best price.
Yep.
Or just buy, if you buy the index, you're also usually pretty good, especially when it's so top heavy.
Yes, sir.
But the daily speaks for itself. That is the reason. It's not someone on their thumb. It's just, it's a very different beast from, Intel. And AMD is a very strong chart, but, Intel is still very, very near its lows recently, where you're getting a top end move. This is what's going on in a tighter time frame. Come to my chart for a second on NVIDIA. It's very, very bullish when you hold this consolidation up top. The gap up on earnings is still being respected. That 375 or 77 bottom, whichever wick you happen to prefer, that's still the low. Even in the relative malaise or weakness, whatever you want to call it today, it's still about to turn green if it makes a breakout. I mean, I look at this 392 up top. I would have been shorting 94, 95 if we'd gotten there. Obviously, we never did off that open, so there was never any chance to play it. But yeah, I don't think it's anything bad on NVIDIA. You're just in a holding pattern, which is healthy. Consolidations are part of, when a stock gaps up, generally speaking, you're looking for a consolidation next. Speaking of consolidations, that's my segue over to Meta, which was not a gap up, but a run up. Consolidation off the 76 level. I shorted 76. It got to 75.5 and 75. No follow through. In order to get back in a third time, it would have to show me a rejection of the high like it did here, and then try to short it back in. This is not enough for it to get to 76.20 or down around this area. It has to actually show me a rejection of the same high before I would jump back into it. So I'm in Meta. It's the only short that we're in that's left. And Neo and Palantir both running, not parabolic just yet. Although Boris just said Shopify is making the move.
Bro, I mean, look at AMD. I mean, you feel stupider and stupider every time I look at the chart and not having got into it. But I got to get the super chat. Kenan, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Sharif, can you look at DPST again? Brought back in after a split at 55, potential to 100 plus. Sure, let's have a look. Quickly, I want to mention what I'm looking at before I look at DPST. I'm looking at this 8 level on BIG. We know what the short float is on that, so cognizant of the breakout level. It's been rejecting off 8. The other thing I'm looking at is how we're trading on the NQ. We're barely positive 0.03% to the high side. 14,588 is yesterday's close. There's the range between 14,588 and 14,600. I'm watching how it trades and whether we continue north. That will be interesting to see for that future. Now, let's look at DPST. Let's load up here. All right. Which is the Daily Bank ETF. So this one, oh, why doesn't it have my descriptions? Okay, well, whatever. Now, we heard with respect to new regulations coming in, with respect to capital requirements for the banks. I expressed my opinion yesterday that was kind of a red herring, that the capital requirements were not really the issue. It was more about how the accounting practices were and how they, allocate risk, especially with long-dated assets, et cetera. So I made my opinion clear. Banks are up today. It's up today on the day. 18.7% is DPST, rallying, I guess, off regulation. I'm not exactly sure why the banks are rallying. Do you really know? Do we have an explanation other than regulations? I mean, I don't know. Chat, fact check me on this one.
I don't.
I didn't see it this morning.
The way you should look at it. I don't want to go tinfoil hat on this.
Anti-crypto.
Yeah.
I got you. There it is.
Maybe
there
I'm wrong. Maybe there's some other. Maybe there's another catalyst out there.
Bro, that's
if that's the SEC coming down on crypto and the threat to the traditional banking, that's the connection that I would make.
No, I agree
and
with you.
that's not to go conspiracy theory or anything. It's, it is what it is. Like, I don't know another read other than to say that's why they're making a move. So I just saw in the chat. Crypto tanking, that's why. I see in the chat, and I kind of agree with that. I don't know that I see another reason. Dan Emmons saying that KRE bounced off the same support we had in 2020. So maybe a technical support on the regional banks. I love that, Dan Emmons. Sometimes you just have to look around.
Yeah, sometimes you don't know.
Pull out your charts, zoom out, do all that good stuff.
Sure.
Again, I'm just basing that off of crypto tanked. SEC came after them. You can call it a vendetta against crypto and the threat that they make to traditional banking. But that made sense to me. Maybe it's wrong. There was a comment in the chat, someone asking short Intel now. Too. So I'm 0 for 2 on Intel, but the third level is here. If I'm going to put it on, it would be there. But I want to quickly go to Marvell for a second because it's a very similar play. And in some ways better because I don't think it's necessarily as strong on the higher time frame until it gets past 60.25. And I had a little bit better success on later stage moves on Marvell yesterday. I'm going to take a shot here. I did get a reload in Meta, so I'm going to show you that in a second, but I did not want to miss. This is Marvell on a 15-minute lower high at 60.25. Just risk reward. Right now it's 15 cents worth of risk on a $60 stock versus Intel where you're putting up 25 cents worth of risk on a $30 stock. Risk to reward Marvell at a bit of a better level here.
Dan Emmons changed his picture in the chat, and I didn't recognize that it was him when he was writing. KRE bounced off. You already read that. Okay, you already got that.
He changed his picture.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
I believe he did.
He did. I think he did.
Dan. Zion Lala, Sharif, what do you think about shorting INTC? We talked about the strength of chips today. Save and except Nvidia, which is down 1/3%. Let's look at INTC. Here is the 5-minute on INTC, and we are near day's highs. I mean, we got that wick. I don't stand in front of this. Let's look at the larger levels to see if this is an interesting area here. So let's go first and foremost the hourly. Here we were standing on the hourly here. Okay, so that obvious level, that local level, is that 32.25. That's the top. Those are the wick tops. The closing prints, though, they're near 32. So the better level for me, 32. So I got to tell you, you have a level here possibly at 31.50, but it's on much lesser volume and to me less important. I'm not shorting Intel unless we touch 32. Maybe take it with the market. If there's a move down in the market and chips start curling, then you play the momentum. But for me, that's my level on INTC 32. So up 4 3/4 points, knocking on the door 5 points today. Intel super strong. I'm not looking short this name, but hey, shout out to you, and keep your eye out for levels. Maybe I Didn't
This
get that
is
one right.
probably, not that I could check right now, it's probably a good day to sell some covered calls.
Talking to yourself here, aren't you?
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, I am talking to myself
Okay.
a little bit there. But it's not, no, it's, again, so I did do this before on Intel, just because when they sold the dividend, so when they got rid of the dividend, I should say, it was a laggard at that point in my portfolio, which is, I mean, that goes without saying. So just generating a little bit of income. And I was okay with it being called away at that particular point.
Right.
Because it did get called away when I sold the 32s. But I'm back into Meta. I said I got the reload, then I went over to Marvell to show you taking that position instead. But I needed to see another failure. So there's the wick high, lower high made on Meta. Rinse and repeat to 76, 27.50. So we'll go and ring the register on that one. Probably should save that one for actual Coinbase trades. So we'll ring the register there. I was just noting Coinbase was starting to make a move. I thought it was about to break out above 51. It was consolidating above. And I said, let's sit it out till it makes a really big move up, because I really only want to be short this name today. And it's been an upward trend since the open. Let's be honest about it. Like, there have been some good scalp trades, and then there's been an upside move. I will tell you guys this, because if you saw on the morning show, well, it's still kind of the morning show, obviously here, but I got accidentally long at 50 and was fortunate to be able to get out of it, but I made a keystroke error in two ways. The accidental long wasn't because, I had a bit of leftover shares. The accidental long, because I slapped a zero and keystroke the order. So I was long more than I wanted, and I did not want to be long stock at all. So I instantly punched out for the hit on there. That's the only way that you can be down short
You've
in the name.
always said that. Even when I always watch the show, he's like, anytime you make a keystroke,
just
get out of the position.
Get out. Sometimes sometimes you'll get really, really lucky, and it's gonna work out for you.
Yeah.
Like the same thing happened to me on Square, and I did it, and I was short at the high. But it didn't matter. Like essentially in that situation, when I made the keystroke error, it scared.
Dropped.
It actually moved the stock down, and that was by complete fluke. So I could have just held it because it was like an accidental play. But there's other times where even though the stock went up from there, there's no chance in hell I wanted to break out long on Coinbase today. That was never a part of the plan. Yeah. So I just got in, I got out. It's gonna suck, but you never want it to ruin your day. But that's just one of those things that happens in the moment. It's not part of your trading plan, so you should always just get out of the trade right away.
Yes, sir.
It's sometimes, like I said, sometimes when it happens at a key level, you're going to end up getting, you could end up getting a fluke win or something like that, but you never want those to carry your day. So Meta's starting to work out here. The other one that's starting to play to the downside is Marvell. And see, I can say that name correctly, not Marvel. Marvell here. It's rolled back underneath 60. And for this name, I'm going to go to the 15-minute for a second to show you what we're dealing with. Anytime there's a consolidation after a huge price drop, I like those areas of accumulation, especially when you come back in. So the last time this made a bounce off 57.5, it got to 62.5. Its next zone was up here at 60 and a quarter. So when it got back here and the market was at the high, I'm like, I like this trade more than a short that I could find on Intel. If I'm looking for a level on Intel, I just like the one on Marvell better, and that's why I'm in it. I'm going to start covering down in the 70 range here on MRVL. So Meta's about $1, Marvell about 15 cents. Neo's actually holding up pretty well here on that long, but it just wicked. I should have taken something out there. I should have taken another out there on Neo, because I'm noticing this is the last couple of days support on NIO at 755, and that's exactly where it's putting in a lower high. So Neo could be coming back to the bottom. I don't want this getting all the way back to the low without taking more profit.
Big move down on the NQ as we reject 14.6. That's not gonna get broken now. We're really moving to the downside here. Here comes 14.550. So that was 50 points right quick. Wow. Good move there. I gotta tell you, I had a long bias here, and I was not set up for the short. That's on me. That's really on me. I'm like, okay, we're gonna get the same setup as the ES. We're gonna accumulate at yesterday's close.
This is not,
get bought up. Do you see this move?
Something like
I'm looking.
I'm in short,
Brendo,
but
anything?
I'm like, come on, man. Like, that's only a technical turn, really?
What?
No, I'm just saying, like, it feels like that was a bit of a bigger move. What time is it? It's not European close yet. It's only 11:25. I was going to say if it was a European close, maybe.
It's really Microsoft. Well, Microsoft is big down today.
I'm not looking gift horses in the mouth. I still took my exit underneath 75 for the buck on Meta, like we said we would.
Beautiful, man.
And I still took the Marvell trade out in front of the previous high. So first decision here, previous high 59.70. Now we'll look down to VWAP on this name. A little bit of, I'd say, sometimes the flush, I wouldn't have expected it to be like that. I
knew it was going to be a level.
A gradual move to the downside. I did not get that last exit on NIO that I was just talking about where I wanted. So just come to NIO for a second. I missed the, oh, wait a minute. Oh, there we go. Can you see my chart? There we go. I missed the exit on NIO. That's Sharif. There we go. I missed the exit on NIO up here off that previous high. I had to grab the curl underneath 52 where we got the last out on the way to VWAP. I didn't want this flushing without me taking another fill out. So just took an out there on NIO. But the market trying to make a bit of a bounce. I think this could be an opportunity. If you really, really like some longs, I think if this move settles down, I don't want to say when, you could still put in a higher low on the NASDAQ and be looking for a bit of a bounce long entry point. Like the short off the highs, that's now come and gone.
Yeah.
You got to look for what is next. You're either in that trade or you're looking for a consolidation to pop back into some longs.
Well, the ES is still green. I mean, we just held 42.80 on the ES, so I don't know. I don't write this market off. We got bought back up. Let's play the charts let's just base our decisions on the price action because wow, that was a quick buy up. See a lot of people saying there, buy the dip in the chat. Sure. I mean, good principle. Anyway, I'm keeping my eye on BIG here. My look is I want to take the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Green 5-minute candle to make a new high, I should state. So big move down, rejection off 8. We have VWAP at 740. You know, I'm looking, this one was quite stable on its ascent. I'm looking for it to kind of maintain that same characteristic. If it doesn't, if it starts getting all wonky, then, you know, something's gone awry and, you know, I may bail. But the way it's trading right now, I like how it's trading. It's quite predictable. Let's try to take it off key levels. If I can't take it off that VWAP dip, what I'll do is, again, I'll wait for the first green 5-minute candle to make a new high. And, yeah, we'll see about that one. So big on my radar, up 28.64%. Big short float on this guy, depending on where you're looking. It's somewhere in the high 30s or 60s, I believe Neil saw on floatchecker.com. So big on my watch. Market, that big wick down, got bought back up. Let's not make any declarations, though. Let's see exactly how it trades. What else is moving here? So AMD off the top. We were talking a lot about that one. It's up 4 2/3%, finding a bit of a top though at that 124.50-ish area. Technical high a day 124.39. There's a good area of support if you're looking for something dip trade-ish between, you know, that 122 area plus or minus 50 pennies to the high side or the low side. So this area here, maybe look for a dip if it gives you, or, you know, if you want to be more aggressive, look to the top end of the range if you're able to give more downside room because your risk is wider. So good look on AMD catching an upgrade today. In case you're just joining us, that's why it's up in addition to the overall market. AI, come to the chart, guys. AI also moving on the day yet again. Finding a bit of a top, though, at 38.37. VWAP on my chart, 36.75. Bouncing off 37 now. Bit of a hammer candle here forming on the 5-minute chart. Let's see if we get maybe a bounce back at this level and then touch 38.
You like that long, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But you know,
I've been looking for. I wanted a dip lower on AI, but that looks pretty good too. I think you're at that point where you're looking for the dip buys right now. That could have been the opportunity to get in. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't chase that one, but if it kind of hangs out there a little bit and gives you a solid entry, you'd like to see it consolidate for maybe a couple more minutes.
Not getting
to rush
it on the
into
backside.
But this one that is already doing that consolidation, someone asked me about a plan for Palantir.
Yep.
So a lot of times with Palantir recently, it's been trade off the one level.
Go to his chart, guys.
Go to my chart. If you get a dip buy or a breakout, that's the level you're trading off of. So like on last week on Friday, it was like that double bottom at 14.20. It was the same thing on Thursday. The 14.20 was the level. Today, After yesterday holding at 15, I liked the 15 and we double dipped there. But you have a higher low here. I don't know that it's horrible to be working off VWAP and start playing the VWAP game for Palantir. I've been waiting for maybe a 15 retrace, but so what? If it holds a higher low, then maybe the scalp off that higher low makes some sense to me. And then I'm just willing to stop it out underneath 17. Like, that's a tight risk to reward. And if it breaks 17, I'm re-entering at 20 to 25, giving it to 17 even. If it breaks that, I'm looking back for the long at 15 even. So that's an adjustment to what I was doing earlier in Palantir. It was a good bottom. I didn't get a great price when it wicked the low, but I didn't get in on the way down, which is a bit of an improvement for how I've been doing dip buys lately. A lot of times you get that first leg in too early. It wipes out the low. I time and time again struggle with the whole, you get stopped out, but you got the higher lows. I like this off VWAP. I'm going to get a bit out there just to make sure I get a piece if it does head back into VWAP. Meta's calmed down, so it gave the fill, like I said, it gave the fill at 75. It's making another leg here. If that's consolidation breakdown, I am still thinking the VWAP area to cover. I'm never one of those, if you short the top, assume it's going all the way to the bottom. A trend is a trend, and a trend is your friend. So these retracement trades I usually play into VWAP, never making the assumption that I'm going to be smarter than the market, and then it's going to be a total reversal, unless I have a really good reason. Similar story on Marvell. I only got the one leg out, and I'm looking for VWAP here as well. So those two shorts starting to work. That big lots, that also, that's dipped to VWAP here. I know you wanted a break of the high.
I'm looking at the VWAP, but I'm not going to just take it off the level because it's triggered. I want to see how it trades, much like you describe, always taking it off that backside. I want confirmation that there are buyers down here, not just because we are at this magical VWAP level.
Magical?
Magical.
It is magical, isn't it?
No, everyone doesn't know. Like, what are these levels? What are you talking about? Why are they important? We talk about that a lot. If you're just joining us, VWAP, one of the main indicators used by big money to decide whether or not they have a good buying price on the day. Usually they're looking to hold their long term. So it's usually they're judged by what the VWAP is on the day and whether or not their average price is above or below that. So that's typically what it's used for. Now, obviously, it's much less important on a small cap capper, which probably doesn't have too much institutional involvement, probably a bit more retail there. Anyway, what are you doing?
Shorting Intel.
Neil is going short, baby. Intel short where?
So here.
I know, but like
so
price. There it is. Now it updated.
15. Yep. So it's giving that whole wick the top, which is yesterday's high, and then the lower high. And again, this is more like the scalp trade. Let's go to the 15-minute for a second, because on the daily chart, you can see on the daily, where's my 200? My daily chart's finally loading, by the way. I have to zoom out for it to populate to 200, that's why. Sharif already mentioned 32 is the bigger resistance level. Sure. Like, that's the swing, line in the sand, Alamo, all the adjectives you want to throw at it. That's that level. However, when I look at where the market is, as the market made that quad dunk, if there's going to play a catch-up game, suddenly the risk reward's a little bit better at 15 cents as opposed to 30 cents when I was looking at it when I took the Marvell trade. It's just, that got cut in half. So if I'm looking at the next supply zone for an entry into the short, I always want to have it look like this. So that, like, the way I would see it is, if I'm short one time, actually two times, I'm already short 3 times on the stock at 3 different entry points, but 2 different price areas. But the amount that you try to risk, again, has to be relative to what you win. So a good day on Intel, I'm down half of what I would be on a good day. And if this works out, I'd be thinking about break even on the stock if this short here works. Not necessarily hitting the home run. It will probably have to get all the way down to like 30, 50 for that to be the case. I'd be happy at retracing through 31 and then holding like a 30-80. And then we can get back to break even on it. But it has been a down day for me on Intel because, quite frankly, I'm usually shorting the stock as a day trader when it's moving like this. Just picking my spots, though. Usually, the way you get into trouble and have the outsized losses is when you're trading against the grain inside of the decision points. So trade around a decision point. If you trade inside the decision point, you get run over and over again. C3 AI, I don't know, sometimes maybe you should just catch the falling knife. I don't know. I just, sitting there saying I want VWAP for a consolidation, Yeah, if it does it for you on big lots, maybe you get the entry point. C3AI just said, nah, we're just going to bounce $1 from here and forget about it. You're not getting in here unless you stand in front of a falling knife. Sometimes that's how it be. Doesn't mean I want to do it, but that's how it is apparently on C3AI.
Okay. Tesla is an absolute rocket right now. I mean, it went red to green. That I talked about this. You weren't here yet. This is my only red trade, and I had a fantastic
crack my back
on it. Yeah, back cracks are the absolute best. Don't get me
that
started
felt
on
good.
that. But there it is, man. The red to green, the 213. Yeah, the red to green, the 213 hold, baby. And then look at this, knocking on the door, 219, 219, 50 new high days incoming. Where do we find resistance? Well, obviously there's that 220 level. You're gonna like that for a nice psychological resistance. But the technicals, they speak the language of disinterest, and they're looking at 221. So that's the technical level, and that comes from yesterday, rejections off 221. So there we go, 219.25 now, the high of day on Tesla. Very, very strong on the day. Shout out to Rage TV. He was pumped about his Tesla trade earlier in the day. Shout out to you, buddy. Good trade there. I'm now formally embroiled in this BIG trade.
You're in?
I'm in. 46s.
Ayo.
Ayo, yeah. I'm going to give this 10 pennies. Looking for a curl. Quarter position. So, you know, not too much on the line. Happy with my trades today. Don't really want to give up too much. So we'll see if we get a curl here. The idea, quite simple. VWAP dip, a lot of eyes on it. Maybe there will be buyers here. Now, here's the thing. Now, I want to ask you this. I want to pick your brain a little bit if you're not too embroiled in any trades that you need to concentrate on.
One quick question.
Go.
Answer to James. My old back issues did have to do with hip mobility and hamstring problems as well when I ran track. But then my new back problems are different. Like I had some sciatic issues. I now have it's kind of like arthritis of the spine. That's a bit of a different story.
Okay.
But yeah, when you sit a lot, you will have hip mobility problems. And I do a routine every single day now for hip mobility. That's lessened. Like I don't get the nerve pain anymore.
Are you stretching a lot?
I stretch pretty much every single day. I try to at least.
Roller?
I roll
Amazing.
pretty often, almost every single day, but I have to. Like
Good, man.
Like trust me. Like if
all
I
investment.
don't do that, I'm a huge mess, man. I was playing a baseball game, and this is a true story. I swung the bat, and basically like I had some kind of a nerve pinch that moment. I collapsed in the batter's box, and then could not walk for I was on the ground for three straight days.
Sciatica?
Yeah, it was super bad. Like people thought I'd been literally like this guy just got shot. And both teams were like, did he just have an aneurysm?
That's what people always express the sciatica pain in that kind of level.
Yeah.
That's brutal. I sympathize. I mean,
That's the only reason I'm saying it, because like if you're a trader, you're gonna sit a lot. And I know we do that.
Yeah, we do.
To be sure.
We do. We get in our fair share of walking, you and I, and we make it a point to walk.
Yes.
Do we not? Yes, I do make it a point. I could drive here. We have a spot reserved for us. I drive on Fridays, but I don't want to drive. I want to walk, and I walk in the winter.
Oh,
and I make
liar,
it a
you got
point.
a new car. You do like to drive.
I do like to drive, but I only drive one day a week. You know that.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying. But you enjoy.
Of course I like.
No, I
do.
driving.
I'm not trying to pretend otherwise.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I had a question to ask
never
you
mind.
about this, but the question has now slipped, and so there's no point.
That's my fault. I
Yeah,
saw
it's all
it
good.
in the chat, and I was.
Here's what we're doing, though. We are curling back, and we're holding yesterday's close on the ES 4288. We're curling back. Sorry, 4280, not 88. 4280, 4281. Curling back, maybe to test the highs that we made earlier, 42.93 1/4. Likewise with the NQ off that big sell-off, getting bought back up. Now, when you look at this from a bigger picture perspective, let's go to the chart. We have a higher low. So even though this was an ugly dip below and a rejection of the 14.6 take, fact of the matter is on the NQ, you now have a higher low. So now maybe we get a higher high. How you weasel your way in, that's kind of on you. But not out of the realm of possibility to see higher highs on the day. 14.615, technically, the HOD on the NQ.
Whoa.
What happened to NEO?
No, NEO just, it's arrows up, it's all of that kind of stuff. It just broke 60. It's actually accelerating to the upside. So remember there was that buyer, somebody bought 400,000 shares on a single fill at 40. At the same time, there was a dark pool print for 10 times that went off as it was breaking consolidation, and I got into the long. There was that news of, I already forget who it was, U.S. official meeting with Chinese officials, and that was a bit of a spike
today?
as well. Yeah, so there was a spike in BABA at that same moment. We got the long off 40 at that point. Now it's gone 20 cents, so that's the 2-to-1, but I'm already out. I'm already out of 2/3 of the trade here. And we'll look to see if it can get up to that high of the day. I would probably cover it in front of said high of the day. Lily and Nene just, I appreciate, like, I love the concern. It's like, this works for your back, but boiling eggshells, drying them out, putting it in a coffee grinder, and keep it to put in meals works wonders.
Hey, man.
That sounds like...
I don't care what it is, as long as it works and doesn't smell too bad.
That sounds like some stuff that my grandmother would say, or like if aunts and uncles that'll give you these remedies. I don't know.
No judgment.
Maybe, no, I mean, sometimes these things work out. That sounds a little random to me.
It is, yeah,
But if it works, it works. Boil, okay.
Yeah, whatever works for you, like Peterson says there.
I've never heard of that one. Trust me, I've heard
here
a
comes
lot.
220 on Tesla, though. The fact of the matter is Tesla's a rocket. I'm probably going to get stopped out, too, on BIG. Come to my chart because we are close to getting stopped out. I think I have it through 35 or something. So it will be very close. Quickly, back to Tesla. I'm looking at AI. You know, someone was saying AI is showing some weakness. Well, currently we have a higher low here. So unless we take 38 and stay above 38, yeah, you may have a point. But the Tesla trade, got to get to the NQ over here. Yeah, man. Wow. Rejecting off that 219.85 for now. But 220 incoming. Well, we are at highs. 219.85 on Tesla. Very strong, up 1%. Not seeing anything specific. We know that it had news with respect to the, what is this? Tesla's Model 3 cheaper than Toyota Camry in California. Huh. Which version of the Toyota Camry? That's obviously not market moving news, just a little tidbit there. Obviously, I'm not what I'm trying to say it is, but it's cheaper than the average car sold in the U.S. now, the starting price, I'm assuming, for the Model 3. So we know that it's Model Y apparently is one of the best-selling cars in the world. Do you know this?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Well, I thought I was talking to you about this, that my impression of how well Tesla sells was put into question when I was in Paris. Because I think I'm so used to seeing them all over the place that it was a bit of a change for me. I've never been to Europe proper. I've been to England, family in England, but I've never been to Europe. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you. It was pretty ignorant of me to be like, where are all the Teslas? I'm expecting to see them, and I didn't see them.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Because they have everything. They had brands I'd never heard of, obviously. You can do fantastic European vehicles out there, right? But not a lot of Teslas. And it was interesting to see, given how well they sell. I was hoping I would see some of the Chinese EVs there. I know they've been trying to penetrate. This 220 level, you didn't mention if you're taking the break. That's what I was going to ask you. Do you like to break at 220?
You know how I like to do? I like to accumulate in front of it.
In front of it, but is that the 19 or is it 19.5?
And again, that's where I get asked a lot. It's like, where do you give it to? Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get a 19 print, but then do you want to see it down at 19? Well, maybe on a market retracement that doesn't print a lower low. Because if it prints a lower low, then I have a completely different perspective on the general trend, right?
But it's giving you that. Like if you look at this trend, so where was the last consolidation? The pre-market consolidation level. That's where it tried to break that 218 top. It gave you the consolidation at the open, and then broke higher. It then broke that high of the day, rejected the 19 even, came right back to that last zone, wicked underneath, and gave you the entry back at 218. So I feel like it needs to break 19. Hold the next 50 cents down, and then give you the entry at 19 even on the way back up. Okay. That's what, outside of taking the breakout at 220, that's kind of what I would see here. I'm going to adjust something on Marvell here. I'm going to get something out, try to get, bidding 80s here, actually bidding 79s. That's why I'm not getting the fill. I'll just adjust to bidding 80 there on Marvell. It's holding. If I'm going to talk about stair-stepping to the upside, and a stock on a pullback holding the previous high, well, where would the jump-off spot be if this is going to make another move up? holding the consolidation at the previous high and then breaking back toward the high. So I'm not going to sit here and just talk about that. Notice that I'm sitting in one that refuses to push back down and not take some more shares out of Marvell. So just going to ring the register there,
220
not
Tesla.
look to get horse in the mouth. Here comes 220 on Tesla. You're not taking the break, I assume.
I already jumped in it. I
You're in
front
it?
ran it at 88, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you know, whatever. We'll see what happens here. Going a quarter size. We have exactly 220 high, so rejecting. There's some size here on the book, but I don't think it's anything enough to stop a freight train like Tesla unless there's something hidden here. And that's always the question. The algo trades on Tesla are notorious, and the bamboozlement is often. So let's see what transpires on Tesla here, but we're curling up back on the NQ, looking to go green again. Technically, we're down only 0.02%. So in the right direction, the ES going in the right direction. A bit of a double bottom also here, possibly forming on Apple as we look to take VWAP at 178.40. We're printing newer highs here on the 5-minute chart at least. So possible double bottom on Apple, market curling back up. So, you know, some interesting plays possibly afoot here, Neil. We'll have to try to time our entries a little bit better, maybe.
Yeah, you definitely have to. And one of those, also maybe time your exits. By the way, just to give you an update, I never got that VWAP fill on Palantir, as you can see. It is breaking higher. I will cover this at the high, the pre-market high, also yesterday's high. So that's me getting it out of the way. If we break 50, I'm going to put a trailing stop on the stock. But I think the market is going to the upside. 4 lats. Prad wants you to pump his bag. So that was Prad in the chat talking about GitLab? Okay. No, but GitLab's having a good day today. Is it pumping a bag or is it acknowledging a stock up 33%? You can call it either one, but this is a stock legitimately breaking out, up 32% today. He just said 53 end of next week. This would be, if it's filling in the most recent gap, that's 253. We always talk about this, and I know Michael Noss has mentioned it before. After you have a big earnings event, it's in that phase where you look for the consolidation. This one is already setting up well. There's the break on Tesla, right?
No, just back to 220. I want to make yeah, sorry, Neil.
You psyched me.
Yeah, I psyched you. I didn't mean to. I apologize. I'm also long Apple through the $0.25. We just got a VWAP break. Now we're knocking on the $0.50 of Apple. We're getting a market move back into 14.6. Do we get a rejection here? Or do we get continuation? We were at these levels earlier, and you saw what happened at 14,606. It was a rejection. We made a higher low, and now we're curling right back up here. So we're embroiled in these longs. We're in Apple. We're in Stresla, and we're looking long here. There, I'm seeing we're back at 99s here on Stresla as we continue to dance with that whole dollar at 220. You know, technically, I think on the day, it's not really the level, but like I said earlier in my assessment, I believe it's a psychological play.
Yeah, but because yesterday's high is $1 higher.
Exactly.
Yesterday's high was 221.
And that's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens here, Neil. We're embroiled.
Yeah, I love the embroilment. I don't know, I'm sorry. We haven't even hit this one.
Bang.
It is the word of the day. So I just talked about getting out of Marvell, given what it was displaying, where it was holding resistance, or support, I should say, on the way back out, resisting the short. As it got back above 60, I was able to reload it. So get out some at 80, get back in some 30 cents higher. So I still like the short to the high of the day at this particular
There it is
price.
on Tesla, baby.
Gone?
There it is, baby. There it is, Neil. We get that big boy break to the high side. And we're now 50 plus, 60 plus pennies in the money. Let's let this one run. I took a place through the $0.25, a piece of place. Hello.
Peace.
You know what I mean. I'm getting too excited here. Piece through the $0.25, and now gonna let this one run. We're on the right side of history, baby. We're on the 14.6 tip. Let's let this one run. Did I get anything out on my friend Apple? Sadly, no. I'm sitting at 60s. We're at 45s. We still haven't had that decisive $0.50 break on Apple, and it looks like, you know, we're going to have to dance with it a little bit as, it and VWAP are 10 pennies apart, so it looks like it's a bit of a zone. But Tesla making up for that as it runs to the high side, pumped about this trade on Stresla. Go with the trend, Neil.
It's all about that trend. The only reason I didn't take the break is because of 221. If 220 had been a clean level without yesterday's high, I would take that break. I still would prefer to be long on the dip, like you were saying, just a little bit further than you.
And there's $1 in the money, and
there's
I'm
that
out.
move already. It's right at 220. So is your plan to hold through the high?
At $1. I took $1. That was my plan, and I got out.
Okay, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't realize. I didn't know if you were going to hold to and through yesterday's high, which is 221.40. No. I still think it's got some room to run here. If you, my daily. Okay, daily chart works. Oh goodness, that's a little too far back. But it's now that you through 220, but it was 218 before. All roads lead to $238 or 230 to 238 on the daily chart.
Yes,
Ignore our charts don't split adjust here. That's why you'll see my 200 period is kind of whack. So ignore that little crazy line that you see up there. I think 238 is a reasonable place for this to go. All these big cap stocks, when they try to get there, they've tended to get there. You saw that with Meta. You've seen that with NVIDIA. You've seen that with AMD. I could go down the line.
Yes,
Apple eventually got there. It's just a matter of how long it took. And as far as I'm concerned, Tesla until it gets to 238. I wouldn't be necessarily on a longer term time frame. I'm not talking about a day trade. It's not getting to 238 today. Let's get it out of the way. The market just got to the high, and I just noticed that Intel did not make a fresh high. So I'm going to add one more time in this range. As long as this is not continuing to go up with the market, I just like it a little bit more. I'm not in full position just yet, but Intel not showing the strength that it had a little bit earlier. Tesla. I like that trade. I think it's still on an upward trend, especially if it can hold 220 or even break out the next high.
221.5 was it yesterday?
Yeah, about 40, I think.
40, yeah, give or take. All right. The other trade I'm in is Apple. We're in at 28 through the $0.25, and this trade is really going to depend on the NQ finding its legs through 14.6. I'm talking about the NQ June contract, as we are now at that crossroads again, and we're gonna have to get going here. The idea on Apple was to get a bit of a double bottom that was possibly forming on the 5-minute chart. Here is a look at what I'm talking about, and the second descent is a higher low. So you don't have the best entry because you wait for the breakout, and that always costs you. So we'll have to wait. We'll see. The idea here is maybe to look through the neck of the break of the neckline at 179.20-ish area. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there on Apple. And then we obviously have that 180 psychological support with the technical high a day being 180.12. The pre-market high, though, we touched a little bit higher there at 180.40. Yesterday, you'll recall, this was essentially when the news of the VR headset was released. As soon as information there came released, it started going down. So it was a literal sell the news event because when you look at the price action and the time, it literally corresponds to that. So we haven't talked, you and I, on camera, but we talked off camera this morning about what we thought about the whole thing, and you explained to me, how it would fit into your life, or how it doesn't fit into your life, probably better way to express it. Go ahead.
My attitude toward Apple, because the way I look at it for myself is when I try to determine what I think is going to be a success in the future, I don't base it on what I use. I tend to base it on what other people use, because quite frankly, when I look at that headset, I think it's super cool. I've had a chance to try out the Oculus. I think it's a fantastic experience. It's just not something that I could see myself using, but I do see that as a future. And we were talking about technology that you prefer. I myself, if you remember Minority Report, if you've ever seen Prometheus, when they have that 3D map in the middle of the ship.
I know you love that.
So what I really like in terms of that technology was sort of
Tony Stark.
Yeah, it's more the Tony. It's more the Tony Stark. Like everybody sees the projection that you're able to then use, as opposed to putting a headset on and being sort of closed in.
Yeah.
So that's my personal preference as where I would love to see the technology go, which is why I'm not all that as excited about getting it. But I understand people want to see Ready Player One, and it's cool.
And that comes down from you wanting to share your experiences rather than having them in isolation, a family man that you are.
Yeah,
Bang for Neil.
All that said, I've never owned an Apple product, but I've always invested in Apple stock. I don't sit here, I have a BlackBerry. I don't own any, I still have that stick. I don't I haven't owned BlackBerry stock in a very, very long time.
That's
I will
probably a
admit,
good idea.
No, my roommate at university, his wife
Yeah.
worked at RIM at the time. So when, back in those days.
You went to
I did
Waterloo?
have some. Yeah, I went to Waterloo.
So then you're all up in that business. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people, if you like economics or computer programming, a lot of people ended up, at RIM at one
Yeah. Well,
point.
that's where RIM
So I
put
knew
their...
a lot of people that worked there.
All right,
And,
so we got the $0.50 break here on our friend Apple, but we're sitting at 60s here for our first out. We're at 55s. We got a penny spread, Apple super liquid, but we can't really celebrate quite yet here at 58s until we get that 60 print, should it materialize. Not so yet. But there goes 14.6. Again, now we're getting to local highs. These after the bell highs, 14.606 is the level. We're not breaking through it. We're at 14.605. Do we get continuation? Good strength from the NQ. Continuing today now up 0.12. The ES, though, higher, up 0.21. So flip those numbers there. Let's go. I'm sitting at 60s, bro. I saw 60 prints there, man. Give me those prints at 60. So not getting it quite yet, Neil.
No, what I love to see about it is when you're at this decision.
There it is,
futures,
Neil.
You're breaking out in strong names like Apple.
Yes.
But you're still we're still seeing a bit of a dip here. I'm just going to tell you, I did get some out. I added to Intel, but I was a bit of a chase on that break. I looked at it, I was like, I do not need that ad. I still like the short, but I did not need that ad underneath 30, so I quickly trimmed it like 2 cents lower.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm going to say. Like it is holding down. I still like the short, but I thought that was too aggressive to add. I should have been adding 10 cents higher, so I quickly jumped out of some shares there so I can get them back in. That is still working to the downside at this point. I'm now out of NIO. I didn't want to celebrate over you, but I did get out of NIO. It put that lower high in. I never anticipated this move getting back into the high of the day. Part of that is what Neo was rejecting the last couple of sessions: $8, $7.90, and then and then a $7.80 high, $7.70 just now. It is putting in lower highs. I think it's a strong bounce for Neo. I would have anticipated $7 would be a better level. It ended up bouncing off $7.30 here, but I'm now out of NIO. So the only one long left will be the Palantir from earlier.
All right, looking for continuation on our friend Apple. It is my friend today. 14.615, the new HOD on the NQ June contract. We do make a new high. Now it'll be about holding above and trading above 14.6. Let's watch how we get bought up, if we get bought up when we come back down into that level. Let's see if there are buyers at this level. Do we trust the long? Do we need proof? I need proof. I'm just talking for myself. So I'll be watching here as we continue upward. The long play for me on the NQ, obviously Apple, getting it for that double bottom. My out will be, my next profit-taking level will be 179.25. I'll probably front run that in the high teens, probably 18, 19. The reason being, that's the peak of the neckline and likely, in my opinion, to be a level of resistance when we get right up here. So that's my look on our friend Apple. I'll be looking to scalp some out here with the ultimate out being that 179.60-ish. That's green on the day for Apple. Taking this one. Now we're knocking on the door. 80s, baby. So nice trade. Pumped about this one on Apple as we head north side on the NQ, looking to take that high again. Carlos Ayala, NVIDIA to 410 soon. Thank you very much for that.
You're just celebrating long because the market's going back up to the highs. NVIDIA just curled back under VWAP.
Dang.
So it is a bit of a weak day for NVIDIA relative to the overall market. Can it get to 410? That's not that big of a move to get back up to that breakout high. But it's still in the consolidation phase off that last move to the upside. And quite frankly, it's because it's up so much that you're probably running out of buyers. I don't think it's a coincidence that on a day where Intel and AMD went, NVIDIA is going sideways.
Remember the Seinfeld episode about the coincidences with that writer Rava? There are no large coincidences and small coincidences. There are no degrees of coincidences. There are just coincidences. Yeah, that's anytime I hear the word coincidences, that's what comes to my mind, Neil. We're printing here on Apple, Neil, as we're almost $1 in the money. Sorry, I'm yelling, I'm pumped. Hello.
I like that one. Oh my goodness, I haven't thought about that episode in a while. I'm sorry.
There we go. There are only coincidences,
You
says
do a
Red
very
1010.
good impression of that.
Huh?
Thanks, bro.
Our friend Sean is also long. Proudly says he's his friend, bro. Sorry, Proudly.
Proudly just wants to know where GitLab is at right now. Yeah, where is it? I don't know. I'm not looking at that stock. He just asked me where GitLab was. GTLB. Oh, seriously? Now I'm gonna go look it up. 47. It's still at exactly the same price it was. No, but it's been at this high the entire time at $47. It's basically the same. No, it's a great stock. I'm not saying it's bad, Pratt. I'm just saying it hasn't moved since I looked at it the last time. But I'm not hating it, Pratt. I want to go back over to the name that I'm in. We did grab the short the first time at this level on Meta. It got down to 75 to go the buck, but it never really followed through all the way to VWAP. You can see every time, the one time I got on the front end was a loss, and every other time on the back end is one. So I need to see it show a little bit of signs of weakness before I jump back into this short. As long as we're not breaking highs of the day, I think this is still going to be valid to play this retracement trade here on Meta. But I'm not getting back in too early. Intel still cruising to the downside, but the other one that we have, Marvell, we got that out, and then it came right back up to the high. We got the short again off the high of the day. It needs to play back in here. It's a bull flag stock, bull flag setup. So I want to make sure I'm getting out at that high of the day and only reloading on lower highs and weakness. That's what I'll do with Meta as well.
Agree. Yep. Curling back there, but that 276.57 level still staring me in the face. Multiple wicks to that level. I'm talking about Meta.
Yeah.
And, nice range. Obviously strong on the day. You could make the argument, picking up the pieces here with respect to, to getting the news out of the way. We know they're going to be in competition with one another. By they, I'm talking about Meta and Apple. They're going to be in this sphere. It's going to be about who's going to execute better. Typically that results in Apple executing better. But I heard an argument today, Neil. I don't know how you feel about this. People were saying that Meta is going to be the Android of the metaverse in the sense that it's going to be the less expensive alternative to the high-end premium Apple product. What's your take on that initially?
I don't disagree with the notion that it could play out with sort of like an Android Apple situation.
Yeah.
Would I assume that would be Meta? I don't know that I would jump to making that
Very
assumption.
good point.
So you know who's been betting on this the entire time in terms of like the headset, in terms of just like the actual hardware?
HTC.
Is HTC.
Mm-hmm. Big time. They gave up their phones for this.
Yeah, like I would say if you were making a bet on the metaverse right now that was not saying, oh, look at this new headset. If I want to make a very specific bet on the hardware, why wouldn't you just go for HTC, which could benefit in all ways?
Or bet on split your horses.
Yeah, fair enough. I just wouldn't make the assumption that it was Meta. There was a conversation. Remember we had this. I don't know if I asked you that question. Maybe we get to it a bit later. It's actually past 12 o'clock. But
yeah, you're overtime now, baby.
I'm going to be overtime. I don't remember. It's going to you today, right? Yeah. Okay. I just didn't remember if we were going to have, we're going to have another trader on at some point. I don't want to.
Yeah, we are going to. So something we haven't really formally announced, but we're going to have different faces on, right? Trying to, we'll have different faces on, give you an idea of everybody's experience here on the floor. It is a ride being a floor trader.
We had Parsa yesterday, so we're trying to get a few new faces on there, and that's part of the experience here. We have the fortune of being on a trading floor live, and he's so focused that he didn't even turn his head when I said his name. I love that focus.
Parsa's killing it.
Parsa's killing it there. He's got the charts. He's locked and loaded. He's got the black charts up too, which I'm always gonna like. I use them as well. So that Tesla, I know you scalped the trade out. And it's back.
My friend Tesla and I.
So is it back? It's back at 220 here. Well, it was back at 220, bouncing off 220. The local high, which I guess would be yesterday's high. Let's call it that. 21. I said 2140. It's actually 2130. That's a distinction without a difference. If it breaks out from that level, I think you just go rinse and repeat. I like the dip buy a little bit better off of the failed break to chase it. I just hate breakout highs at this time of day. The even dollar one was pretty clean. If you happen to get that. This would not be an even dollar break at yesterday's high. I could see a little bit more up and down action at that price.
Val Storino, Sharif, dude, you look pumped. Do you work out daily? Does this help you trade? Do you work out before or after you trade? Thanks. I always work out after. I need my sleep, man. And I'm at this desk 7:30. because I got to do a whole bunch of stuff in the morning, and I like to have like my pre-market routine. You know, really helps you zone in and isolate on the day, so I don't get anything in the morning. I like to get it after, but you know, in the summer, like in the winter, I work out with heavier weights, and I do. I'm expending less calories. I'm in the caloric surplus. Okay, I'll explain what that is in a second. Yeah, I'm in the caloric surplus. In the summer, I'm in the caloric deficit, which means I either have to cut from my food or increase my exercise, or a combination of both. Right? The fact of the matter is, it's a math equation. At the end of the day, calories in, calories out. So in the summer, I have to increase the amount of time that I work out, and which I do. So I usually get about 2 hours a day in terms of exercise. But Sean's laughing.
No, I got a question for you,
bro.
I was about to go the other way. I'm going to get really lazy on you for a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Because ever since the start of COVID, like, well, first of all, since my daughter was born, I work out at home with adjustable dumbbells. I have some kettlebells. Like, I have a little bit of a setup. But one thing that I started leaning on was I used to make my own routines, and then now I don't have time to make my own routines.
Yeah.
So I was following a YouTuber who was like free content, like every single day, like
bro.
these videos.
He's putting new stuff.
And it was great.
Yeah.
And then now they have an app where you have to pay for it. So now,
That's how they drag you in.
now here's the thing. They're fantastic workouts, and I've been using them for a few years. But I ain't trying to pay $10 a month because I'm cheap.
I know. Well, I don't want to do.
So
I don't
that's
want
my
to
segue
either.
to saying,
Like, the internet's so much information available. It feels.
someone I know obviously knows a little bit about working out, and maybe they want to make a routine for me, and that would be you, Sharif. So if you want to set that up, that'd be fantastic.
I just got. How am I going to say no right now, like on live air? No, obviously.
No,
I got something for you.
The reality is, it is. I might end up paying it, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
it is
no,
relatively
I'll
cheap.
put something for you.
However,
man,
I wouldn't mind if there's like a free one out there. Like, I love trying someone else's routine.
Can I tell you?
Because what it does, if I'm making it myself, it's easy to lose motivation and not do it.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm just pulling up the next video and like, this is what you're doing today, just go do it.
It's nice to do that.
It's just boom.
Yeah.
I put the workout clothes on, and when I don't have a lot of free time, which I don't, it's just easier to do that way. I'm gonna leave you with this one.
Yes, sir.
As I was saying, if a stock is going to stair step up, and you see signs like see that wick bottom on Marvell, like, okay, it's showing you that sign of weakness. Maybe we want to be getting some shares out there and reloading at that high of the day. That's what you do. If it does the consolidation off the previous high, just take it. It's doing the same thing now. So I was able to get that 60-10 short back into the 50-70. That's a rinse and repeat trade. I already showed you Intel. Meta, we were able to get that reload. And again, wick high off the 276 level, cover some 75, and then we're going to get VWAP. So we got the short on both of those names there. Shout out to Bears versus Bull. We haven't shouted you out today. Doing a fantastic job as always. Live in the gym, hamster. At Neil Lars. I don't know if you can trade from the gym. I don't think that would be a good idea. I wouldn't live in the gym either, but yeah, you have to. I always find that you have to have something that is like your thing that you're passionate about.
Oh yeah.
It's like for me, it's like there's life and there's family and
Yeah.
then there's work, but
No,
I need to have something
My mental
else as
health
well.
is where it really
Yes.
helps.
If you're not working out, do you get? If
Yeah,
I don't work
find
out,
I have too much energy,
I'm the same way.
and the energy becomes misapplied.
That's why I hate getting injured. Like,
Yes.
actually,
Brutal.
I don't like using the word depression
You
because that's not actually
feel
true.
like your hands are cuffed, bro. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, if I get a major injury, when I had my back for those 3 days, it was like I couldn't move. I was just laying there, and I felt so incredible. Like it was
It's
a
very
bad
frustrating.
feeling. So I don't like getting injured. That's why I try to stretch a lot and that kind of stuff because it ain't fun.
No, definitely not, man. Definitely not. Why isn't there a gym on set? Mark, by the way, says. I like that. Brendo laughing. Brendo, make it happen, baby. We're supposed to be trading, says Sean, not training. Yeah.
There's multiple reasons, but like that, the first reason is because it's a trading floor. The second reason is because there ain't no showers in here, bro.
Yeah, man. I know, right?
And that's a very important.
Good
That's
call.
a very important factor.
Very good call.
A very important factor.
There are.
Oh, well, I know what you mean.
Gym equipment
but-
incoming. No, kidding, of course. Guys,
Yes,
do
but no.
you realize that coin has now retraced off the 46 bottom? In fact, it was lower than 46. I'm going to show
Is
the
it
chart
above
in a
51?
second. It's at 52.32 high. Your boy Coin is only down 11% on the day. Was down
Hey, my
about
boy.
20. Yeah, I'm kidding, of course.
Yay, accidental long that I got out for loss.
So here's a chart on Coin. You get that big move down on the news that Gary Gensler and his boys at the SEC are throwing down the gauntlet, I guess, on Coinbase. They served them the Wells notice a few months back. You had a rejection off that 80 high or some odd there on Coin, and it was a bit of a dance with Bitcoin's price since that time. Now we get the continuation of that Wells notice news, and we get the actual filing of suit. Now, I haven't actually read anything about it. I'm assuming it's civil, not criminal. So if that is, the penalties are typically usually fines and injunctions, one or a combination of both, or specific performance of some kind. So we'll see. I mean, does it change them? Does it change their business model? The lawyers who are looking or advising the big traders at the moment, I guess maybe they don't feel that way. So we'll see. 59 start on the day, though, Neil, on Coin.
Yeah, look, it's not a great day for them, but it caught a bid. Eventually, most things catch a bid somewhere or they end up on the OTC. This is a stock that in the beginning of the news, like this is the first day here, you're not going to necessarily expect it to go to zero if that's worth something. I'm not saying it's going to zero, but you wouldn't expect something like that. A lot of times, the shorts are going to have to cover at some point.
Yes, sir.
So there is some covering going on. I think that's what it is. But I would not be surprised. I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm going to get out of here because I want to grab lunch.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't be surprised if we come back in a couple of days and find out that maybe a certain investor has bought more Coinbase.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I really wouldn't be. A certain investor, you say?
Yeah.
Maybe one who has Coin as the third largest holding in all their portfolios?
I'm not, okay, so
Do you know who I'm referring to, Neil?
Okay, no, I know exactly who you're referring to, but I'm going to pull up Kathy's art because
you go.
No, but I heard you guys say third, and I thought it was fifth, and then I went out.
Fifth in the main ARC innovation. Third, when you combined all 120 ETFs combined.
Okay, gotcha. So this is, and again, one of the things I love about...
Take his face off so they can show his
if you just
pictures here.
go full screen.
There you go.
One of the things I absolutely love and think is cool about what they do at ARC is how completely transparent it is. You can see the actual trades that they've made.
I love it, man.
In terms of what's the most recent thing they were doing.
Amazing. They do it daily, right?
I was going to look for, DraftKings. They sold some DraftKings recently, UiPath and DraftKings the last couple of days or last couple of weeks. But number 5 in the flagship.
Yes,
but
sir.
Number 3 when you look at all the ETFs that they have is going to be Coinbase. And when we were listening to that podcast, I thought it was really interesting to hear her take on Tesla and AI in general. I thought that was pretty cool. Just to understand what's the reason for being in positions and that kind of stuff. However, Zoom was the one that caught me a little bit off guard.
And you made a statement with respect to that. So I don't know if you
when she was on Josh Brown's podcast, she sounded less confident about Zoom than when you hear Kathy would talk about other holdings. That was my interpretation of it. That said, Zoom is not
Her position was, just so that people can form their own opinions.
Yeah, go ahead.
That she doesn't see it as just a one platform. She sees it as a whole ecosystem. I kind of have reservations about that.
Well, so the other thing that she was saying, which I don't necessarily think is wrong, is if you look at what people Slack, it's just so much easier for you internally for them to just go on Slack.
Meetings.
And of course, Google Meet as well has taken over for a lot of people. But if you think about business to business instead of inside of your own business, there's other ways you can communicate.
Yeah.
But when you're going from one to the other, Zoom has that
We
on
use
lock,
Zoom.
right? So what do we use when we have somebody calling into our show?
Michael
They're
Moss.
connecting via Zoom.
Everybody,
Whereas a lot of companies internally have another option.
Completely different,
The external is their space, and I think that was part of the bet. So
I like that. Yeah, you actually make that a bit clearer, to be honest with you.
Which was, again, my interpretation of the podcast was just, she didn't sound as confident about it. That's more of that's like a generalization or something anecdotal that was interesting to me, because if you've ever heard the comments on
She's quite robust in her defense.
The reason that they believe Tesla can go to 2,000, it is very, very confident. Here are the numbers, this and that. And she even said Zoom's turned into a value stock.
What is it? Let's just have a look. It's 9 PE, says Sean, which is value. That is value. Okay, so see here again, Neil, what is this? Okay, so someone in the chat told me something about forward PE and stuff.
Yeah, but
so I have minus 228.
No, so if you look at the forward guidance, right? So you get, like, if you just take the last actual reported real earnings, or adjusted, if that's the case, that's where you get your P. And then the forward P is just going to go on the guidance that they put out there. That's why you have like more reasonable forward P on NVIDIA than you do the current P, because their projections are still great. If they meet them, then, I mean, you know, moon, but if they don't, you know, essentially that's the more reasonable price is those forward projections. But when they keep making that growth, then a stock like that can hold up. So you said the forward's negative too, because
negative 228.
No. Are you sure about that?
Well, I mean,
let me go to Fin.
What do you have? She said 9. She said 9. I heard her.
She said 9.
She said 9. She's like, it's a value play. It's 9, right? Whatever, a plus or minus, whatever. It's changed since then. It's not going to be minus 228. So clearly, I'm seeing something a little different. Yeah.
But that's, I was going to say, I'm like, that's a different number. Anyway, so the last 2 trades that I've been in, well, I guess the 3 trades have been pretty much the same since getting out of NEO. Like I said, I'll leave you with those. Still going sideways on Intel. It has not made fresh highs with the market, which I do like. And then Meta, we got the reload. We got some out 270, 275.50. It's still trending upside. I don't think I take another swing at this if it hits the high, because you stair-stepped and you're not making a lower high again. Like, you're actually making a higher low on the way up. So there will not be another reload off the high of the day on Meta. I'm willing to get.
Are you hot in here?
No, I'm actually pretty comfortable.
Okay?
I find it gets too cold over here when they turn the air on. So I'm actually pretty good in this spot. I could change my tone when I get over there. So I'm gonna head out, grab some lunch, and you guys will deal with
Thank you for being on.
Mr. Katina.
Yes,
and
sir.
we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
All right, let's have a look at what is moving, ladies and gents. Let's start with the NQ, because we're back at that 14.6 level again. Surprise, surprise. Below it at the moment, but above yesterday's close. That comes to us via 14.588. That was yesterday's close. That's a level I've been using to base some of my trades. I've also had my eye on that 42.81 level. That's on the ES. Now, we formed a new high, and as a result of this new high, I had positive trades on Tesla and Apple. So our retracement into 14.6, we get a decisive break, almost getting up to 14.625. But now it's going to be, let's watch and see how we trade at this key level. Last time we did that, when we watched how it traded, it gave us a decisive break, and we had that big boy Huadunk that was immediately bought up. But nonetheless, it was a Huadunk. And if you had any sort of stops, it was likely breached. So that's not the bamboozlement we're looking for. We're looking for a decisive hold of the level and a more predictable trade. So let's see how we do around here on the NQ June contract. How come I'm not seeing the name of the NQ? What happened to the name? All right, I'll fix that for you guys in a minute. But with respect to some of the other trades, let's see here. Our friend Google, yes, back at highs. Tesla also at highs, but Google nearer highs than Tesla. Here is the 5-minute look on Google. It's been a strong day, up 1.5% counter market, really. The NQ and the ES barely green. Google up 1.5, almost 1.5, 1.42%. We have a 127.86 top. We have a bit of a double top possibly brewing here on Google. Let's see how it trades again. You know, we're not getting the simultaneous breakout that you desire, at least I desire, on the NQ and Google at the same time. Google moving a bit secular at the moment as the NQ retraces back into yesterday's close and tries to hold. Google strong all day. I don't have a trade off it, but what a dip trade you did if you were trying to front run VWAP over here as that market move south, that bamboozlement move. Doesn't actually break VWAP on Google. You get that 125.67 low there and a bit of a dip trade on Google. So that was a good look earlier. Let's see what else is moving here. BMR, there's some stuff in small cap world. Nothing really to mention that's worth it at the moment. MVIS looks like it's moving here. We'll talk about that one. I want to say Tesla is also dancing with 221. So 221 break could be incoming. Tesla also strong, up 1.4%. But this MVIS stock, very interesting. Let's go to the 5-minute. And let's put the name of it, everybody, there. MVIS.NQ. Here it is. So this one, we started the day at 5 1/3, 5 1/4. We go green right from the opening bell. We get up to about $7. We reject 7, break below VWAP. There's a VWAP reclaim now. Do we get that continuation? I don't know. That's the 1 minute looked a little bit better than the 5 minute, quite frankly. Yeah, there's the VWAP break after dancing below it. So, we see this a lot with these small caps lately where they make the big move, then they don't actually break and decisively retrace down to the lows. They dance with the VWAP a little bit below, a little bit above, so the rest of the day becomes a consolidation within a range. So I'm not going to play that game. We'll keep this one on watch though. MVIS up 24%. How's it going, Sean? How's it going, man? You had some good trades today.
I have one on right now.
You got one on right now.
We're short NVIDIA $1.50 in the money right now. NVIDIA, yeah, what's up?
I like that. I like that. Starting off things nice.
Yeah, welcome to the show. Very disappointed everybody that I'm here. Neo right now, great.
Mike. Okay, proudly. Okay, it's all good. All good. We're good. We're good to go. We're good to go.
I have no problem admitting it, but my mic was not off. It's okay, Prad. It's okay, bud.
I saw the chat super
We
quick
got you,
there.
Prad. We got you. Big things coming for our man Pradley, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Stay tuned.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, look, we're really excited once again. I mean, every day I seem to be excited, and that's because every day is a good day.
So you didn't like the fact that
Regardless
chips were
of-
pumping and NVIDIA was doing bupkis, so that's the idea here?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It was just, I wanted to look at this 390 level more than once, and that was sort of the problem. Once we broke above, so first of all, so to answer your question, no, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I was actually, my first trade was long.
Okay.
Right here on NVIDIA, trying to break through 390.
Right.
Because I was thinking the same thing right here. I was watching AMD, and I want to talk about AMD as well. We had quite
I know the AMD was a monster.
Right. So right there, so we tried to break through 390, and then we were in the money, man. I mean, it went up. We were in the money 50, 60 cents, but then there was no continuation. And at that point, I said, okay, what about these little wick highs at 391? And then we look up here, and we notice that, yes, like you said there, AMD weak against the market. So the minute that didn't work, that's when we started to drop it again. But then look what I did again. I went long against VWAP again and then lost it. Then we just said, no, I'm just going to switch over to the short. So we're only in the short now, but we've already, we lost $1 or so right here trading it. So it's not like this trade is a big time winner, but we have way more shares than we did because I just felt better about the short being down 0.9 right now into the market. And that was just a trade that we thought about taking, and now we're $1 in the money, and we're flat on NVIDIA. So if I get everything out right now, we're just zeros on the stock today. So hoping, fingers crossed, that this gets a lot lower than where we are now. And I honestly think I don't have any bids until 387.02. So right here. So hopefully this can come back down to the day's close, the bottom of the day, because that kind of matches with where we were yesterday. So yesterday's bottom wicked all the way down here to 387. I feel like we'll take a fill if it comes down there, and then if it breaks even lower, then we'll get out from that point forward.
So Dan's saying NQ rejected 16, get it together, Sharif. 14 to 605.
Yeah.
Dan, here's how I'm looking at it. I'm just going to tell you, here's my take. Yeah, you get the 14.6 rejection, but this line, come to my chart. This line right here, 14.588, that's yesterday's close. I'm watching how it trades around here. I know 1600 is a level. Yeah, you get this candle up here. You get a 16.606 test. 16. Come on, Sharif, bro. 14.606 test. We'll see. There's been more bamboozlement, I feel, today on the levels on the NQ than there has been on the ES. The ES has been a bit more predictable, just, at the expense of, the range. You get a lot more range on the NQ. So anyway, I'll keep my eye on that. I'm not making a decision one way or another on some tech names here. I still think we're at a crossroads on the NQ, but you could be right, Dan. We'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. I don't see anything here to my liking in big cap world. I'm seeing a bit of a curl show up here on Amazon. If I had to choose something, here's the Amazon 5-minute chart. We're up.
You used to be all about small caps.
I know, but you know, it's so cyclical with
Yeah, I
them,
know, it
Sean, right?
changes.
Like sometimes they show up and sometimes they're there. Sometimes
Blows with the wind, those.
yeah, man. And to be honest with you, I've been saying this to Neil a lot.
Yeah.
The small cap time has really been in the pre-market, 7:30 to about 9, maybe 7 to 9. You can catch it. That's where the bamboozlement is fewer. There's no halt levels, so you're able to get some good moves. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that. You can't trade everything, bro. We got to sleep and we got to eat and stuff like that. But anyway, Amazon curling up here,
we got workout,
quite
right?
nice. We got to work out, my man. Taking shots at my workout life.
I'm not
over-
taking shots. That's
No,
good.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
That's good.
We're curling here. It looks like possibly on Amazon.
Yeah, curling is also fun. You should go curling.
Curling's very tactical.
It's the best. It's the best. It's,
So I
it's a
assume
lot of
you're-
fun. It's basically a drinking game.
Is
curling.
it?
Yeah, because afterwards, I mean, imagine you get to hang out with like 4 of your good friends on the
Yeah.
ice, and you get to play like other like-minded people. Then afterwards, every curling club has like a bar.
But isn't it tactical? Don't you need to be
Yes.
sober to make like the decision?
Oh no, you're not drinking. It's not drinking during.
Oh,
the
okay.
game.
Oh, got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. This is it's a social event.
I got
afterwards.
it. Yeah. It's like the beer league in hockey. You're drinking after the game, obviously.
I don't know. Like you must go pretty hard when you drink.
Me?
Yeah, like every time we mention drinking, you're like, oh man, like you have to be tactical. Like you can't be like all messed up.
Look.
Like I'll have one.
Can I tell you
beer.
something? Alcohol would always affect me negatively the next day with respect to fatigue, but I think I may have found a workaround
I know, me
that,
too.
Sean.
You had the same
Vodka
drink.
water.
I know.
It's working, baby.
Vodka soda.
Shout out to
Or
Alfred. He had us over.
tonic water. What's
I
the
think
one
it's the
that has
same-
all the
basically the same
calories?
thing.
It's wait a minute. You have tonic water, and then you have soda water. Those are two
Soda
different.
water. Yeah, I think they're both carbonated, right?
Yeah, but tonic I think has
I
the
just have
sugar and
vodka
everything.
water.
But I know what you mean because they tell you to drink water to stay sober. So
And that's the thing.
we used to know somebody that was drinking
I don't
vodka
know.
waters all the
I'm
time.
loving it. I'm not having issues the next day, so I'm pumped about that. But anyway,
How many drinks would you have like a week?
on
an
I drink
average
like maybe once every 2 weeks to 3 weeks. I won't drink every weekend.
Right, and then what would that be looking like?
Oh,
Like
when I
5
do have a
drinks?
drinks, yeah, 4 to 5.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, in that range.
All right.
That range.
Not trying to judge, just
No,
asking,
no.
sure.
I'm just
trying to
telling
create
you
some content
real,
for the
yeah.
people. You know?
I don't look. It just
because we're trying to
affects
do.
me.
Don't you think it'd be kind of fun to do like a Trader TV live, like meet and greet and stuff?
I would. And you've been talking about that for quite a while. I
love
would
to do
really
that.
like it. Obviously, it had to be Toronto based. So if you're ever
That would be the idea. Yeah, I think so.
absolutely, and there would be so many players. Anybody who hasn't been to Toronto, you're missing out. It's a monster
Smells
of a
like
city.
wildfires out there right now.
Well, that's not our fault. That's coming from Quebec and from the
It's not
Maritimes.
to,
yeah.
blame anybody. I'm just telling
Yeah.
everybody
It
that's what
smells like wildfire. We have a lot of haze.
I went out for
but-
a walk.
Yeah.
Ooh, where are you from, Lilia Nene? Because
Yes, I'll be right there.
Is Lilia? I mean, I think it's a female, but it doesn't matter. Intel
Sean, Jay Lee as well.
Let's
Would
take a
there
look.
be 100%? He says, or they
T
say.
Daddy, are you inviting me to San Diego?
Renata drinks
because-
3 times a year, she says. Probably on Easter, Christmas, and her birthday. Am
Can
I right?
Fly you guys out here. The problem,
All right. What else?
I do drink Molson. You're right. Yeah, and call people hosers. That's the best.
I don't even know.
It's
what
not
that means.
Molson Ice. It's literally Molson Canadian. So shout
Okay.
out. What's everyone's favorite beer here? Here it is. In my head, Sean drinks Molson Ice. What's up, Casey?
Molson, shout out to Canada, man.
Yeah. I mean, our beer is serious. I mean, we actually,
Not.
you know,
And
you
so is
put
Crown Royale.
You put wow. As far as booze is concerned, I mean, moonshine. Like, shout out to East Coast.
Yeah,
Yo,
true.
what's up to White Claw? Hold on a second.
Long
Let's get rid of
this.
here.
This market.
Dismiss.
The last 2
Yo, what's up?
years.
Yeah. Great White North. The White Claw. You had White Claw before?
Yeah, I do. I really like White Claw.
Yeah.
It's because of the amount of water that it has.
Yeah.
Again.
I like the
yeah.
So the wife and I had, talk about drinking. I was out all day Saturday. I don't know if you, I mean, I'm getting some sun here.
Hey.
All day Saturday and out with the kids and out with
Love it.
baseball and hockey and things like that. Hockey, we got to go indoors. I feel kind of
Obviously.
ridiculous, like I'm in shorts and an ice rink.
I know, but it's summer. What are you supposed to do?
But,
yeah. It's not cold in there. though.
Anyways, we
Is it
came
good?
back.
Is it good in
Yeah,
there?
it's a little chilly, but
Okay.
it feels nice from being outside.
True.
We came back and I was like, I deserve a beer, so I cracked a Sapporo.
There you go.
That's what I
Okay,
got
Japanese beer,
I
baby.
got, you know, I'm doing it.
Sapporo.
Yeah, and then I was looking around. Well, you know, Marissa likes.
What's
beer, but
Marissa's
doesn't-
drink?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So I looked in there. Also, we had some White Claw.
She likes.
And so that's funny that you mentioned that, or someone did, and then that's what we did right there. So, and the tangerine one was really, really tasty. So,
Sharif,
more
you
than
lived
2
in
drinks
Europe.
a week, you're considered.
You don't drink gin and tonic. I don't. No.
I like gin and tonics.
I don't mind it. I just look.
A little
I'm trying
bit
to find
sweet.
something.
I find there's a little bit of sweetness or something like in the gin. The vodka's more.
I tell you the truth, I don't really remember.
I used to like Caesars and stuff.
Yeah, those are good. They're
Caesars are good on the golf course, by the way. Yo, we want to go. When do you want?
I don't golf, man. But you know what? I'm starting to feel like I'm really missing out on like a good social
I just
time
asked Brendan
here.
today that I think we should go golfing.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to spend some money on some clubs, aren't I?
Oh, you don't have clubs?
No.
Which way do you shoot? You have no idea?
Oh, here's the thing.
Left or right?
I bat right,
Okay.
and I shoot left in hockey.
Then you're probably golfing left.
Hockey.
No, it doesn't necessarily matter. No, because
Really? Because when I've golfed and
Listen to this stat.
I've gone to the range, I've golfed from the right.
Bro, listen to this stat.
Okay, go.
60% of the NHL shoots left.
Interesting.
That's not the stat, but that is interesting. That's
Okay.
not what I'm getting at. That's one stat. What percent of the PGA Tour do you think shoots left? So
I'll
think of-
say 20%, just because I
yeah,
know you're
under
setting up to something.
5%. You see what I'm saying? It's like most people pick up golf clubs because they're watching it on TV and everything, and I feel like they're naturally righties.
With baseball, I was naturally a righty.
I bat left, I shoot hockey left, and I golf left, but I'm right-handed.
So you're ambidextrous.
Like, to me, look, like I'm sitting there batting, right? Boom.
Yeah.
Hockey this way, golf, like it's
Did
the
you
same.
throw with your left hand when
No.
you were young? Did you use your
No.
left hand anyway? So you're not
No,
ambidextrous.
well, I use my left hand, yeah. No. And I just, it's about setting yourself up at some point.
There you go. Look, man, if it's funny, it's funny. Whether you set yourself up or somebody else does, the punchline is the punchline. Sean, what are we doing with these markets here? We're still dancing.
We can look.
Yeah.
So Neo right now is an absolute banger right there. We put this on right before the end of the day on our 11 o'clock show.
Amazon's moving here, man. I mentioned this, Sean. It's up 1.5% now. There go
shit.
days highs.
We are getting elevated
On NVIDIA?
On NVIDIA now, $2 in the money. So we're gonna go like this, bang, and create that, man. We're bringing the heat, hopefully for you guys here once again on the midday show as we don't sleep, baby. Yo, Sharif, if you're gonna go get those protein things, did you bring them today? Son of. All right, that's fine. All right, so as Sharif goes and takes a break, I'm just waiting for NVIDIA to hit 387. If it does, we will take out a piece. We'll take out 20% of what we have left. We have 60% of this whole trade combined so far there on NVIDIA. And again, if this market goes down, we will be singing the tunes of NVIDIA because like the market's actually holding up and NVIDIA is going down. What happens? This is what putting the odds forever in your favor are all about. Like if this market like first of all, we're bidding 3.7. I just put one at 25. I'm just going to put one at 25 right now on NVIDIA because I was bidding at 11. If we just stop, not that I think there's anything up with this, but bless you. If there's anything there on NVIDIA at the bottom there, 25 or 30, that's been the day's low right here. So let's just make sure, well, actually it can go a lot lower than that. So that's probably just a random stop there. We'll put a bid there anyways if it comes in. We got to take $2 on this trade, right? All right, so the other thing that I was talking about there before we talked about Amazon was NIO, and Neil and I both had this trade at the end of our show and then continued on. Of course, I think Neil's gotten out, but we're holding this right into the high of the day. A bunch of outs here at the time, ahead of the 200 period, which was pretty good because then it dipped back down. Then we got out at that point, which was probably, yes, sir. NVIDIA. As we get some out there at 7, it's $2 winner. So, just like we hit the register and we sort of adding to our net, we're trading a $400 name in NVIDIA and then also focusing our time and effort on this $7 name with NEO because you just make just as much money on NEO as you do on NVIDIA. Technically I'll make more on NVIDIA because it's a little bit of a bigger move, but percentage-wise, 50s up to 80s, that's 30 cents on $7. That's a pretty good return in that name. The other one that we have here, and this is kind of crazy, I went for a walk, called my wife, shout out to you, Marissa. I had a bid down here at 50 on Apple. So here it came in right now. We did not get the fill. The lowest it went to was 66.67. I think if I was here, that wick may have talked to me a little bit there, but I don't know. That's hard to do. And then I saw Sharif talking about this all the way back. I'm not going to talk about this as being the day high. I'm going to talk about this 179.20s. So that should have been out there. I didn't. Again, I was sitting. Actually, was it 12 o'clock? Yeah, so I was obviously there. So that should have been taken out. And I heard Sharif screaming that it was $1 in the money. That was probably a good trade. I also did double check my investment account, and I decided not to get out of Google. Google's now rocketed up to the highest holding in my portfolio, and it's at 52-week highs. But I listened to that Kathy Wood talk and everything like that, and I guess great minds think alike, which is why I'm not sure why she's thinking like me. She likes Google. Moving forward, as I think a lot of us do. I think there's a lot more to be coming out, obviously, from this name, and I think that there's a lot more future in this, and it's not even breaking that high. It's at the 52-week high, but just everything there, deep brain and all the AI talk. And then if we're going to talk about autonomous driving with Tesla, and that's her sort of forward look on that one, I think Google's going to be in that spot somewhere. So obviously, it's not going to be driving, but partnerships, things like that with the cloud. We saw what happened to Palantir today, which was an absolute stink face of a trade today. Like, we went long first. This is me, too early, right? We got in and out there within 3 or 4 minutes of the market opening. It makes that bottom, right? It's not really wipe out volume or anything, but that little wick to the bottom there, 92, gives us enough confidence to take the trade again, breaking through 15. So we don't have the trade anymore, and we should have it, because look where it is now. All of our outs are right here. That was the top of the day, 27. We got it out. We got it out again, only to watch it go up to 15.50. So that's why we're throwing a little bit of shade at that one. But we're almost back right now, as here goes NVIDIA. What did we say about what this trade was going to do? The market right now below the 50 period wants to go lower. This could be a $10 winner on NVIDIA, honestly. I'm going to hold. I don't have any more bids on this name. Look at this thing, absolutely cratering. Now $3. I mean, if you're looking for the big winners, Neil always says that the line, I'm your huckleberry, but we've had $7 winners on AI. Here's a $5, $4 winner on NVIDIA. We had $3 on AMD earlier. Anything else moving dramatically today? Apple, we had a good winner, but that's coming back in as well. Let's check out Disney at 92. Again, that was a pretty good one. But wow, now we're 340 in the money. See, this is my problem. Like, wow, okay. Why not go long NVDS? The hell? I don't know. NVDS, that's the levered one? 1.25 bear. Huh. Dude, I'm $4 in the money on NVIDIA. Are you kidding me? I mean, now you're Sharif. You know, when share the wealth. This was against you when I sat down beside you.
1.5% to the downside, excuse me.
This is what we're talking about.
That's beautiful.
They didn't get that.
They're going to get it again.
Let's go, man. I mean, that's honestly, that's why we're giving props. It's not about this trade versus somebody else's trade versus anything like that.
It's a big boy trade.
It's a big boy trade, but thank you for saying that. But it's more the reasoning. I said, like, if the NASDAQ falls, what exactly do we think was going to happen to NVIDIA? The risk to reward.
Yep.
Like, someone said that I'm Mr. 10 to 1. They said that earlier this morning.
Well, I mean, that's a nice title to have.
It is, but
I'll take it.
I mean, but the problem is that, no, it's a great, I'm down with the title. Down with the title.
Here, I want to say one thing quickly here.
But this is a 10 to 1 as well.
Can you come to my chart? This is the NQ. I don't know where the hell the thing went. NQ.
Aren't we working on,
Yeah, we're going to do. So here we go. June contract, NQ June contract. So I want to say this very specifically here, is we have two consecutive higher highs and 2 consecutive, for the moment, lower lows, okay? Does this spell buying opportunity? Possibly. The thing is, it hasn't given you a lot of time to decide on all the drops here. These are quick wicks that don't end up closing near the lows that happen here, and is it going to happen here? So it's kind of one of those ones where you got to make a decision quickly. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll sit 14.55. I don't know. So we'll see here. Dan was right. Dan is like, look, it rejected 14.605. And Huadunk came in. So, Dan, you were right. I was wrong on this one. I actually didn't make a prediction, but to be honest with you, inside of me, I was biased to the high side. But there we go. Rejection of 14.6 on the NQ, and the market tumbles. But again, I want to reiterate, we still have a higher low here. So, possible range trade, upward channel. Don't have to be a super technician to see this channel to the upside here. And that's all I'm talking about.
No, I mean,
Dan is the man, says Shanks Million.
Dan is the man. Dan is the man. I mean, shout out to Dan as well. I mean, that guy's a pretty special dude, for sure. So shout out to that.
Good contributor.
Yeah, great contributor, and there's just really respect him. Shout out to Dad Life and Dan over there as well. So we did take out a quarter. We did take out a quarter at 385. So,
okay.
We get a 385.08 fill. Just 420, just $4.20 there, almost exactly actually. $4 and I don't know what we were short at that point. Now it's an average price. Holy jeez.
Woo! Wow, bro. Okay, Nvidia's got to be a catalyst here.
There is no catalyst. There's nothing to do with that.
2%, bro.
Bro.
I need explanations.
I've already given you the explanation, dude.
I know, man.
All right. So stop overthinking everything. That's my advice
true.
to you.
And that's what the good technician, you always read that in the books and hear it. Like,
this is why I don't read. This is why I don't read any books.
No, I mean,
no books.
What they tell you to do as a technician is not worry about the reasons and just worry about the price action.
No,
But
you should look. Everybody should read a book at some point.
I hope so.
ABCs, 1, 2, 3s,
yeah, those might
stuff
be
like
nice.
that. Read stories to your kids.
Yeah.
But realistically,
well, I don't have any kids.
If you're like, yeah, I know you gotta work on that, bro. By the way, what I meant by that is really, it's like, I think educating yourself and reading what other people have to say is fine, but you could be as smart as the next person. You have to be able to sit down here and make the trades and actually put them on and be able to hold and things like that. There's more to it. There's one thing about getting started, and that's what I think is very important for most people, is that when you're getting started, you want to have people that you can follow.
Yep.
And there's absolutely
Learn the
nothing
right
wrong.
habits from.
Yeah, and I think that's very good. Like when I was reading the Anchored VWAP book, I was just like, yep, like know this. But it's just reassuring that there's other traders out there that are potentially looking at the same things as you, that give you just other things that you can learn. It's not like, oh my God, I'm never going to trust anybody with anything they have to say. It's just like, listen to what people have to say, but then you have to trade your own, because there's going to be people that are long and it's just like what you said with Dan there.
Yeah, what about
how he was calling, well, you just
Yeah,
talked about
yeah,
it.
yeah,
How
yeah.
You said, I admit it, I'm wrong, or whatever you said about how.
I had a bias to the high side.
Right, and he was probably biased the other way by his message, right? And that's what it's all about. Like books will tell you, don't have a bias. Disagree. I disagree, flat out disagree.
You want conviction.
I mean, why do you think we're doing the sticky note with bias positions on
included. There? Bias is included.
Obviously, I'm telling people, like I'm saying, I prefer long in this game. Right now, can that bias change? 100%. Do you have to be flexible? That's probably the biggest tip and that's what I've learned from myself too, is that to be as flexible as possible is to be able to change up your opinion and don't be stubborn. I'm not even reading the chat, so I don't know if people are hating on this or not, but I'm just trying to give, what I've learned in my times here. It's been 22 years of a lot of fun, and
Sean,
definitely not going anywhere.
Meta VWAP bounce. Let's bring in the chart.
See, this is what I mean. Now we go over to technical.
Okay, and that higher low coming into play.
You see what it bounced off of?
On, you're talking about NVIDIA?
No,
you're talking about Meta. Bounced off our friend VWAP.
There you go.
All right, there we go. That 274.25 holding about 50 pennies in the money. If you're looking for confirmation, if you're that kind of trader where you're not, it's not just enough for one indicator to show buy, maybe wait for the first green 5-minute candle to make a new high through that 275-ish area. And then some other people would say wait for it to close above this before getting in, this candle. I'm talking about this 5-minute candle through 275. So whatever you want your trade to be, so many different rules. Anyway, double top brewing here on Meta, but we're at a key level. We've broken the neckline, you could say, of the double top, which is that 274 3/4.
Bro, it's hot right here.
Okay, so I was hot earlier. Now I'm okay.
This spot is hotter than.
Okay, so Neil wasn't complaining earlier. I feel a bit better.
Well, if Neil's not
gonna lie.
complaining, then it's probably fine.
Yeah. Apparently, coin is flushing as well. So let me have a look. I don't know if it is or it isn't.
It's
Coin.
$51. Is that a flush?
No, I mean, it's bouncing at 50.75. It did reject that 52 and a third high. But anyway,
What's up, Habibi?
the point is here on Meta, I want to see how it trades. Let's see if we get a close above 275. We may want to take this to test the highs, especially if the market holds and turns back upward. I want to take the strong name up 1.25%. 276.57, the high. Sean.
Am I not being nice at Jackie? What's up, Jackie? How are you doing?
What
I hope
happened?
everything's
Who
doing
accused
well.
you of not being nice?
Oh, no. She just said, oh, maybe Sean was cranky today. But the only thing we're cranking out. I ain't cranky. No, I've never. The only time I got cranky was when we had, a little situation with malfunctioning keyboards.
Yeah, that was awesome, bro. I mean, that is one of like the best. I was really happy to have been here because we have a username based on that.
Yeah, that's a content creation.
Exactly, baby.
Type of thing.
Exactly.
Right now, my brother-in-law is sending me golf videos.
Oh,
so
yeah?
I better beat him, honestly, when he comes this weekend, because otherwise.
Where are they coming from? Out of town?
Yeah, they're from North Bay.
North
so
Bay.
3 hours out.
Nice. Okay,
right there. Okay, so
up to 400, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Big time up to 400. Right there. Okay, I'm going to cancel that because I can't put in multiple stop orders. So, all right, let's go. I'm going to put a stop on at least one more piece of this because we're in the money quite a lot here, 450 on NVIDIA. This is 385. I mean, it's no special lines here, but we're going to do support and resistance. I mean, if I wait for the 21 period, then I lose $1 on this trade, and maybe I don't because maybe it comes up here and then bounces and goes to the downside. Let's just reward ourselves for being right. We've already done that there at 385. We did not take anything at 384. We could just stair step $1. Remember when I said this could be a $10 winner? That's when we were at 389. Like, I'm not joking around. I do think that we could make good trades here, and this is why I talk about this being a $10 winner. You could get into this. This is 382. That's 381.
Solid trade, man.
Yeah, it's a pretty good trade. Let's just see if it can hold down here, 381. I mean, I think we can go lower than that, which is why I'm not putting out a 384 bid, but I don't know. Should we? I feel pretty confident putting a stop right here. So 385, what is this exactly? 385.65. I'm going to put that bid in. 385.66. We'll just do that. We'll punch out with ARCA, and then hopefully we'll be able to. Hopefully that doesn't happen, and we'll see. So, just for a tip here, because we get this question all the time. Did that go out? Yes. Ooh. I thought it punched me out right there. I thought I maybe put the wrong price. Ooh.
Elon has the wrong idea about Brendo. Elon is like, what is Brendo doing with all his downtime? Brendo doesn't have downtime.
First of all, why are people wanting to know what other people are doing around
even
here?
if they are.
Oh, it's because Brendan, I know what the problem is. It's because he's not coming up with the breaking news.
Oh, he's working. Trust me.
So this is the thing. We're trying to find people that are capable similarly to Brendan.
Yes.
And you're on this show.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
And
look, things are afoot.
I'm
We've
here.
made that clear before.
Neil's
that.
eating, and we're trading
Yeah.
as well. So we are looking to get more broadcast experience.
Things are afoot.
There may be something afoot.
Yeah. We've already talked about that. So things in the hopper, Sean.
I'm just going to see. If this is a damn golf video.
Golf
Yep,
video.
he's opening up his rangefinder.
What is
that he found.
in for a red?
Yeah, so he's showing me that he's opening up his rangefinder right now to show me that, see?
There it is.
Here it is right here. This is what he's sending me right now. See? There it is right there. Rangefinder. You can't probably see it. So just, he's getting ready to rock and roll. All right, I see how it is. I better hit the driving range, man. I haven't swung a club in like a year. Ugh. I'm getting jonesing to go out there. All right, so let's go. Bring back, yeah, we are. What's up to Ponzi Fonzie? Bang to you as well. All right, look at this. 384 is trying to go right now to the downside. So let's just wait to see what happens here. U.S. intelligence points to Russia being behind Ukraine dam attack. Duh. Did You see that story this morning?
No, I didn't.
A
I
huge dam
really
broke in
tried
Ukraine.
to
Yeah, no,
block
it's,
my ears out of all of that
It's bad.
because
It's bad. But I'm surprised that they didn't do that.
what is the attack? Can you tell me quickly?
I've got you guys.
Bad attack. The dam was a bad attack.
Yeah,
that
no,
what
no,
you're
they
saying?
breached the dam. It's like, remember in New Orleans when the dam breaks, man, everything.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
like, I don't know if it's flooding like cities and everything. It's not. Right. The reservoir feeds the nuclear power plant. But I mean, I don't know if NVIDIA's, I'm not meaning to do some jokes about that, but NVIDIA's coming to the downside as this whole market is coming back down. And this is old news. So I don't want to bring that news to you. This is 15 minutes ago, but the dam was earlier this morning because I already saw the news. But apparently now it's confirmed that it was from Russia. And I mean,
Funding
when you're
secured.
yeah, I don't want to. Yeah,
Yeah,
funding security. I don't want to joke
we don't
about.
wanna joke
yeah,
about
because
that,
lives
that's
are
true.
being lost. But at the same time, it's just more about the negativity that we've had in this market for the last little while. I think China's still a problem. Obviously, Russia's still a problem. When you have like 3 world powers, one is the U.S. trying to do what they do, and then you have Russia and China.
So it's funny. Perfect segue, Sean.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I'm a
Might get out of
poli-sci background. That was my undergrad.
Me
It was
too.
the biggest waste of time. Sorry. I
No,
don't
mine's a
tell you.
minor.
Yeah, no, mine was a major.
Ouch.
Yeah. So
I'm just playing around. That's
no,
my
no,
fault.
I didn't feel like
And
it
look
was
at you now.
time well spent. The point is, poli-sci, we had to do a lot of analysis about power and et cetera. So, they looked at the world prior to World War II and World War I as what they call a multipolar world, where you had
Yep.
multiple powers equal in strength or somewhat equal in strength, and there were too many powers at play, and it had to consolidate into either a unipower or like a bi, where there were two. And that's what it ended up resolving into after the Second World War. The First World War had that kind of temporary ceasefire. Yeah, exactly. It didn't resolve until World War II. And so what you're starting to see now is much the same environment start to arise, where you're having like multi-power starting to emerge. Again, that may start rivaling each other eventually down the road, right? So I don't know.
I'm nervous about it all. I'm just.
Yeah, and then you factor AI into that and cybersecurity, and it's a whole thing.
Why we buy some Palantir?
There you go.
Palantir again into U.S. intelligence.
Jay Lee says, were you a big fan of Noam Chomsky? I know a lot about his writing. Yes, especially with respect to the Middle East issue. I that's all in the past. So I don't.
At the end of the day, America has better nukes. Well, let's hope that we never have to try that theory out.
So that's just a political science perspective, not really talking more news-based at all,
Yeah.
right?
No,
just
that's,
like the
that
poli
makes sense. That
sci,
makes sense to me.
perspective. And then if you can factor that into the market somehow, right, using your,
Yep. No, and that's part of having it, right? And it's just kind of like, it just goes to that book smarts thing that you talked about. You can't even study day trading, and I mean maybe you can now. I don't know. It seems like you can study everything in school now, but when we were there definitely was no information whatsoever on financial literacy. So I'm expecting it to be a little bit better now. I mean, I'm personally teaching my kids. Both my kids have already traded. We talk about the stock market all the time, and quite frankly, it is a piece of their life. And I think that building wealth like that, the wealth effect, can be not just educational, but people pass money down, but it's about passing down the knowledge so that you teach your kids to fish, type of thing as well. I don't want them to be day traders. I just want them to understand investing and things like that, and how to create wealth out of more than just your own personal income.
sir.
Possibly bring it in on some side hustles, because I've always had lots of side hustles. So I think that's very, very important. I did I went to school for finance, majored in finance with an honors degree from Laurier, and then I did the
Bro, what is this print factory that you have at NVIDIA, man? All I keep seeing is newer lows.
yeah. I'm not even looking at it.
Oh,
I'm looking at NIO, because that one right there, we're barbecuing up the profit on NIO right here, Alfredo. If we can show, I don't want to barbecue up his charts over here, but there we go right now. I mean, this is just as good of a trade. I mean, obviously, when you're going to be like NFTing something, you want to have the beautiful move, and we want to be able to say, I'm $6 in the money right now. on NVIDIA. But right here, this NEO trade, I'm pretty proud of this one too. Taking VWAP, and that's that. And that's what I was saying about the anchored VWAP book, right? It's about, so I did read it, and it's just about giving yourself more confidence, like maybe believing.
You read the entire thing already?
Yeah, it wasn't that long.
Oh, I haven't even looked.
A lot of pictures. It's only.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
you said the entire thing? I did not.
Okay.
So there's a section there on how to use, so the last quarter of the book is like different strategies that he breaks down.
okay.
I'm not super interested in that for myself.
So the
I already
actual
have my own
implementation.
strategies. He talks about how to use it on IPOs, how to use it on, I don't even remember, but there's there's 3 or 4 different things. I was like, I wasn't super interested in that because I already know how I want to use it and how I am using it. So I didn't want to, like, I already have my IPO strategy. And there is obviously things that you can use to get better. But until, shout out to Michael Noss, but right now we don't have the capabilities, even on eSignal, unless I'm wrong, and you guys are on eSignal too, I can't anchor VWAP anyways, so I don't use anchored VWAP.
But Michael Noss sent out an email this morning.
Yeah.
You saw it. So we're going to have that on Trade Ideas ASAP.
I already downloaded the new version, but I have to sit there and try it and do that. And the thing is, and there's no way in hell, I know there's people here that's use other people's strategies and things like that, and I think that's good. And it's about understanding why the strategy works. But there's no way I'm just going to sit down and start using anchored VWAP.
No. You need
I want to be able to see it work.
For sure.
The fact that, and a shout out to Michael Noss for hooking us up.
And
but,
it's nice from a swing trade perspective, too.
Right,
I've
that
been
might be
using
the thing.
it anecdotally.
Yes.
Yeah, and
I
it
don't
works.
know about it on day trades like what we're doing.
We're seeing
because
he's
then
trying
you got
to pitch
anchor
it to us like it is, and we don't know if the data supports it. Well, we need proof.
Look at this.
That,
Look at
before
NVIDIA,
we're going to
dude.
pitch it to our viewers.
What,
bro? What's going on? I'm telling you, there has
It's
to
not
be an
even
NVIDIA.
about. It's not about pitching anything.
It's AV. Yeah, exactly. No, it's not about pitching, but it's about if, like, saying this works,
right?
Or here's a strategy you can try. We need to see the data. Right? Would you
like,
not
let
agree?
me
yeah. Well, do your thing with NVIDIA, man.
No. I'm not doing anything with NVIDIA. I told you where my bid is.
Where's it again?
382 and a quarter.
382 and a quarter.
But you know what? Like, now that I see this bouncing, I mean, honestly, what is the difference? Like, at this point, we're just bouncing off the even dollar. Let me take a bid here at 383 if we can, and then just put 650 in our pocket, and then we'll hold the rest. I mean, we've done pretty good. I mean, my first out. This is. I'm a changed man.
I like it.
Oh my God.
We just got it. We just got it. $7 in the money. Normally, you would see me doing this. Out. So we have a bunch of outs right here because that to me is pretty obvious. That. Ooh.
You just got that quarter fill.
Oh, no. I canceled it. I'm just saying how much is going down. I actually got a 383 fill.
Wow, good trade, Sean. Good trade, bro.
Ya, man. Thank you so much for that, Sharif.
That's a mover there.
I said this to Max, like.
Mad Max?
Look,
where is he
where the hell is Mad Max? Well, he's getting ready to come on. This is the thing.
Probably playing on one
Shout
of
out
his,
to Neil. He went on his
shirts.
vacation. I'm going to be on vacation at some point as well. But Max sat beside me, and
have you been to Hawaii? Oh, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this.
But Max was, like, we had talked about this, more of a changed man, I feel like. He was with me for a while. I want him to come on the show and explain some of his trades. This guy is really on fire right now.
He's a good trader.
Yeah, but I think recently he's been really stepping it up right now over the last, whatever. I don't want Max. I just checked. Max is doing well today.
Good,
so,
bro.
So right now, yesterday I was trying to catch him, and today we'll share the spots. So it's a good one there. I wonder when futures will break. 1,700 likes.
Jeez.
We'll take it. I mean, NVIDIA's only $8 in the money. Like, did you think I was crazy? Did you must have thought I was nuts when
No, man. Look. I mean, we just got a $7 drop. Yeah.
But you thought I was insane when I said, like, this is going $10.
No, I didn't think you were insane. No, that's not a fair characterization. I didn't think it was going to go $10 though.
Okay, good.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
Nor did I. I mean, sometimes you got to take outs, but like looking back, you wonder about some of these outs. But nice move to the downside. All right, people are bored of me for sure, so I'm bored of myself at this point. Let's go over. We've already cleaned up Neo. We basically have no shares left.
Oh, I want to talk about something real quick.
Yeah.
Because we just made a newer low now
on the NQ, so we may have just changed the trend here. And it's printed on the NQ and the ES. We were talking about holding higher lows, and now the break was that 14,540. Essentially, we closed below it as well. If you're looking at the 5-minute time frame, which I am, it's a lower low. There's no question about that. So we'll have to keep an eye and see if does this market trend change, or are we going to get more bamboozlement, some sideways action? Because if we were looking for trends here to maintain like an upward trend of higher highs and higher low, it just went out the door.
Yeah, this was a big move
Nvidia's
here.
tanking these markets.
Well,
man.
what did you want to say about Hawaii?
Oh yeah, no. If you haven't been,
That's
fine.
No.
Those are
I'm trying to go.
recommendations,
So I'll be probably not here in the fall. I know. I got to take my kids. I gotta do something, man. If I can ever find, I can't
Fall's
book.
not a good time.
I can't ball. What?
The fall's a good time too.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I might do it during
I do it.
Christmas. I don't know what I'm going to do. But
October.
the problem is I can't plan anything now because both my kids are playing like competitive hockey.
They
And
can't
it's
take
like,
any time
I
off?
don't know. I mean, I just don't want them to miss tournaments and stuff like that. So, where's
Yeah.
Mad Max?
I don't know,
Right
bro.
now.
I don't know.
Ironing his
Overtime.
shirt, I think. Here he comes. Here he comes.
Oh, there he is. I live in
people are
Hawaii.
demanding- the people are
Okay,
demanding
so
Max.
I have a. So do you know which hotels are good in Waikiki? So Ironsman, I'm trying to narrow it down between the Moana and the what's that called? The something rigger?
Nickelodeon?
No, something rigger.
Oh, you're going to Hawaii?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ah,
in
is that
July.
already done?
Yeah, I already booked my tickets and everything. Now it's just
July?
now into the hotel. Yeah, I'm going to LA. I'm going to Orange County.
Oh, yeah, with your sister. You mentioned that.
And then I'm going to Hawaii on my own.
your own.
On my own.
Weren't you like, oh, my sister's going to organize everything?
Yeah, then they ended up backing out. My
but she
niece
must-
has cheer commitments. They don't get the summer off.
Waikiki Reef.
Football
Yeah.
and cheer don't have any time off
Yeah,
in the
same
summer.
as mine. Mine's in gymnastics. Oh, they have summertime off, though. They don't have summertime off?
Waikiki Reef.
That's what some people
says,
say. Well, which island? People are very concerned about
So in
this.
Honolulu. So Honolulu.
No, why not do an Airbnb?
No, I really want to be on the water, and I don't want to have to worry about
Deal
any
with
of
all
that.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I get
And
that.
I want like a live hotel. So the Moana has like this nice pool bar with like a big tree that acts as shade. And it's one of the only hotels that's actually on the beach. A lot of them, there's a road separating them, despite the fact that they're very close.
Right, but you're still not
all the
on the
beaches
water.
are public there, Sean. You can't have private beaches. So,
And if you tell people you're going there, then people are going to show up.
oh yeah, Sharif's mom is going to show up.
Better not tell people where you're going, dude.
Outrigger, that's it. Thank you, coming in
Moana
hot.
Surf
Outrigger
Rider.
Hotel. The Outrigger is another good
Good.
one.
Okay, so there you go.
We'll see.
It seems like you've
What
got...
did they say about the Moana?
I'll come to Puerto Rico. I'm just trying to take my kids somewhere.
Moana Surf Rider, exactly.
Yeah, I'm trying to take my kids somewhere where they can, enjoy the all-inclusive life. Because I just want to honestly
this
sit
is
down.
all-inclusive.
Like if I was by myself, dude,
Yeah,
I'd be totally like,
The all-inclusive look is
just someone fan me and bring me some like margaritas or something like that.
While I punch in the
You know, take some foot
Or
massages.
shorts in your case here.
And all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
But for the family, no. Like I'd rather just sit down, do the same thing, but have my kids like running around. They want food, go to the bar and get it. You want a drink, go and get it. Don't ask me for anything. But okay, we're ready to rock and roll, man. We are leaving
Mad
you guys
Max
at days
is in the
high
house.
for us. Mad Max is sitting there telling me to be quiet. So here we go. Yeah, we're really excited to do it. Bahamas is nice. Yeah. So all right, I'll pass it over. Throw the camera on this guy,
Yes,
and I'll get out
sir.
of here.
All right. Well, I just kind of teased at what I'm about to talk about, which is that newer low on the NQ. We're holding a little bit right now, or a little bit of buying coming in, but we have made that newer low. So now I'm starting to think a completely different way. Starting to think maybe 14.5 might be in play on the day. This is the 5-minute look. Let's look at the 15 and see where some of these bottoms are. All right. First and foremost, we have yesterday's pre-market action where we had a low, a bit of a bottom form at that 14.525. So that 14.5 and a quarter. Bit of a bottom there. That's not my fave, to be honest with you, on the 15, but there is good support at this level. So, maybe we shouldn't be looking at 14.5 quite yet. With respect to the 14.5 support level, there's not a whole lot of action at that level. I mean, you have a little bit here, a little bit here. Let's go out a little bit
farther. Let's look at the half an hour. Let's move back a little bit here. So, yeah, I'm not really liking the 14. It's possible just because it is the 500 level, but there's not a whole lot that goes through it. At least that's my take. Maybe somebody else sees things a little differently, but we'll see if we end up making that 14.5 touch. But the 15.5 looks like there may be support at these levels. I haven't looked at the NQ. I'm the ES though. So we will have a look at that. Once I send it to Max, I'll be able to analyze it a bit better. What is moving? Okay, so NVIDIA, the one that Sean was in, big boy Huadunk, a bit of reprieve now for the sellers with a 381.48, essentially 381.5 bottom, now bouncing back up to 383.5, but a $2 move back up. I mean, what the volatility is this? Imagine this one retraces back maybe into yesterday's close or goes green on the day. That'd be fun. I love that. Okay, so you see the market curling or NVIDIA doing it on its own?
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA's obviously done this. I mean, the market, you know, I've been kind of hanging out for like half an hour, not looking at anything, and then suddenly the market's down.
Right?
I thought we were up today. I don't know what's going on. Now I'm confused. Everything that I was going to do in the next hour is just totally off the table now. So, yeah, no idea.
You had a big day. Word on the street.
What?
Huh?
I had a big day today?
Yeah.
No.
No? It's all propaganda?
Propaganda. Yesterday was good, though. Yesterday
was good?
Yeah, that Apple short was pretty awesome off that news of the $3,500 price tag.
Woo!
I happened to be short before that on like a little fail break scenario, and then the tape just started flying, and I'm like, all right.
It didn't even actually tank on the $3,500. It tanked as soon as they started talking about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
but
Tim
then,
Cook left it to the very end. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, we've got like this other thing.
Yeah.
And like that's what everyone was waiting for, so it's ironic. Right? And then Brendo and I were actually watching WWDC and looking at the tape and the price action.
I guess if you're going to be trading it, you probably should be doing that. I was just kind of going off tape and maybe maybe a little lucky, but I mean the trend was down off that conference, and then once the selling really started to come in, we broke that 180. That was nuts, and I didn't have like the 180 breakdown trade, which I mean that looked pretty.
What did you think about the whole thing? Did you watch any videos? Get any info on it?
I mean, I'm not gonna wear that thing. Like,
kidding me?
You're gonna, but I don't think it was never for
it's gonna
me.
be over 4K Canadian.
It's gonna be $5,000.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was ever for me. So, it's
What I
for
did
like
like-
these early tech adopters.
Exactly.
But Meta has the $500 one.
I know.
So
there's more gizmos on this one. So here, let me make the pitch to you. Here's devil's advocate. Let me play devil's advocate,
All right.
okay? So it's got a feature where anybody comes in your purview, you're still not completely disassociated from your environment.
yeah, I like that.
It shows you they've given thought to the fact that they don't want people completely disassociated from the environment. So I like the fact that they applied their mind to that. The other thing that I like is that it's got downward-looking cameras where you can do hand gestures.
That
The
makes
Meta thing,
sense.
you got to hold those clunky.
Yeah, holding those things is
joysticks.
stupid.
This, you're doing like your own thing. It's first gen. There's no question about it, but they've applied their mind to the right things. That's what I like. So they can make it more every day. They got me, and they got me at basically any price point, sub 5,000 if they make them to regular glasses.
Oh,
If
into
those
like,
things
yeah,
are regular glasses.
Remember Google did that with Google Glass like
but
10 years ago?
Not with the same kind of
Obviously, yeah.
experience that you have with the. You've got me. You've got my money. Take my money if you can give me that kind of experience.
You got to
in a
expect that
glasses
that's
format.
that's the goal
Eh?
in the end. That must be the goal in
And that's
the
what
end.
Brendo and I were talking
to get
about,
it to get it to like sunglass
AI
size.
high a day apparently.
Yeah, I was just watching that. I liked the idea of an AI long today.
Right.
I was just, I don't know. I feel like every trade that I was in today was not necessarily a setup trade, and they were taking a lot of my mental capital. So I wasn't able to, take a lot of different trades today. So yeah, AI I kind of missed. I liked the idea of that 36.50 yesterday's high. 37. Wait, no. Yeah, 36 was. So I like the idea of it like breaking and holding above 36. But it didn't really hold above all that cleanly. And then like we break this 36.50. That's not a bad spot. Really, that 37.30, where is that on this chart? 37.30. Yeah, see, like, so nothing was particularly clean today on AI. So it was hard to get along. I know that I talk about the teal, but I don't typically.
Trust the teal, baby.
Like, I trust the teal when I'm already long.
Yep.
I'm not using this to get into positions. I don't think that like using a moving average to get into a position is really a particularly great way to trade.
This is like multiple other confirmatory indicators.
Yeah. So if you're saying I want to buy it ahead of this high here at 36.50, and then that's touching the teal, fantastic.
Great.
All right. So it dumps into the teal, it stops, it holds 36.50, and then starts ripping. That's a good trade. Yeah. But I just wasn't watching at that moment, and it's a 1 minute chart. That's a 1 minute candle. So yeah, I wasn't watching, but I don't know. This 37 hold right now looks pretty good. It's kind of feeling like that 34 level yesterday, which I missed. I don't know if you saw that yesterday. Going into the close, the 34 touched again. That was the level that we wanted to get long off that we missed, and then it just ripped into the close and made that 36, I think it was high, 35.90 or whatever that was. So yeah, AI, lots of opportunity. The short squeeze is indeed still on AI, and yeah, I mean, what's the next stop?
Did you see the short float on Big?
Big? I haven't seen Big today.
So here it is. This is the mover on Big. Come to my screen, Bradley, real quick, or whoever's on the ones and twos. Come to my screen, guys. There we go. So Big apparently has between a 40 to 65% short float. So this was the whole thing. Guys, come to my screen. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, look at this move. So I took
that's
this.
A move. That's a move.
Here, I took 10 cents on this. I mean, 10-cent risk. I ended up having a loser on it.
I thought you were going to say you took a 10-cent profit trade.
No.
I think that's not the idea
on
the ones like
obviously,
this.
No. It was basically a VWAP dip. The idea was, does this hold VWAP, yes or no? And the answer was no, and I was out. All right, there's a whole bunch of super chats that I have to get to. Let's go here. Michelle E. Bear, awesome. $2.20 Canadian, thank you. Member for 6 months. He says to Neil, told you about that DDS 280 long term. I'll let Neil know he's not around. Shout out to Michelle, friend of the shows and longtime viewer. Long this, member for 2 months, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. This market, the last 2 years, has me drinking 5 minutes after the close every day.
That's mean.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Like, no, that's not.
I don't know.
Awesome, but I do love your candor on that. Newman MTG, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Newman MTG. When I grow up, I just want to be like you, Sharif. Apparently, Vacation Guru said that. I'm not sure. Shout out to you. Jokes as usual. I just want to let you guys know that we are sponsored by Search Trader, guys. Search Trader allows you to have a funded trading account of up to $1 million and drawdowns, I think, up to almost 8%. Keep a lot of the profits. Use the code TTV to get 10% off. Shout out to Search Trader, big sponsor and friend of the shows. You know, a lot of people, they don't want to use their own capital. They don't have enough capital to trade the way that they want to trade. Obviously, in the States, you have the pattern day trader rule. You got to be above 25K, right? So you put up a little bit of your capital. They give you some of theirs. And if you can trade, prove it.
Yeah. I like that. I think that if I was getting into trading right now, I think that, wasting my own money for a long time on like these small accounts is probably not the best way to go about it. So if I was aware of this kind of structure, I might get into it like that. back in the day, but you know, we're here. We got as much capital as we need.
Oh, yeah.
As I lose my microphone here.
That's all good. We're curling up here, though, Max. We're at days high on Google, 128.12.
128?
Yeah. Google is at 128.13. Google's
have I
up
been?
1 2/3% on the day.
Where have I been?
I don't know, man. But Google's pumping to the high
128,
side.
jeez,
I'm looking
okay.
at Tesla here. Tesla's also up almost 1%. It's
Tesla
back
is,
into 220, close. We obviously know 220 was a resistance and a support area for a bit up here. So here we go, curling back into it. We're above 219.5 at the moment. So we shall see what happens. We're 115, so lunchtime's over. Where's the volume at, baby?
Things are starting to take off.
Pump it, says
like.
Michael Lloyd.
So that's a new recent highs for Google. I was not even aware of that for whatever reason. I have not seen that Google's breaking out. So I'm going to throw an alert up for that 129.50 to take the 130 break whenever that shows up in the next little while. Damn. Tesla, though. Tesla, regret of the day for me. I was long Tesla looking for, you know, I wasn't looking for 220. I was looking more for 217. And I'm long at 213.05 or whatever it was earlier today. End up getting not even close to enough out and stopping out on this position, but it gives it to me again. And I was doing something else, didn't take this. I mean, this was the easiest trade of all time. It wicks 213 one more time, and then basically just explodes $3.50 in 5 minutes. And, you know, you can still be holding that now. I don't think, you know, you necessarily would be. I think that, you know, this 217 kind of area would have been a good place to get out of Tesla, but Tesla kind of doing a half-day pullback kind of scenario here, and then making its charge towards the top again. I don't know,
I had this
like, what's
trade
next
here.
on Tesla?
I front ran. Here, my trade on Tesla was as follows. It's actually better if I show it like this. I don't know if you were watching the 220 break. There was a lot of size. You were trying to short it, yeah. So I front run it. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of my style. I was going to give it a bit. So I ended up making a nice move there. I took a little bit there.
I think once it gets to that price, given the move that it's made on the day and how important that 220 price is, I think that it's safe to assume that that's breaking and front running it. Like, front running a level like that on a stock like this that breaks every level is the way to go.
And it wasn't in isolation.
Yeah.
I didn't make that decision as a gamble that I typically make in every situation, in every context. No, it was market-based. We obviously had an uptrend on the futures. We were at critical levels. We were at 14.6. We had held 14.6. So there were a lot of reasons why I made that. It wasn't just in isolation, so don't take that as kind of like a cut and dry type trade. No. But we, man. All right, so 14.6 is still the look here for the NQ, but I don't know. That lower low on the NQ, I definitely didn't like. So I'm a little bearish at the moment, but we'll see if the market turns around. It turns around. 385 is the level on NVIDIA. Now we had a nice retracement after that huge move down. Is this the next leg down? Do we short this level and then maybe look into something like a 382 before maybe curling back up again, making that higher low? So NVIDIA, possible scalp here for a couple of bucks. Very volatile in the day, giving you dollars at a time. That's what you want to see, baby, with lots of liquidity.
I mean, NVIDIA, you got to be looking for at least a $2 move, in my opinion. Even if you're going to scalp it. Maybe $1.50 if you're trying to, like, legit scalp it. But, like, you're
guys,
looking at 50
come
to
to
60
that
cents
two-screen,
risk.
guys. Bradley or Alfredo, two-screen. There we go.
All right. Yeah, you're looking like 50, 60 cents risk, I think, on NVIDIA. So you got to be looking for $1.50 in return. But yeah, I don't know. NVIDIA is kind of confusing to me today, so I'm staying away. That's, you know, the market's kind of not going down, and NVIDIA really is.
Man,
I think when NVIDIA gives up that like 380. I'm going to have to take a look at like the 30 minute.
Tesla and Google, man, they look good. I mean, and you know, the thing with this one is you don't have to guess. They're both strong. They're both either up 1 2/3 or almost 1% on the day.
Google giving you high days again. What to expect on Google? I mean, it's a blue sky setup at this point. Obviously, it's not blue sky,
Not blue sky,
but
yeah.
you know, recent blue sky. Going back over 52 weeks at this point. So.
Like that, I like that move for sure. This is post split high, I believe, on Google. Did it get to 130 ever? I don't think so. I'm trying to like.
No, not recently. I just looked at the daily. No, we don't have a high there. So.
No.
AI apparently making a move. People saying SoFi, AI making a high. Let me take coin off here and look at AI because I took AI just touched 38.49, made a newer high. You know, I'm seeing a possible curl down, maybe a double top with VWAP retracement at 37. I have been watching this stock. I know it's a big 8% back that key level that Max was talking about earlier. So good look on AI. Here's the chart. Sorry, I was talking about it and not even showing it. This is the double top on AI over here.
Yeah. I keep getting kind of burned trying to get in too high on AI these days and thinking like, okay, short squeeze.
Yeah.
I think I got to be more patient on that one. Try to find a way to buy dips. I think you got to look for key levels on AI versus like trying to kind of push it higher with higher bids. But I think like back into that 37.50 kind of area if we can get that. That is currently the 50 period. That'd be a nice trade on AI. So I got that one right in front of my face here, watching for a potential dip. GitLab, I have traded today a few times. I know you guys were talking about it earlier. Brad is cheering it on as he has some kind of long in the personal account. I was long at like 45-ish, 44.80 kind of average, and took this up to this pre-market high around 47. 47 break failed, but we're still holding up here well above VWAP. So I'm wondering for the afternoon if we break 47 decisively there, is GitLab like the play to get into, 48, 48.50 maybe into the close? I kind of like the idea of that. All during this time here, you would get these huge dips and then they would get bought up within about a minute. So like dips down like, what is that, 46.40 down, so like 70-cent dip. And then they would just keep getting bought up and bought up and bought up into this level. Now it's kind of curling over. But if we hold 46 into the close, I think there's pretty much only one way that this can go. I think that people might be stuck short on this name based on everything that I was seeing. A lot of size was getting filled on the offer on the way up, and then as soon as it would dip, it would get bought up. So I'm thinking that people were shorting on the way up. It doesn't break down. They're covering, and I don't know. I have an idea that potentially people are stuck at this 46 level. I did see 1,000 lots get filled at 46. So I'm wondering if that individual or entity is stuck short at 46 right now and potentially wanting to cover into the close. But I'm going to have this one on watch as well. No trades yet. Maybe a 46 fail breakdown too could be a good trade.
Yeah, I'm watching Tesla. The dance that it's having with 220 is just not being helped by the market as we're, not for the moment. We'll see what Tesla does, but doing that dance with 220 again. We did this dance earlier where there was some resistance, even if it may not be a major technical level. And I would posit it is because you had some support flip here between resistance and support. So 220 in focus for me. We'll see how it resolves.
Market I think maybe like a 221 fail break if the market isn't ripping.
Yeah.
And then you take it back down
into
that 219 kind of area.
You got multiple 221 touches earlier on or near touches.
Yeah, so if this breaks and goes to like 221.25, 30, which was the high yesterday, and stalls there, and then gets back below that 221 area, I think that you can get a short in there. Maybe just like a $1.50, $2 scalp trade. I don't think Tesla's like reversing the whole move today, but I like that for a scalp. I have Tesla up on a chart as well. BMR.
Jay Lee, good friend of the show's, wants to have a look at that. Says, take a look at BMR. Will it spike again? What is the action like on level 2?
What's the deal with this one? Is this?
It's up 29, almost 30% on the day. This one, bear imaging. I don't see a technical reason or a catalyst for it on my blotter, but my blotter has been off.
Well, we have this $8 high from, when was that? May 25, so 2 weeks ago. I guess like just kind of a technical breakout. It tried to get to that $2 level and caught support again, and then shoots back up. I don't see news on this one. Files for, no, that's on May 30. So I don't see anything on this name per se. I think you would want to see it breaking $4 to get long. Other than that, you're looking short back down through 2. But yeah, I mean, no volume on the day. I'm wondering, yeah, like what, is this like a swing trade? You're just trying to like get this back into this high, kind of buying off of these areas, or, you know, maybe, I don't know. I mean, if you're short up here, you're laughing. Might as well just cover right now.
That's the end of the story.
Yeah.
I mean that was like the big V-shaped retracement.
Yeah.
Market really starting to slow down here, guys. The range on the ES getting ever so tighter now. The last, you want to say, almost half an hour, it's been a 10-point range between 77s and 87s. The NQ, much the same, between 75 and 25. You know, things tightening up at the moment. I don't anticipate that to be the case later on. I think we'll get maybe a decent move in either direction. Coinbase has been a nice buy off that 46 bottom. It reclaimed VWAP and then some. What's the fib on this one? Just for you know what and giggles. Let's take the breakdown level. Yesterday's close. Let's take that down to here. And where's the fib retrace? Okay, so we actually did touch and reject off exactly 50%.
Really?
So something tells me, maybe if someone was using some fibs here, the 50% level from yesterday's close till the close on the bottom here, yeah.
I was talking to some people about
whatever.
the fibs, and there's so many lines. So you draw 7 lines on a chart.
Silly, you know,
it's obviously going to look like it lines up with
sure.
at least one of them.
It's going to fit one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Which one to
but,
use? Which one to use? Yeah.
The fact that it went straight to the 50% is kind of interesting. Yeah, I had that short in the pre-market off of the 49 fail when it shot back up. I guess I could pull my chart up here. Yeah, this pre-market, I think Sean was short from like here
that was
or something.
like a monster
I don't
one
know.
that you had. Where'd you get short?
So it shot up like really aggressively here. It tried to break low of day, and it did successfully, and then tried to break 48, couldn't do it, and just shoots straight up. And like I see it at 49.30, and I'm like, this is short, but I was too scared, so I just got it back down going through 49.
Right.
And added here, and you know, I had my stop through 49, and it just went. And you know, I wasn't expecting it to get all the way down here, so covered. I was presenting the morning meeting at this time from my desk.
You were presenting?
So I'm like,
poor guy.
Oh, what do I do? What do I do? And I just covered. I tried the short a bunch of other times on it, and like this, I tried the long through 50. It went 20 cents and then slammed back down. So then I shorted it and held it all through this. End up stopping out high of day, which was kind of dumb. End up getting short again off this 50.75 area. But really the trade of the day on Coinbase, I think, was this long off of 50. You get it here on this breakout here where it was reserving really hard for about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
You get it here again. It breaks down 5 cents and then goes like almost a full $1 for you. Here again, same trade. And then this one was absolutely money. It goes, what is that, $1.75 off that 50 level within like 3 minutes. So this was a banger trade right here, this 50. I kind of only saw short today, so didn't have it, but obviously market buying this one back. You got to get to that 50% retracement, I guess.
I know, right? We're going to use fibs from now on. Rochelle Saba, Max, I heard you were saying that you don't base your entry on an EMA, but more on a level. Could you share on Tesla stock once again?
Sure. What do you want me to look at on Tesla, though?
So I'm thinking maybe
there's size
did you
on
get
the
into
bid
Tesla
here.
today? Did.
Yeah. I was in off that 213 level. There was no EMA basis for this one. This was pure levels. It's when you get a trending stock that you're looking at these
Can you show
EMAs.
why? Because I explained it multiple times, but maybe she didn't see it today. But show how it kept getting bought up every time it dipped into 213. There was a buyer standing right there.
Yeah, if you're like off the open, just trying to get short off of an EMA, like sure, it does work here off this 21, but I mean that's the opening 9:30 candle. I feel like that's not really something that you want to base your decisions off of at 9:30.
Right.
It does end up kind of bouncing off VWAP here at 215, but you know, if you're trying to base an entry off an EMA, I'm not sure how you would do that today. If you wanted to be long Tesla, which was the trade of the day, I don't think being short was the trade of the day, unless you're saying, you know, it breaks through this 21 period or the 50 period and then does this wick down to hold it. Maybe that's what you're trying to say, to base an entry off an EMA, but like that's also above that 214 level. Which,
exactly.
Yeah,
I think that just be based on that, right? Like, look, unless you're following a strict mechanical trading system where you're getting in and out on an exact location where maybe one EMA crosses another and the other one then crosses down, and you're doing that 100% of the time, you know, don't base it just on the EMA. Use it as one of your considerations. That's my suggestion. Back into 220-ish area we go on Tesla. That last little dip down into 219.5 land got bought back up. And here we are trying to test 220 again, accumulating. Also holding yesterday's close on the ES, as we are actually literally flat 0.0% on the ES, and just a tiny fraction to the downside on the NQ. We're 0.12, just below that 14,588 area where we closed yesterday. But guess what? SoFi doesn't know about all that, doesn't care about all that. It is up high a day.
SoFi is really ripping lately.
It has been, man. We've talked about this in case you're, you know, wondering why this bad boy is moving. Part of the deal, Max, that was struck between the parties in question was that there was going to be a suspension, an eventual suspension of the loan forgiveness, student loan forgiveness.
Yeah.
And then obviously SoFi stands to benefit from that because
I think that's huge news for them.
It is.
Like huge news.
And it's been trending. Okay, so
I think that we can go a lot higher than this based on that personally. But
look at the move. Let's talk about the move. Why speculate? Let's look at the move. Here it is. There is the announcement, the deal. And it's a big boy upside. Now we're breaking
50% from there.
And we're taking major levels. Okay, so here's one. We're closing. If we close above here, we'll be above this. And then look, this is where we closed last time. So these are wicks. These are intraday wicks. They don't count. For me, they don't count as much. So if we close above here, that's a higher high. And now we're talking about 850, the 850, the 8 quarter level. You know, this might be an interesting swing. I've been talking about this one, Palantir and Lee. I really like these for swings. They have good momentum.
Oh, yeah. That, I mean, we've been kind of talking about SoFi and Palantir on this show for swing trades many times. It's like, if we keep holding these levels, there's only one place to go, which is up. Like Palantir, we were talking about at $10, weren't we?
Yeah.
And now we're at 16 almost.
It's been a month. Every day it seems to have a new headline too, whether it's a new contract. Today they released a new platform called Foundry. It's supposed to help industrial clients.
Yep.
So Palantir and their crazy-haired CEO absolutely getting it done, baby. Shout out to him and his hair. When's the last time you think he saw a barber? You think he goes to the barber and says, "Give me the poofy coif"?
Like, I haven't seen this. I'm gonna have to look it up right now.
You gotta.
I'm gonna look this up.
Apparently, ADRs are moving here quickly. Baba and Neo apparently moving, but what? Oh, you can't pull up his hair? Oh, I know it's freezing on you. Foundry is not new, says Patrick. Oh, I didn't know that. This morning was when I got wind of it, and the way they announced it, it made it sound new to me. But if you have other information, sure. What else we got here? What do you get? Where do you get that info about the companies that have done that instantly? Where do you get the info about what the companies have done instantly?
What a quaff.
Yeah, bring in that. Bring in the quaff, bro. Like, I don't know.
Look at this.
Look, who cares?
I mean, good for him, but
that's a head of hair right there.
That's something else. That is something else.
And he goes.
I thought I needed a haircut.
Like that. Click this one over here. He's got the Einstein going on over here. Like, look.
He doesn't look so bad in this one.
You know what about his hair? He is a man of probably science and data. He doesn't care about hair.
This guy's killing it. Love it.
He cuts it himself.
Love it.
Sure. Now, man, shout out to the guy. We're obviously kidding. He's a hell of a guy, and he's achieved a lot. So, you know, we're just tongue in cheek here, guys. Back to 220 on Tesla. Does it continue though? Rejecting off that level, breaking ever so quickly there, Max.
There's somebody that's trying to get filled on Tesla. I stopped watching the tape, so I don't know if they did get filled. But there's like 350 lots or something that was trying to get filled in the 60s, and then they moved up to the 70s with 250. So it seems like there's legitimate buying interest on this. I think if we give up this 219.30 kind of area, maybe even 219.50 at this point, maybe we go back down, given kind of like the market's a little bit blah at the moment. I'm not going to say it's weak, but it's just not wanting to do anything. And I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And now there's 400 lots on the offer. So wondering if that's the same person trying to do a 20-cent scalp. If it is, nice. Nice. Scalping with 40,000 shares, 20 cents. Somebody else can do the math on that one. But that's a tidy little profit. I wonder what the risk is on that trade there. What else we got moving? Where did AI get to? AI did not get to my dip price yet, but we're coming in there right now. We're coming in kind of hot right now. So let's pull up AI right now. Let's see where this is going to go. I don't know. I'm not sure that 37.50 is really the right dip price for me on AI. I think maybe VWAP, the 37 area. I haven't had a lot of success trying to be aggressive on AI recently, so going to try to give it some room back down to VWAP, and then maybe I'll get in around 37. I just think that this is like kind of thin as a price. What else you guys looking at? Mara grinding. I don't really care if something's grinding personally because I always lose money when something is grinding. Shop.ny moving. Okay, so Shopify, I had that 6150 level kind of pegged on this chart. What did we do today with that? 6150, it breaks by about $1 or so. But then once we do hold that area, that 6140, 6150, we absolutely fly. So maybe should have had Shopify on today. This is looking great. Recent highs on Shopify were, that 6550. So we're pretty close to that right now, and these are pretty key levels. Like Shopify has not seen these levels post-split. It hasn't seen like 60 post-split, so looking really good. Holding the teal on the daily chart. I don't know if that's a thing for those swing traders out there, but Shopify looking good. I think I like the idea of like 64 breaking and holding off the open tomorrow. I'm going to throw that one on my list for tomorrow as Tesla is back above 220. So let's see if Tesla can make the move. Shopify as like a trade today, I don't think that I have that one in the wheelhouse. If we break 65 today, I think I would prefer a fail break on that to bring us back down. We're up 8.5%. That's a little bit aggressive on Shopify, but I don't want to short in the middle of the range when I think like we do have room for extension for a couple dollars here. Amazon is moving. MVIS? What's MVIS? Well, I know what MVIS is, but what's it doing these days? 23 million shares traded. Come on, load. Oh, interesting. Okay, somehow I've missed MVIS today. I just don't trade these small caps so much anymore, so it's hard. Where's SoFi at now? 770.
770. Wow. I come back here, I look HOD.
What do you do with that? Like, do you take the 8 break? I think no, but I like the idea of it breaking 8, maybe on the open tomorrow if we can't get there today.
Yeah.
Because like this thing is just.
Do you buy the close on the first red day? Or
buy the close on the first red day. Is that a strategy?
Swinging? Yeah. Yeah. For especially in a bull trend.
Yeah,
you know
that makes sense.
When you're buying the dip.
Yeah, you buy the dip, buy the close.
So here's the look.
Wouldn't you want to see where it opens though? I
So
guess
this,
you just.
if you bought the close here.
Yeah, then you're printing.
You're printing. So do you do that again? Because look, I want to get into a few things. And I'm going to size. I've talked about Lee. I've made my case about Lee. I'm not going to make it again.
Yep.
I want to get in likely into Palantir. Maybe too late, but I see more upside with Palantir.
Yeah,
And then-
Palantir I could see getting to 17, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but like we're talking like if we hold 3 months, we could be at 25 bucks.
Yeah, SoFi too could get
Yeah.
to 20 bucks. Like we were trading at 40 at one time on SoFi.
All right, we'll talk about what's moving. MVIS. Sorry, guys, I know we're not talking about the current mover. MVIS, a rocket. It was a rocket this morning. It was that 535 bottom, that 727 top. We had that decisive close and chill below VWAP, and then we had the VWAP reclaim, then the dance with VWAP, and then you make the higher highs and the higher lows. And here we go, trending to the upside, looking to take maybe $7. Look, we did break 7. We got to 727, but it's a wick. Look where the closing print is, sub 7, 687. We're above the closing print. So here comes the accumulation. Here comes the buying. Great trend. What is the deal on this one? Let's talk about float real quick. Company profile. Okay, so it's a big boy float, Max. 164 million, 164.5 million actually. Share float. What is the shortage on this bad boy? Let's
27.
go. 27.
Trade Idea says 27.
Okay, so now we're talking.
So that's a lot of shares that are actually short. If you think about it, like when you have a float that's kind of larger and you still have this 30% short float, that's adding like a lot of fuel to the fire.
Exactly.
Like, that's, what is that, almost 50 million shares that are short on this name, and it's only done 25 million on the day, this being its highest volume day in a long time. So like, if you are short, how are you getting out of this name?
And that
How are you getting out?
identifiable level, the initial rejection of 7, and then you got 7 right back on deck.
Now we're bidding
How
back
much
up.
are the shorts sweating? You think they're maybe above 7. It'd be nice to know where they're
When was the last time? We haven't been above these levels for 2022 January, 2021 December. That was the last time we were here. So that's
a while.
That's a year and a half basically since we've been at these levels. Is that short float still sitting in it for a year and a half? I don't think so. So are they getting squeezed out right now above 7? That's possible. You're kind of convincing me to take a trade on this name.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm thinking
I
out loud.
wanna
Isn't that
see
what
that
we
tape.
do? We talk about the levels, what we
Yeah.
see, we talk honestly, right?
Yeah.
But here, we're right back at that level. I want to see what we do.
The initial break was pretty good for a $7 stock to get 25 cents.
Right?
It's not bad.
No.
That's not bad. I'm looking for 50 cents on Apple. Why wouldn't I take 25 on a $7 name?
Can I say something, though? What concerns me, come to my chart real quick, is that, we identify it as a larger, I don't want to say big, larger relative to what we trade on small caps, float 165-ish million.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, okay, the bamboozlement probably be a little bit less on this one, but then you get that 7 break and then the huge rejection that we always see. So acting like a short float. Here comes 7, though. 695 touch. All right,
got about
let's
1,000
minimize
watts there
the
on
chart here.
7.
Let's get to the tape and the book so we can really see what's going on. I can't remove Stressla because Stressla's been dancing with 220. I need to see it. Here we go, MVIS. Is this New York or NASDAQ? It's NASDAQ. All right, there we go. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, these wicks, they're killing me. Which is fine. That's a Google wick. There we go.
Michelle Hebert saying MVIS squeezing a day before GME earnings.
Okay.
I think 2021
Microvision.
too. So has that happened before? Interesting. Very interesting.
I don't even know. What's the connection,
know.
Michelle?
Just short float, I imagine?
MVIS is LiDAR, Advanced Driver Assisted System Solutions Company.
Yeah, I don't think there's a connection between GME and MVIS.
Yeah, what is your connection? No, make your case. I'd like to hear it, but here comes. Anyway, let's talk about the 7 level that may or may not be incoming here on MVIS because it'll be an interesting level to see how this resolves. What's my trade here? The trade is no trade at these levels. I'm not taking the short off 7
Yeah, they're
and I'm
saying
too extended.
MVIS was a meme stock back in the day.
Okay.
Which I do recall that being the case.
Yeah, I can believe that.
I remember trading this back in the meme stock rally. I think it's at like $40 or something crazy.
They both ran during the GMA craze a couple of years back. Okay, so it's kind of like COS and AMC and
exactly.
what else was moving at that time? BBBY.
BBY.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch.
Yeah, those are the main ones. That COS one was crazy.
I'll never forget
being up at 7:30
Yeah.
a.m.
Exactly.
watching that thing from $13 to like 120 something.
I was long like $80 at one point, and I sold it at like 112 or something
I'll
crazy.
never
like-
forget that day.
Yeah, that was nuts.
that
was nuts.
That was one of the most. That was crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Cost 7:30 a.m. I'll never forget it. The GME thing, you know, I didn't dabble too much in that.
No, it
My
got too crazy
brother-in-law
too
made
quickly.
a killing off AMC. He paid for like the whole family's vacation off that one trade. And it was like a shot in the dark for him. It was a hit it and quit it. He hasn't dabbled since. It was he doubled or tripled his money or something on AMC, and
I only take outsized bets kind of scenario.
he didn't know what he was doing.
He
just
didn't even
heard
know.
all
He's just
this,
like, all
this
right.
and that, punched in at the right time, got lucky. Sharif, Apple chart, please.
Yeah.
Y Brothers United. Let's have, okay. We got a bit of a channel here forming on our friend Apple.
Yeah, Renato was asking if it's a short.
Huh, wow.
I'm thinking short at 180. I don't think it's a short here. It looks like it could break out from
Agree.
here, but
Yeah.
I could see the idea of like it breaking that 179.25 and then rejecting and coming back down, but
Here's what I see, an upward channel. You do that, you're against the trend. But if you take it at the extremities, you can limit your risk by, doing like a 3%, whatever your risk allows you, 10, 15 pennies, whatever it's going to be. You can try that trade. It's worked.
yeah. For me,
worked.
it's looking
For
like
me,
a
I'm not gonna do
breakout
that.
kind of level at that. Like where we are right now feels like a breakout level to me, but everything always looks like a breakout to me, so,
I'm bullish at heart, and I love it, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Do you realize that our friend BTC is up 4 1/3%?
How is that possible?
Because it has done the following. Let's get to the
V-shaped
BTC chart.
recovery?
There it is, baby.
Wow.
If we even, so we're going to go BTC. I got to do this every time now, Max. We're going to go BTC, and we're just going to go like that. And then let's zoom out to the 15 so we can kind of view that big boy move down. Look at that. We got bought back up.
Double bottom.
Formed a,
That's a W-shaped recovery. That's
Okay.
not a V-shaped. That's a W-shaped.
That is one weird looking, looks like a big pig, right? With the legs, and here's like the pig belly, and it's like you're looking at
It's
the
even
pig
got
from
like an
behind.
udder there.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. You get the retracement. We're back to where we were before.
The pig-shaped recovery.
The pig-shaped recovery. That's
Patent
it.
that. Patent
Coin
that.
it.
Put that on. Coin it. Coin it.
Yeah, it is. Pig-shaped recovery. I heard the production team talking about some animations up there. They're like,
yeah?
that's his phrase. Maybe we got some animations with some personal phrases coming
Nice.
in.
Nice.
You're going to have Trusted Teal in the works. That's probably definitely going to be up there. But yeah, Bitcoin, big move back up 4 1/3. Back
AI is
into,
going for the high too.
yeah, back into that key technical level, 27,000, not far off. We're at 26,737 with a 26,786.5 HOD. Big reshaped retracement there.
Yeah, AI just did the little liquidity grab. I've seen this before, and now going for high of day. If you guys would come to my chart here, we were consolidating around that 50 period, around that 37.80 kind of level for whatever reason. I don't know why that's a level. I guess it kind of held a couple times. Then we dipped down into 60s, and now we are going for high of day. So AI remains strong. Doesn't get down to VWAP, which is what I was looking for. I guess that's what the shorts were looking for too. They didn't get it. They got to cover. So yeah, almost 20% day on AI. Definitely going to have this one up tomorrow morning. I didn't have this as like a main watch today. It was just kind of there. There were too many names today. I liked the idea of Unity breaking 40. That didn't even get anywhere close. I liked GitLab holding that 45. I liked, Tesla, Apple. I liked Apple through 178, and that was a terrible trade, but
The Unity trade, obviously, yesterday, Apple announcing that Unity will be one of the partners involved in the Apple Vision Pro. So they're going to be one of the developers for some of the games. Unity, obviously, gaming software company. I was also going to say Bob Iger making an appearance there as well, showing the relationship between Disney and Apple, which spurred some analysts this morning to suggest that Disney should be
an acquisition target.
Yeah, I saw that.
For Apple. You know,
yeah.
I don't mean to belittle the whole thing, but it seems like far-fetched to me.
170 billion on the market cap for Disney. Apple could scoop that up, no problem.
Apple could pick that up. The regulator I think we get to the problem.
It sounds like that analyst maybe wants a little bit of an acquisition.
Yeah,
there.
I know, right? Maybe he's hinting at
He
something.
might have
or maybe
a
like,
personal interest there.
Here's the thing, though. We were talking this morning about the sports and like the fact that getting the rights to sporting events and broadcasting rights is getting so expensive.
Yeah.
And every year you're outbidding me, I'm outbidding you, and then all of a sudden there's a new player. In the Canadian market, we have Russian oligarch money. The Zone.
The Zone is.
There you go.
They
outbid. For Champions League last year, they had the Prem. They lost it to Fubo this year, but it's going to be a tit for tat exchange. And so it's a lot of big money that's competing.
Oh, yeah.
And they outbid Rogers. They outbid Bell. Remember when it used to be on cable? There was Prem, Champions League. I know you're not a soccer fan, but you probably turned on the TV and saw soccer. Like, what is this? Get it off. But fact of the matter is, you're not seeing that on TV anymore. You're not even seeing MLS. They lost that to Apple.
Apple has MLS
outbid Rogers
in Canada?
and Bell, yes.
So it's on Apple TV?
Yes.
Oh, here comes AI. Is that
Okay.
news or is that just a...
What happened?
AI's
his chart.
bit of a quadunk there.
Okay.
No, there's no news. It's just quadunking for whatever reason. So liquidity grab one way, liquidity grab the other way. The double bamboozlement? That doesn't sound great.
Bamboozlement, that's fine.
The double deception, double D, and we're quadunking. So yeah, maybe that VWAP does come into play. That's a decent volume candle there. We'll see what happens around that 37 area on AI, but yeah, it's kind of nasty. I don't know.
Yeah, so the idea was, you get, you're having a lot of more competition in sporting events. So then you bring in a big player like Apple.
Yeah.
And, with Disney sporting connections, with ESPN and whatever else it's trying to do, all of a sudden, Apple's looking good. They're outbidding this person. Who can compete with these Russian oligarchs?
So this, yeah, exactly. And this thing is supposed to be.
And you know what the NBA's do? They already have with Meta, you can sit courtside at an NBA game with that virtual reality headset. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Courtside. So just wait till Apple starts mixing that with its sporting events if it acquires the rights to it. All of a sudden, you've got a whole new world here. I don't know what the TAM is, the total addressable market for that. I think it's pretty big, but yeah.
I mean, if these goggles replace everybody's television, that's a pretty decent market.
You have my money if they're glasses, but I don't know this big thing. Apparently, some of the analysts that were wearing it yesterday, they were like, "Oh, this hurt my nose after a while, after half an hour or whatever." But apparently, it's not fitted yet. The production version will have different sizes.
Oh, different sizes and stuff?
Yeah,
that makes sense because that thing's not going to fit everybody. I don't know. It seems weird. It's not something that I personally think that I want to put on, but people say this about all new innovations, and then eventually you end up with a phone in your pocket at all times.
Doesn't like what I'm talking about apparently here, Max. Sharif cut his mic. Yeah, I guess cut my mic, guys. What I'm talking about is not good. MSTR, short trimming apparently. I was looking at Mara. Mara's up nice on the day, 7.75%. The mining name here, always giving us good intraday volatility. It's up sometimes 9 and 10%, but when you look at the daily, it's kind of been sideways here. Take a second to load. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at how sideways it's been. Despite the fact that it gives you 9, 10, sometimes whatever percent on the day, it's been between that 10.75 and that 8.75 bottom, about a $2 range, going all the way back to about mid to late April. So Mara, nice.
And so this one was a banger long today.
Yeah.
But Wayner in the back had this one short pre-market, and it was a banger short. But it's still just sitting in range. Mara just chops around.
It's a banger short. You can basically hold it all day.
Yeah, it's something. I hate trading the Bitcoin or the crypto names just because you got to be watching Bitcoin and you can get these crazy moves. But Yeah, maybe when the crypto rally comes back on, we'll. I mean, we can trade Bitcoin futures, but there's no volume on those at the moment.
No, Bitcoin futures, eh?
Yeah, we have
What's
that.
the ticker on that?
I'd have to do a little research, but
okay, that's fine. No,
I think it's like BTC
What's
something.
the Bitcoin future? Sean doesn't know.
CM. It does really no volume at all. So
Got it.
we do have it. I looked it up before, but I don't know what the buying power you need for that is. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I know. You'd have to see. What
how
he's
much is
talking
every
about.
tick?
Exactly.
If
You'd
it's
have to know
leveraged.
all that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, usually it is, right?
Yeah, usually they're leveraged. So you could be talking about like.
What is it, Sean? Oh, I don't have the autofill on mine.
Yeah, I
but
got to turn that autofill on. And
Yeah.
then we will
Okay.
see.
Yeah. Okay. BTC / USD MK. What's the? Oh, MK is the. Yeah. Okay. I'll send it back to Max there because I'm having some technical difficulties.
I'm trying to find it. I don't know. This is.
Yeah. We'll see.
Anyway, we can trade BTC. We got to figure out how to do that. I still got my eyes on AI. It's coming into that 37 like really hot. It almost looks like it has news on it, but this could just be people giving up on the
Go
day.
back to the screen.
I'm not sure, but yeah, holding 37 for now and getting some decent buying off of that. Where's my GitLab? GitLab's still holding up, so going to be watching for that breakout there. Market is going.
Really heading to the south side here.
BTC/M23 says Parsa.
Okay, so yeah, we're rejecting the levels again. So the ES now really going and going decidedly red. So here comes
here we
a
go.
newer low. Go to Max's screen.
We got Bitcoin. Parsa, shout out Parsa.
Parsa.
Yeah, see, it does no volume. 10K volume on the day.
10K volume. That's a whole lot.
Yeah, so.
So
good
these
luck
are
trying to punch into that.
10K
Yeah, these are
contracts.
futures
Okay.
contracts. So I don't know. Yeah, you got to buy one. So yeah, we just moved like $100 there or something. Spreads. I mean, the spread's not that bad.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that.
$10.
I like to see
I don't
different
know.
financial products,
Yeah.
and not even to, actually trade them. Maybe to chart off them or
just
whatever
just
else.
to have a look or
Okay?
whatever.
Yeah, always. GBTC PK. Let me have a look there on the PK. All right.
Yeah.
So
That's
that's
the pink
our
sheets
GB. This is what Sean would trade. Our GBTC on the pinks. What's pinks on ours? Is it
PK.
P? There it is. Okay. Maybe I don't have authorization
Oh, you don't have the entitlements
for pink.
Ah.
I gotta ask our friend Gregory over there.
Yeah.
Or I'll ask Gregory for pink entitlements. I don't think I was ever on there.
All right, we should talk about some trades for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, go
Just
for
been
it.
looking for Bitcoin.
Well, the market side.
So
Market's
Apple
taken,
did
maybe.
roll around off that price. So hopefully Renata has that one short. Congrats to you if you do. That 179.20 area has held 3 times now. So clearly an important price for whatever reason. We're kind of consolidating there in the pre-market. So maybe that's why that's the case. I'm not sure. But yeah, Apple rolling over, you get like whatever that is, 80 cents basically off of that trade. So that's a nice move on Apple. Google kind of gave it up, and AI is holding for now. So I want to see AI kind of break and do like 10 cents and then come back. New York. I wanted to break that 37 and then get to like 90s and not be able to go down. Come back. I may have missed the trade again on this one. I'm just like not willing to pay the exact price on AI sometimes. I guess it's so like wiki and spready that
It is. It is.
I mean, you can
doesn't
get
trade
stopped
nicely.
out by like 40 cents
Yeah.
really quickly. So I always want to get it on the way back up. I don't like buying it on the way down, but yesterday with 34 and now today with 37, clearly that's what you have to do. We'll see heading into the close what I do with this one.
All
I do
right.
like the
There's
idea
been a
of this
couple of other strong names that we haven't traded, but that were traded earlier by the guys on the right over here. AMD traded by Sean. He got that one long. 124.39 is the high there. It gave you a nice possible
retracement into that VWAP at 122-ish. I think it actually held the whole dollar level better than, you know, it's nice when they both conflate. But yeah, that VWAP 122 level, you get a nice dollar move back up 123, curling back down now. The market curled back down. So we shall see.
That low of day there, that 117.50, has been a level for quite a while on AMD. That was a bit of a miss for me. I kind of wrote AMD off. Somebody said something about it in our morning meeting. I'm like, AMD, it's in the middle of the range. I don't care. But yeah, that like 120 break today on AMD and that 117.50 hold off the open, those are money trades. Probably should have been looking at that. There was just so much today.
I ended up green on the day. Are you green on the day?
I'm green on the day.
There you go. So we're both happy. I'm happy. You're happy?
Yeah,
So we end the show good. We end the show green. I hope everybody else's day ends up green. And you tune in tomorrow because we will be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo is at the big desk.
It's okay. Is Brendan eating?
Ooh, an afternoon here, still kind of chopping around. Around break even or a little bit negative, depending on when you look at the overall market. It has been quiet as far as individual, or as far as the overall market is concerned. As far as individual stocks concerned, definitely.